seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, Don't go on.
메라가 아니면 이런
Shut off your light.
게임입니다. 여러분의
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자, 이번 파이널! 자, 젠과 지원해!
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here for the final day of the week. And we have some interesting matches. Of course, the second one, more implications as far as the standings are concerned, as DRX and Quantum Freaks fight for playoffs. But our first one is all about T1 fighting for that confirmation of the top two here in the LCK, and Nongshim fighting for some pride.
Interesting, considering the power levels of the two teams. It's definitely the correct choice of words, Atlas, as there is the opportunity to play spoiler for Nongshim. We have seen crazier things in the LCK, but I can't quite think of one right now, because even though T1 lost against Genji, haven't really been doing a whole lot of losing for the rest of the split.
The only thing that comes to mind is like Fred Breon randomly beating Damwon and stuff like this that can happen.
That's what you need.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to T1 all that often. Let's bring up the standings and really have a look at how things are sitting right now, as T1 taking on Nongshim is going to be highlighted. And as you can see, DRX Quantum Freaks is our final match of the week. Very, very close as far as those standings are concerned. Match score, of course, not looking too close here, as Quantum Freaks are most likely going to have to get a match ahead in order to lock down that 6th place.
Yeah, and it's the same for T1, because if they get a win here, they are so far ahead in terms of overall game score that Liv Sandbox can no longer catch up to them.
Yep.
And that means that they will lock in the playoffs round 2, which even with Liv Sandbox having a pretty decent performance is still the place where I think you rank these two teams very, very clearly. T1 still looking in a league of their own, as Nongshim, yeah, that's the goal. Giving T1 a tough time.
Yep, and of course, if Nongshim are able to somehow take down T1 in today's match, then Genji will be confirmed in 1st place. No more will T1 be able to actually overcome that. Of course, likelihood of that happening was very low anyway, given the form of Genji at the moment, not looking likely to drop any matches towards the end of the split, but all sorts of crazy things have happened in the past. And we'll just have to wait and see. I think every team just needs to be trying to play at their best. And as you can see, upon victory, T1 advances directly to round 2. They secure at least 2nd place. And yeah, 0.8% chance for Liv Sandbox to make it right now. T1 just 1 win away.
Yeah, I think the Sandbox T1 game next week's going to be super exciting and will be a great matchup. But as you can see, T1 has garnered themselves so many points in terms of matches that they were able to get over their opponents. So Sandbox catching up, very, very unlikely. As Carrier, I'm sure there's things we haven't seen of him yet. I don't know how deep the ocean truly goes. But hopefully today we will see another one added to the list, although I also wouldn't be surprised if T1 is strictly business.
Yeah, and Snowflower has certainly not been a standout addition here to Nongshim. He has certainly helped stabilize, and I feel like you can sometimes see what he does bring to the team, but I think in comparing Ghost and Snowflower to Gumayusi Carrier is a little bit unfair at this stage.
In multiple ways, yeah.
Yeah, even if Carrier and Gumayusi have seen better times as far as their current form, I think they are still far and away ahead of the bottom duo of Nongshim Red Force. As we have a look at some of the stats here, soul percent very, very low here for T1. They don't like dragons so much. They like fighting for heralds. They always have, and it feels like they always will. And they definitely will next week as we move to 12-14.
You knew what I was going to say. They're getting ready for the playoffs patch at 12-14, going to really increase the power of Herald. And T1 have been extremely happy to play towards those, and would not be surprising to see them continue to do that here. Makes also sense. Right now, T1 is looking the strongest at top side, even though the team, again, compared to their spring performance, and that caveat is important because they're still 13-2.
Yeah.
The bot side of the map has been staying behind a little bit. Faker, of course, in a facilitative role in the team, so just plays to whatever side is looking the strongest, but Owner and Zeus are still in monstrous form, so high Herald percentages make complete sense in that regard.
No, absolutely right. Let's introduce Nongshim out onto the floor here at Lowell Park, as they have certainly had some struggles, but after they were officially eliminated from playoffs contention, it felt like they actually took a lot of pressure off. This was a team that felt like they were released from a lot of that, and we'll see whether that's going to show here today. Maybe we'll get some fun picks. Maybe we'll just get full business mode as they look to try and close out the season in as best standing as possible. Because remember, this is a team full of superstars, and being knocked out of playoffs contention must feel devastating. Very similar to what KT went through as Frederibrion knocked them out of Spring. This happens even earlier for Nongshim, a team that I know I definitely had in the top half of the LCK as far as my power rankings were concerned after I saw the roster for the first time. Just as it happens, sometimes things don't work out.
Never quite came to fruition, and even after a very, very distraught spring, summer didn't bring them any solace. And Nongshim Red Force for now, just trying to make their fans as happy as possible. And there's still a lot of very, very diehard Nongshim fans, which I think is heartwarming and very good to help the players out a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. There's especially BDD and Ghost fans, right? Arcana fans. But here is T1. Let's introduce them into Lowell Park, looking to try and confirm their round 2 berth into the playoffs. If they win here in any way, they will confirm that they are top 2. They do get a bye in that first round. Not going to be able to choose their opposition, most likely, unless something goes catastrophically wrong for Gen G. However, not having to play in that first round is so, so good for all of our teams. And T1, they managed to do it in spring very, very comfortably. This time around, a little bit more of a difficult run. But this is where they need to start getting their form back together, making sure that they are all set moving into these playoffs. See whether they can be kryptonite to Gen G yet again.
And when talking about T1, we're always going to gravitate towards the top side of the map with how they have been playing thus far.
Oh yeah.
Zeus has been, it's him or Ruler really for the best player in the LCK at the moment. Just been such an incredible dominance player overall, as Kana, of course, XT1 got them 1 game away from the World's Finals in 2021. Didn't end up being enough, and Zeus has overtaken him with... anyone would have looked bad with if they were playing before Zeus, because stats don't even tell the true story. I think this player has been extremely versatile. He has been tilt-proof, and he has been the backbone of T1 throughout the entirety of summer.
No, he's been absolutely amazing. As you can see, Kana has had a decent season as well, even if it is largely individual stats. His damage percent is very high. He's relied upon by his team, but a lot of the Kana pitfalls are still things that Nongshim fall into, such as his rather shallow champion pool and things like that. So we'll see whether that's going to come back to bite him, as a smile on Dread's face makes me very, very happy. I think everyone knows the struggles that Dread has gone through throughout the season. So good to see him looking like he's in pretty good spirits here. A little bit of a grin on BDD's face as well. So this is, of course, the matchup that a lot of people would be seeing on paper, right? BDD versus Faker in that mid lane. And Chronicler, Nongshim have blue side. Does this help?
No, not particularly. I'm going to be honest with you, Atlas.
I just like how immediately shut down it was. I'm
not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to our viewers. I think for Nongshim, and I'm really happy to see the players.
Ooh, holographic owner card. Look at that.
That's a nice one.
Wow, amazing.
It's good. We haven't gotten our holo cards yet, by the way.
We are going to get one.
No pressure.
We are going to get one.
We are getting one.
Yep.
And I'm sure we'll all take a picture as we get confirmation from G-Sun.
Thank you, G-Sun.
Immediately, as that makes.
It's purely so that we can show them off. It's for advertising reasons. It's not just because we want them.
No.
I definitely didn't choose the Lord Morgan card.
For memes.
Not for memes.
For the pose?
Because he's the Lord. And also his pose is absolutely amazing. And so that I can potentially show it to Twitch chat anytime I want, just to get instant Giga Chads, which
That's the
makes me
real
happy.
power.
Yeah, it makes me happy. If you guys could do a bit of spamming, that would be fantastic. As we hop into the draft for Nongshim versus T1. Nongshim on the blue side, and let's see whether they can mix things up here in this draft on our final day of 12-13.
And overall, drafting on 12-13 has moved a lot. We started out with still very much the Silas B1 is the end-all to every one draft, where the Gnar was unavailable, and we saw a lot of the... what flowed from that was that bot lanes were basically Kalista, Zeri always being banned away, and then whatever was left open made it through. This time around, as we've gotten deeper into the patch, more importance on getting rid of this bot lane Silas, making it through drafts a lot more often, and especially for Nongshim, who haven't really played the champion at all. And I'd be expecting them to either, which they have done in the past as well, self-ban it here on blue side, and alternatively, as they did go for the respect ban towards owner instead, which is a great choice because his win rate on Lee is not okay.
No, it's not. I mean, it is, but it's not. Yeah.
It is, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah. It is definitely okay, but it's also not okay to let it through.
Yeah, we've had a POC state recording today, so
yeah,
me and Atlas are coming in hot.
Yeah, we're definitely we have seen more sleep.
The giggles are already there, and it's the first game. I can't wait.
We're starting this early is a bit of a worry. Poppy going to be banned away here by T1. Dread not going to get his hands on that one. Nongshim thinking like the Gwen is a good choice. We mentioned the shallowness of Kana's champion pool. This might be a little bit of a representation of that, because, I mean, there is still a lot left available. Zeri Sivir is the likely trade here, so you don't necessarily need to lock in your bottom lane just yet, as T1 have to deal with this Wukong. It's been locked away. I think Garen is the obvious answer. Wukong doesn't spin as well as Garen, I don't think.
I don't know who has more spin efficiency going.
Well, I mean, you get to spin from level 1 if you're Garen.
Yeah, but maybe Wukong does more
rotations?
More rotations in his cyclones.
We'd have to ask Monte Cristo.
He is knocking off people.
He's the man who knows about rotations, not us.
As we do see the Azir being picked up here, still a very strong pick that can be blinded. Silas is an obvious answer normally, but I didn't expect Nongshim to suddenly start picking that one up. And I'm really happy Nongshim didn't go for the blind Gwen. We have seen, most notably, the Akali piloted with great efficiency, and Zeus literally had a monstrous game on an Akali in recent times, so I think that not opting into that matchup voluntarily is a great choice. Sivir continue to have been prioritized over the Zeri. Zeri, of course, very strong, but is a pick that I think is very focused on the Zeri moments, which sure are very obnoxious, but Sivir already provides a team with a lot of utility in the mid game thanks to an Underhunt. And I wouldn't mind a Skarner pickup here for Owner. It's not the most exciting champion, but Sivir Skarner is a great combination. Although the Alistair pickup early on here, I really like. I think it's good for Snowflower. Comfort pick, good into Sivir.
Yeah.
If a Skarner does get picked up, playing into an Alistair is also not the best of experiences.
It absolutely makes life awful. We are going to see the Vi come through instead, though. This is more reliable lockdown, right? The Vi does tend to stay in once she collects the 80 carry, but should reliably be able to get on top of the Aphelios in the hands of Ghost here. And T1 now going to head towards the second ban phase. They want to deal with a top lane and a mid laner that still need to come through from Nongshim. T1 have already locked away the Azir, a pick away from BDD, but also a phenomenal pick for Faker, as we all know. And the Gwen is just going to be banned away, so Zeus just not even going to take the risk.
Yeah, makes sense. I think for T1, you'd feel perfectly happy R4ing a top laner for Zeus here, and by banning away the Gwen and one of other Kana's picks, maybe the Gnar, the GP, something in that direction. And then having, if you leave it open, just pick the other one up for Zeus, so he can counter-pick with Keria. He has, of course, a champion Ocean, and we've seen some true shenanigans come through from his end. And there is the Akali also getting banned away here, so also not going to give that counter-pick over to BDD, which, of course, is a great pick into the Azir, and also kind of highlighting some of the issues that have plagued Nongshim and BDD specifically for a while now, which is that you got to be able, and instead, it's actually going to get banned away here, which makes sense considering that Zeus could still pick it up in case a Gnar comes through from Nongshim. So
always
in an R4 situation.
Okay, never mind.
No, in an R4 situation.
Is it going to be the AP Zeri?
AP Zeri mid, and then it's top Azir?
Yeah, top Azir. I'm like, oh wait, hang on, it's not Live Sandbox, so I guess this isn't happening. As it's looking to be Rakan for Keria. He will lock that one away.
Okay. So despite the picks, or the bans rather, still going to see a counter pick saved for Zeus here. And he has been using those to great efficiency, so it makes complete sense. With the Rakan, very good dive body, and T1 is already a very forward-playing comp with a lot of dive potential, making great use of the Untitled as well. And if you add something like really any team fighter to this, alternatively something like a Gangplank that can support in a side lane when the T1 comp goes in, I think it overall looks quite good. Now, of course, Seraphine a pick that can really do well into the early stages into the Azir, but post 6, the matchup does get pretty unfun if the Vi or the Rakan decides to keep track of you. And this does mean that you put basically all your eggs in the full-on 5v5 or in the Ghost basket. And for T1, a lot of the Gnar counters have been taken away here.
Not a lot of magic damage here for Nongshim's side with just Seraphine being locked in. And of course, we'll be going towards that Leandri's build most likely, but I don't really like it. As Keria is looking at the Camille, and she will be locked in. Man, so you were talking about all the eggs in the Aphelios basket. The Aphelios is going to be dead at the start of every fight. How do we get around that as Nongshim?
Don't die.
Ah!
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a lot of peel available, and that's important to note because you have the Seraphine with both the shielding and the ultimate. You have an Alistair who, yes, can play aggressively, but can also try to keep Ghost safe. You have Wukong, you have Gnar. But the problem with all of these is that is implying that T1 is going to approach you in a 5v5 front-to-back scenario, because if you get flanked, as you point out, there is so much dive. So Ghost, his positioning needs to be impeccable, and then you also need to find a way around big Faker ultimates. You need to make sure that Camille doesn't get a flank off. So it's definitely very, very rough. And that Kench being banned away by Nongshim after they had picked up the Alistair themselves, maybe now in hindsight they're like, well, if we knew they were going to go that hard on the dive, Devour would have been great.
Certainly would have. Of course, the Alistair from Snowflower was actually a big power pick for him. So I kind of like seeing it. It's fantastic into Sivir, but was also just something that Snowflower looked very comfortable on. We've seen it was Martyr on T1, actually. Back in the day, they used to really take control and bring that cow around. And pick up victories where they don't necessarily always belong, but I don't see that necessarily happening here for Nongshim Red Force. As we have a look at the draft yet again, not a lot of magic damage here. BDD with his Seraphine will be the only one on duty as far as that is concerned, and T1 with a we're going to kill the Aphelios composition that's augmented by a lot of damage of every kind of variety, but mainly the physical. And here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1. I think I would say that T1 fans a little bit louder.
Shocker.
Yeah.
I've heard that one before.
Extraordinarily perplexed. Okay.
Baffling. Really.
It is pretty crazy.
I had no idea they had that many fans.
Didn't you? Oh, wow. Well,
Yeah.
now you do. Now you do. BDD waiting in this brush here. Setting up a bit of a 4-point defense system. As you can see, Snowflower making his way back towards that bottom side. No one's really going to go for any level 1 shenanigans or anything like that. And so, as things are going to be a little bit quiet, where is the opportunity for Nongshim to win this game? Chronicler, if it exists, where does it come from?
Well,
Okay.
Let's talk about what the Nongshim composition wants to do, and then we can then hold that against what are the odds of that actually happening.
Yeah.
Because in theory, if you're playing into a Live Sandbox, if you're playing into a Fred Brion, I think the composition from Nongshim actually has a lot of strength. You have an incredible amount of teamfight CC. Your level 6 spikes is incredibly strong across the board. And I think overall, again, in an actual 5v5 scenario where you can use the heals from your Seraphine, where you maybe find a lead after an early Herald fight, and then you can leverage that into being first towards objectives. You can set up shop, and then the big 5v5s where, yeah, everyone on T1 dives in, but there's a big encore, Ghost has his summoners available, Dread and Kana like hold the front line, and Snowflower tries his best to control the T1 comp as much as they can. Then there is a shot. Unfortunately, what I think will actually happen is that T1 just through laning phase will generate leads that are already really, really hard to come back from. T1 have been still very much on point when it comes to their rotations towards objectives and whatnot. And if you are second to the objective with the Nongshim comp, it really is tough, because if you don't have great flank control, and like Owner has a kill ghost button, Zeus has a kill ghost button, Faker has a kill ghost button with extra steps, and it's the follow-up as well that is really tough. As I want to note also that Zeus has gone for the Ignite here.
Yeah.
This is really a show of confidence to him and himself in his skills as Camille, as the Gnar Camille matchup is one that we have seen go both ways many a time, because the Camille has very strong all-in windows, especially post-6, but you need to be very particular in how you play it out, otherwise the Gnar will just be able to outrun you or hit Mega, which is even worse, 'cause then you just kind of die. And with Ignite in particular, you are just very all-in. Camille is one of those champions where you can look either amazing or silly.
Yeah, it does win a lot here in the LCK generally, the Camille into the Gnar.
But not spotted, I think, was just barely able to make it out.
Interesting carrier, making a little bit of a roam over. Will likely just look for some vision. Does so, scries, checks out that the cow is waiting in the brush. And as we can see, the monkey just going to slink back into his jungle. Counter is going to be absolutely fine. BDD underneath his turret, taking a lot of harass here from Faker. Does put a Sand Soldier underneath the turret, which Sand Soldiers don't like very much. But BDD should be fine, as High Note gets a few extra points in it. And Faker just picking up a turret shot because he felt like it. It's one of those things. His carry is just going to dive on forward. BDD is dead! And they're starting this one very early. Chronicler?
All a bait. Take a second turret shot just to show that you can.
Yeah.
Atlas.
It's
no biggie.
It's all part of the creativity of setting things up. As Gumiushi, decent little spell shield there. But Ghost just going to push him away from this wave. Try and punish him for allowing Carrier to leave.
And this is pre-6. So BDD probably going to be happy that he didn't invest his flash and die, which if you flash out of the Grand Entrance, you might live there. He was already fairly low, as Yeah, this is already pre-6, getting somewhat dicey. Zeus, of course, still holding on to the Ignite, but if a hookshot lands...
Well, this is a hookshot. It doesn't land, thankfully for any Nongshim fans. Scanner does have his Nabar in decent order right now, and Zeus is likely just going to go back home and look for a bit of a reset. Does do so.
Oh,
Kind of likely to do the same thing as well.
yeah, big wave coming into him as well, so he's going to feel good about that one as... yeah, I think the initial fake out with Carrier like walking up and then pretending to go back towards bot side, no vision there for Nongshim, so just a really clean setup. Nicely done, and BDD gonna take, or rather have to give up his life. Now, of course, outside of the gold gained by that play specifically, he is able to just teleport back to his lane, picked up the tier, so no huge losses for him there, and any subsequent ganks he will still have his flash available, but especially once Owner hits 6, like just having flash really isn't enough.
Yeah.
Because the Vi just has only good lanes. Right, especially post 6, like Owner can just go to a lane and as long as you have a vague idea of what Dread is, you probably kill them. It's not even like the mid jungle 2v2 is good. Seraphine is really good in teamfights, but her skirmishing is notoriously poor. And I'd expect T1 to really try and push that to as much of a lead as they can.
Yep, I expect if Ona went top lane, there is almost nothing that Canna can do, flash or not, after level 6 is being hit. Ona dangerously close to said level 6 as Drake does spot him out.
I do like that. I think that is a really good call, what we're seeing here, which is Nongshim proactively making sure that they keep track of Owner as a little bit of trading in bot side, Snowflower defending his vision. But that is really important because as long as you know where Owner is, I think in 1v1s, 2v2s, outside of maybe top, if Zeus finds a really good angle, but if Kana plays around it with his Narbar and stays away from walls, like, should be a relatively low variety game. You know, there's not that much in the 2v2s or in the 1v1s that should happen.
It's a grand entrance here towards the bottom side. Gravitum in hand here for Ghost. Carrier not too worried about what's going on here. Gamushi with the shove. He is Sivir, of course. And he's going to be very comfortably able to shove this one forward. Ghost not suffering too much though, as you can see, very even here towards the bottom side and a full wave to be collected by the Nongshim bottom lane. And so just going to be taking it easy. Dread moving down here will be spotted. Actually, no, not. As there is a control ward there in that brush. Dread does come down. Keeps himself a bit of a mystery here on the map for now, which is definitely going to be important as far as stopping Owner from doing exactly what he wants all over the rift.
Zanes needs to be a little bit more mindful. And right now in the mini Nard, that's when the Camille is at its most threatening. So Kana, very respectfully, just hangs back, comes from a distance. Not really any need for him to go and try to play aggressive. So Zeus, it's bone plating, but not really looking for anything in particular either. As we go towards the Herald fight now, which I assume that will break out soon. We do have a 5-man rotation coming through here from Nongshim.
They're doing their very best to lock this one down. Of course, no cheeky teleports or anything like that to come through from Carrier. That was pretty creative, what Lahens did on the Rakan last time around with Unsealed Spellbook. This time it is going to be the Guardian, and so the bottom lane not going to have the opportunity to move on over here. Ona clearing out some vision for now, but this one's going down pretty quickly, actually, as Shelly gets her eye poked. That should mean that Nongshim can lock this one down. BDD comes on over. Looks like Zeus wanted to try and challenge, but Ona thinks better of the whole situation. And it will be Nongshim picking up the first Herald. Yeah,
quite nice. We do see that initially Ghost is roaming over, but Nongshim actually with a great read. Identifies that T1 is not committing too many people. Carrier and Yuma, I think, still showing on bot. So as a result, they send Ghost back down, start the Herald up regardless, and due to the relative lack of vision for both teams, it takes a while for T1 to actually get it and check it. So here we go.
All right, there's a Hextech Ultimatum. Ona, Assault and Battery, and this is what we were talking about. That's a dead Gnar, and there's no reason to flash. You can't get out of that.
No, yeah, can't really do anything about that.
You could have taken the play-by-play on that one, to be honest, because that was just the most cut and dry.
It really was. I used to be a play-by-play.
Hey, you did too.
In the Benelux.
Yeah, you were a play-by-play in Dutch, right? Or were you a play-by-play in English?
Both, but my play-by-play in English was not great. As Zeus
is going to Cyclone a second time. Zeus in a little bit of trouble here. Dread, Nimbus Strike will need one more auto attack as, yep, there it is. The extended range with the devastating blow, and Dread is going to pick up the counter kill. That is a solo for the Monkey.
Very nicely done. Able to actually take down the Camille. And offensive power of the Camille, especially with Ignite, amazing, but Wukong has wonderful chase. Problem is that even with that kill getting picked up, the overall play is still very favorable to T1. They got the shove in. I think Zayas should be able to make it back to the turret for most of the wave that is getting crashed in right now. He's a cannon wave. And T1 also picked themselves up an early Cloud Drake. So all things considered, yeah, Zayas dies. It's unfortunate, but the cross map from T1 is still favorable.
Yep, and you're always going to be Camille as the game goes on as well, and she's going to just hold on to her value and only extend it. As we're going to have a look at this cookie cutter play towards the top side. 2 R buttons come through, and 1 dead Gnar comes out. And this was Zayas just greeting a little bit for a potential plate, and Dread doing a really good job of making sure he locks this one down.
Yeah, Zayas tries to get cute with, you know, walking in and out of vision, but already had his spell shields used at Bennett. That also doesn't have his ultimate available, or spell shield, his physical shield rather. Also had his ultimate already used, so couldn't try and dodge out of anything. So, yeah, fortunately for him, does get taken down. Owner though, with the acceleration he was able to get from those 2 kills, has already picked themselves up a Campong Chainswords and quite a good early spike. Of course, in this patch, I'm still insanely cost efficient and. Yeah, this is what's going to happen, unfortunately. For Kana, ult's almost back up again here for Zayas. Just a second or so.
Is he just going to press it off cooldown? As Kana does have a control ward up here, and so they're not going to be able to lock that one down. Dread, he can't walk into that river. Faker is here. He's got his Luden's Echo completed. And yeah, he is able to take control. Snowflower moves on over. As B2D is going to push this wave in. That beat drop, you know, left a little to be desired. Still just going to be control of that mid wave and the Rift Herald going down. Ghost with some spare time here on the bottom lane as well. And B2D wanting to pick up this plate money if he can. Shelly a little far away from the turret, but it is going to be B2D collecting that gold as Keria is going to rotate over. On the hunt does come through. Ghost uses his last bullet of the Gravitum, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him. He's looking to try and run this one out. He flashes eventually. Gumuyushi going to be able to pick up the kill, but at what cost is the question. He does go down. Dread picks up yet another one as Snowflower. Can you help get an extra kill? And the answer is no. It's 1-for-1 there towards the bottom side of the map.
And unfortunately, for T1, they get greeted by a multi-man support squad for Ghost. Have to blow a lot of summoners just to get that kill. And then as a result, there's not a lot of cooldowns left to actually take down Nongshim. That's a very nice trade for Nongshim. Really helped them out with what otherwise could have been a very big continuation of the snowball. And Dread actually going toe-to-toe with Owner here in terms of overall impact on the map early, which is pretty, like, that's impressive.
Absolutely.
Good for you, Dread.
It's a great look. And we mentioned the fact that Dread looked a lot happier sitting down at the desk to start this one off. We all knew that he was capable of plays like this in the past. As we check out this play one more time. Moonlight Vigil connecting things like this. Ghost trying to do what damage he can. Q with the Severum. Not going to help get him enough health back or anything like that. But really good to trade this one back to Nongshim.
Yeah, note also that Carrier uses his heal early there to make sure that he actually gets the quickness, gets the taunt to guarantee the knockup. But as a result, doesn't actually have heal for Guma when the Snowflower Dread squad makes its way over and takes down Guma. Also Guma, due to the fact that it's about as much CC as you could possibly face between Dread and Snowflower.
Yep.
Not really going to be able to actually get any value out of the movement speed of the Ghost. So overall, not the end of the world for T1. So Guma has to ult defensively here, not wanting to fight against Ghost at this point in time.
Yeah. I think people might be looking towards that bottom side, wondering, you know, why Gumushi isn't doing better, blah, blah, blah. Of course, Felios is going to be a lot stronger than Sivir at this stage of the game before she's able to insta-clear waves and do a lot of damage. Largely more of that team fighting style AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's raiding Sivir for potential to 1v1 is not...
That ain't it.
That ain't it. You know, it's not why you pick the champion. I think even in skirmish, she does have a lot of value to her ultimate being very strong, especially now that it actually is able to reset right with any kill that you pick up. But in 1v1, it's not going to be. It's the same with Jinx. I think has a very similar style of play. Nothing like the Zeris or the Phalioses, which actually have a considerable amount of 1v1 power. As
all right, Snowflower gets a headbutt pulse, but only lands it onto Carrier. No follow-up damage there at all. Snowflower does have the ulti. That's a 3-man knockup with the Cyclone as Gumayushi. It's a decent spell shield, but it ain't enough. The bottom lane already taken down by the Monkey. Ona now flashing away from this one. Zeus is inside the pit. It's a big Gnar. Great wallop as well as the beat drop is going to mean that all of the CC is there. House comes down on top of Faker, who managed to shift the sands and get himself out. But T1 catastrophically lose that fight.
And Faker was trying to find a hero play, but by that point, Dread with a wonderful flank onto the enemy backline, as Zeus is fine. Snowflower says, I am Alistair.
That
Get
was a
off
big
me.
nope headbutt. I liked it a lot.
How dare you? Note that while that was happening, Zeus actually is able, with one of the longest hook shots I've ever seen, to pick up the Eye of the Herald, come out completely unscathed, and it's understandable. I actually like the call from I feel like Spring T1 would have fought there 3v5 after the lost ARD carry, and then we're like, let's embrace the flip. If we win, we win. But you should actually peace out from the fight the moment that Guma goes down, and they do. However, as a result, first turbo actually going to Nongshim, and I am very impressed with what Nongshim is showing here. Dread actually with a wonderful flank, and as we're going to see the replay, as Zeus says hello to BDD. BDD though has a crown and should not be too worried. It's not the end of the world. T1 still has a really good scaling comp, and the team fights is still something that I think they can excel in the later stage of the game. They can find some good angles. But these type of signs of life for Nongshim is still heartwarming. I don't, between Yumi Atlas, I don't think it'll be enough to actually take down T1.
Oh, no,
based on
neither do
what
I.
we've seen thus far, but seeing Dread get some big flanks off is something that we hadn't in a long time.
No, exactly. And what we want to see is just Nongshim being more competitive. Right?
Yeah, that's really
it's been pretty sad watching them this season, to be perfectly honest.
It has.
That ward is going to skip out on the control ward. I believe the sweeper did see it there, as Cannon bypasses it for the moment. And T1 are just going to have Faker up here, pushing this lane. They do get the teleport out from BDD. Let's have his unsealed spellbook, so he can go back to a different summon spell at some time. And finally, we will check out the fight around the Herald.
And what happens here is Guma actually doesn't get the spell shield on Dread's initial knockup. So he spell shields the Cyclone damage eventually, but that's not enough, right? The knockup is the problem. Dread is already fed, so he gets so much damage down. Then Zeus is able, with a really nice hookshot, to actually pick it up here. Because, yeah, him and Faker just needs to get out of there, securing the objective, just make sure that even though it's a very unfavorable trade, it's not a truly horrible one. And now, with everything settled, led to some itemization advantages for Nongshim, as they now have a small gold lead, but still 2 Drakes have been picked up here for T1, and they are still sitting on the Herald. So any fight that they do win, for the next few minutes has the opportunity to very, very aggressively swing that gold lead in their favor again. But Nongshim, as mentioned, like their 5v5 is something that needs to be respected.
Yeah, they can definitely manage to work this one out if they can get there. And it's going to rely on Ghost doing a lot of work, staying alive as well, or Dread just getting so fed.
Yeah.
Like, he's 4-0-1 right now. Like, the Wukong does do a lot of damage. Like, Cyclone is certainly going to become a problem here.
It did.
And so if they can actually be a multi-pronged team, or if BDD gets strong enough where he can actually keep Ghost alive throughout the Assault and Battery and the Hextech Ultimatum, maybe there's a chance. Faker taking a bit of damage here. Shirley's going to come down.
That ward, high value. Ghost and BD knew what was happening here.
Yeah.
They're going to lose the turret regardless due to the charge, but
Still, they don't die, and that is definitely a good thing here for Nongshim. Sundisk erected here in the mid lane, and Nongshim just going to continue to try and hold on. Zeus moving down towards this bottom side, and just feels like T1 in general just have control of the map if they load up into a game of League of Legends. Because that is continuing to happen here, especially with the way their composition works, of course. If you're found by Ona and he does have any friends around, then it's likely that you just die.
yeah, their 1v1s are just miles ahead of Nongshim. As Zeus beats effectively everyone. If he can get the crown down from BDD, at the very least is going to force sums, but Seraphine just doesn't do that much against Camille in a side lane. Same for Faker. Against both Kana and BDD, I think that he will feel completely happy, especially once that Shadow Flame is finished. So that means that it's very hard for Nongshim to reliably gain control of the map, because shoving out, you're basically always going to need a buddy, but T1 doesn't really. Hextech gates are very fun here, both because it's an extremely strong Drake that T1 can stack into, and then you get Camille with extra attack speed, you get Sivir, you get Azir that uses both the ability ace and the attack speed very, very nicely. So all of that going to be quite big. And we do have our soul fight coming up in a minute. And this is a pivotal point for Nongshim, because it's either where T1 gets the soul point, gets a big team fight win, and then I think from that point onwards is just going to take over the game completely, or Nongshim get the Dream 5v5, and then maybe get a Baron, and then the game is actually going to be interesting.
Well, we'll see whether Nongshim can make it happen. Of course, the smart money not necessarily on them at this stage, given what they've been able to accomplish here in the LCK thus far. But now Zeus going to get teleported on here towards the top side. BDD drops the beat. But it's Alcove Gaming here for Zeus. Tactical sweep comes down. There's a Hextech ultimatum to try and buy him some space. It's a fantastic buffer of the hookshot. He's down to 50% as Snowflower's wrapping around. I thought that might have been the T1 support to come through, but it was not. It was the Nongshim support instead, as Faker takes down the outer turret bottom lane. But Nongshim, they want to take this Baron.
Absolutely. You can't allow T1 to crossplay, to cross map here. They've already picked up the bot side turret. Might get mid here as well.
All right, well,
or is it the area?
Yeah, might be a 50-50, but let's see whether Nongshim can keep Ona out of this pit. Carrier trying to be frustrating, and Snowflower's here. He's got a headbutt. I don't know what that was, but the Assault and Battery isn't going to get him into this one. Empress Divide's massive, though, as Dread wants to be able to take down the Baron, but he just can't do it. And Nongshim, they do have some healing here from BDD, who's able to stay alive for a long time, but it's the Vi that locks down the Baron. And Nongshim, they tried to throw the Hail Mary, but she slapped them in the face.
Yeah, I think you gotta, as Nongshim, unfortunately, they don't have the damage ready. I think Kana's Narbar was about to time out there, so he tries to go for a big play, doesn't actually get them. Those crucial seconds might have been enough. Could he have bought them, but he didn't. And now it is not only a soul point, which I think by itself would have been enough to spell the demise of Nongshim Red Force, but it's also a free Baron, which they'll take very gladly. And good showing, all things considered.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Not enough.
Yeah. We're going to have a look at this once again as the Drake does go down. So that is soul point now secured for T1. Zeus just trying to buy as much time as possible here. And Nongshim, I mean, it's just a great play from them, to be honest. Everything about this kind of working out, but in the end, execution around that Baron was the biggest problem.
Well, yeah, I think the core issue is that your Baron damage outside of, especially with Crown instead of Leandries and Seraphine, like your Baron damage is actually very low. As we see, it looks silly, and I think if Kana would have flashed, maybe that would have been enough, but his Gnar was timing out. T1's read is, okay, you spend this much time killing Zeus, we can get 2 turrets and still be in time for the collapse. And they're right.
Yeah.
They actually can. And yeah, if the execution from Kana's cleaner, if he flashes there and actually catches some people, that might have been the split second that they needed. But at that point, like, you get the Baron, and it's better, but I think you still get wiped. I don't think that part is ever going to be better as Snowflower.
Well, he does have his ult, but Ghost is already dead. Faker now making his way towards the enemy in a turret, and he will go down as well. That's going to be the trade. Can is also going to die, though, as Carrier looks for the grand entrance, but will not find it. Dread just trying to slink his way out of this one, just wants no part of it. And he is going to be given that. PDD now going to go home as he was just unable to really participate after the attempted teleport.
And unfortunately for Nongshim, now it's T1 with a Baron buff, knocking on multiple parts of their base.
Yeah, well, Dread is going to find another Cyclone. The Encore goes absolutely nowhere, but T1 are at least pushed away from this inhibitor turret. Okay.
Loved itemization here from Dread as well. I was hoping for the Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
You're in a position like this, as the Wukong opting into Cleaver gives you so much more skirmishing power. Obviously, it's really easy for you with the amount of damage that you have and your skill set up to stack that passive very, very quickly. As yeah, this is a rough one. The coordination just isn't quite there here for Nongshim, and BDD going for a flank. I appreciate the thought, but you are also Seraphine, and you're not a champion that really needs the flank to have value. On the contrary, generally, being behind or with the rest of your team is definitely preferable. So creative angle doesn't quite work out, and as a result now, T1 in complete control of the game, going to be able to choke out all the vision, and as mentioned, when you can't 5v5 with the Nongshim comp, which right now should not be a possibility whatsoever, it is, well, there's not a lot that you can do.
And Faker has a 4,000 gold lead over BDD right now.
Oh, yes.
Having a very good game on this Azir. Even if, you know, he did have to sacrifice himself in that last fight, he almost just killed solo 2 people in the backline and just made any sort of attempt to go for some sort of 5v5 straight up not work here on Nongshim's side. And yeah, setting up the mini ARAM as we look to siege down these inhibitor turrets. Even the Conquering Sands doing so much damage here as this Shadow Flame has been augmented by Rabbidan's death cap at 25 minutes in the game, on top of his Ludens that he'd already completed. This Azir is doing so much burst damage.
I do wonder what kind of painting would sit in a Shadow Frame.
A Shadow Frame?
Yeah.
Is it just the frame? I'm imagining like Resident Evil, you know, as you're walking down the hallway, the shadowy frames.
Yeah, the Shadow Frame. Like, it's
You don't know what's in there. That's the point. It's about the unknown, because that's the scariest thing ever. So there is actually, there is just nothing in a Shadow Frame.
Nothingness is horrifying.
It is. It absolutely is. As Faker's going to Empress Divide. Kanna almost dies, just walking up towards this Azir and taking a few auto attacks. So Kanna is not going to do that again, I don't think.
Well, maybe with his buddies, but not alone, no.
Yeah, he's done a lot of damage too. I think Faker might pick up a POG, as Owner has found Dread. In goes Carrier. There's a fantastic Grand Entrance, as Dread just can't be tricky. There's the Hextech Ultimatum as well, as Zeus tries to keep it up for as long as possible, and Faker is going to be able to pick up the kill here. Snowflower might be the second one on the menu, as Owner is just dancing around. And Snowflower will at least survive for the moment. T1 going to be focusing on finally breaking open this base. It's been a little bit difficult to do with the relatively lower range that a Civic Comp does provide you. Still, Ghost takes just randomly almost his entire health bar of damage, I think from like ricochets and things like that. Yeah. And Zeus and Faker are going to be able to take this turret down as well. The War of Attrition officially has now been won by T1. 15 seconds on the Baron. And we'll see whether T1 just head on over there and look to lock that one down after a reset. And potentially, by potentially I mean and definitely, this Hextech Soul that is now getting taken down.
Not a lot remains for Nongshim Red Force. The early game,
Hail Mary Baron.
Couple of great moments. What about Hail Mary Baron 2?
Yeah.
As Owner unfortunately falls prey, even the best of us sometimes have an oopsie as he uses his ultimate on the clone. And there we go! Hail Mary Baron 2!
And Faker on an amazing flank angle right here is, this is real difficult times. Carrier's going to rotate over, Zeus finds the tactical sweep onto Snowflower, and Faker gets the flash! Ghost immediately does go golden as Faker's going to do exactly the same thing, but Ghost will not survive any longer than that. Faker might go down, but he's done his job, and actually, he will not. It's a triple kill for Gumayusi. Make that one a quadra, as now Snowflower is doing his best to deny the second penta for Gumayusi this season. Owner might be able to set this one up, as the blast cone is going to be there. And yep, you can see that Gumayushi's chasing after this one, but Snowflower has the Nexus on his mind. He wants to get to those turrets, and it is going to be the penta denied. The ace does come through, though, and T1 will be taking game one very comfortably.
And it was a fun ride, all things considered, Atlas. We had some resurgence from Nongshim Red Force, but you do see the difference between these two teams come in the moment that the objectives start getting called. And overall, a overpowering performance from Faker's Azir, combined with, it always must be mentioned, just the general map pressure that T1 is able to generate in every single lane that is unmatchable for Nongshim Red Force.
And an absolutely beautiful red side draft as well that I don't think that we've really commented on enough. T1 had been struggling on the red side in other matches. This time around, though, really making themselves a very nice composition. I think the rise of Siva has certainly helped out on that front, with the fact that the bottom lane is now less of a what happens in the draft dictates who wins.
Atlas, it's just Jinx with instead of range, you got a boomerang, which ricochets, which gives you range. No biggie.
Yeah, hit the back line by hitting
yeah.
the front line. I absolutely love it. I was brought up in the Sivir meta, so this is it's been a pretty comfortable transition back. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh, 2015 EDG. I can just do that again. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, Nongshim, I think their early game was a lot better than we were expecting. I think that the early Wukong pick as well actually paid off for Dread. They made that Baron flip, you could say, but I actually really enjoyed the fact that they went for it, because if they get that, if T1 aren't able to rotate quickly enough, then sometimes you do manage to win the game. And you can see there was a little blemish there for T1, but they righted the ship very quickly.
And individual performance from Dread, wonderful this game, but it's not enough to have one individual performances. As a team, you need to actually get more done, you need to get more objectives, you need to get more fights in your favor, and that unfortunately not going to be the case, as T1 takes a decisive Game 1 victory.
Absolutely. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, it is going to be the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space and game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
소공은 상거리다. 위에 걸었어.
앞에부터 봐줘, 앞에.
앞에 높은 거 같아. 위에도 좀 봐줘. 위에 아지를
펜타 가겠네.
살림만 해.
펜타 가겠네.
펜타 줘봐. 펜타 줘봐.
와봐.
나 끝내러 가.
빨리 줘.
나머지는 끝내러 가자.
어딨냐? 어디 있어? 가봐.
애장면 어디서 볼 거 같은데?
줘봐. 매너 해봐, 매너.
얘 모빌 끊겨.
올 수 있어? 할 수 있는데. 안 끝날 것 같은데?
오늘은 실수하지 말아봅시다.
나보자.
꼼꼼하게.
가보자, 우리. 그래도 연습 열심히 했으니까.
싸움보다 싸움.
나 일로 갈게 나도.
싸움 봐 싸움.
뽀삐 너플.
앞에 노플이네. 앞에부터.
그에
앞에
고맙다.
앞에 물었어.
그에 노구야 그에 노구.
야, 아지르스턴. 빼면다. 이거 앞에 지켜. 이거 지켜줘. 뒤에 봐줘.
구엔 먼저. 잡았어. 넘을게.
가다.
아지르 노플.
나이스.
쌍박 봐야 돼.
버스. 아지리 W 이렇게 받았다.
앞에 막았어. 앞에부터. 탈진.
했어.
위에 11. 11을 볼게. 미드 라인 가면 끝난다, 얘들아.
미드 가면 끝날 것
나이스. 좋았다, 얘들아.
이거지.
이거야, 우리야.
이거 하고 싶었다고.
자, 여기 다시 볼 수 있고. 볼게. 세라핀 노플. 야, 좋아.
제리.
룰루 노플.
가자. 가자고 미울지. 나이스.
간다. 11을 궁켜봐. 트럼프 높을.
나를 뒤. 나를 매가.
나를 괜찮아.
야, 나 디테일 아니다.
찍어도 돼. 창도야, 찍어도 찍어볼게, 그냥.
야, 가자. 잡았어.
제리.
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 노플.
나이스.
어디야?
어디에요? 여기에요?
1등이 여기야?
1등 여기에요?
1등
어디에요?
여기야?
어디에요? 여기에요?
뭐했노?
친한가 본데, 너랑?
뭐했어?
몰라, 누구랑 인사했어.
렌즈
왜 이렇게 친해졌는데?
개팔라고.
오케이, 해볼까요? 얘네 우리 위치 직관 줄 알 거야. 오케이, 나 거리 3초 뒤. 남이 본다 남이.
정원 빠졌어.
남이 노플.
다루클.
남이. 앞에 먹어.
앞에 먹어. 민영이 많이 먹고.
먹었어.
천천히 와볼래?
빼볼게. 얘네 오겠다.
해봐. 아이고 그냥 얻었네. 실수.
자, 잊어볼래?
나 가볼게. 야, 끝까지 간다.
나이스.
얘네가 밀고 나올 거고 그냥 끌 생각도 해볼게. 한번 봐줄래 한번? 한번 봐줄래 그냥?
보자.
봤어. 야, 빼면서 앞에.
앞에
나이스. 야, 잡아. 앞에.
욕 먹고 바론. 얘들아 욕 먹고 바론. 이거 끝낼 생각해도 될 것 같은데? 야 보온파 한번 빼줄게. 이번에 붕 쓸게. 보온파 빠졌고. 야 아래 파부터.
룰루 잡았어. 나이스. 빼면서.
앞에.
잡았어. 나이스.
나이스. 전체 콩테스트 가야지.
아직 안 끝났어.
게이밍 헤어 정착했다.
잘해보자. 화이팅.
파이팅. 룰루 줘.
제리 볼게.
제리.
지렸다. 좀 잘했네.
나 풀러 넘어갈게 얘들아.
대시 빠졌거든?
갈게.
잡았다.
나올만하다.
찾아볼게.
둘 다 프리스 왕호야. 나 소드 있으니까 몸 집어넣어도 되고.
나이스.
어이.
야, 스모탄 보자.
한번
보자.
보자.
아직. 괜찮아. 보면서. 트런들.
이거 안 좋긴 해. 아이고 소리.
제리 노플.
무거워 이 자식아. 빼자.
뒤에 노려야겠다.
지금 돼?
나 괜찮아. 나 봐줄래?
제리.
가보면
나 제리 이뻐졌다. 노플.
나 날라갔다.
아지를 날렸어.
야, 이거.
가보자. 남이 노플. 덕주.
나야, 이게 나야.
애들 깨면서.
괜찮아.
오케이. 제리 봐야 돼.
끝낼래?
나 스킬이 없는데. 끝내는 게 좋아 보이는데.
끝냈다. 나이스.
Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf today, and that was a game that T1 was eventually able to take. It started off a little bit shaky, but they did get there in the end. What did you think about this draft, Wolf?
I think it was a draft where Dread could excel on the Wukong, and he had a phenomenal performance on it. Got 4 kills in the early game, but otherwise this draft for Nongshim is so complex to pull off, and it's very binary around its Cyclone setups, Gnar engages, and of course the Seraphine ultimate. So you have to have all 3 of these parts working together well for the Aphelios to excel. And I think Nongshim is a team we've seen try these compositions before. We've seen BDD on the Seraphine before. Hasn't worked out. I think that for me, I was hopeful that maybe Nongshim would be able to win some front-to-back team fights here in the later parts. Unfortunately, T1 broke their backs on that Baron fight. The Camille, not really a huge factor in this game, was all about the Azir.
Yeah, the Camille, a pretty interesting pick. I think they're on R5. I'm not really 100% on that one. I think there were some other options that he could have gone for just to bolster their engage, but it did add, obviously, some really nice backline access. Just in terms of the draft, as you were saying, I think we didn't really see the full extent of what they were trying to get done with this Camille, but it happened in the end, at least the T1 victory, so we can jump into a highlight number 1, which was essentially the first fight here. This was over the Rift Herald, and this one actually went the way of Nongshim.
Yeah, so Nongshim start Herald up first, and T1 are fairly split here. Dread has a really nice flash Cyclone, and you can't spell shield really you can't spell shield your way through this one as Guma. So he's picked off. Zeus is trying to hold on to the Herald here, and Nongshim win a very decisive team fight here, despite the fact that T1's composition on paper should be much stronger at this moment. They just set up for the objective a lot better, and I think the attitude for T1 in this first game was kind of like, I think we're just the better team. We could kind of casually approach these team fights, and we will win out through our mechanics. In this very first fight of the 2 major fights we had this game, they absolutely did not. But grabbing Herald, getting a lot of extra gold, the cross-map plays they did before that meant they had a pretty massive gold lead before that fight even broke out. Faker was massively ahead, so they were able to recover, but we did want to highlight one stumble there and a great proactive play from Dread.
You know, it's pretty nice to see. You know, you can kind of see the pieces of the puzzle there for Nongshim, what they were trying to do at least. And in a front to back where your Aphelios is safe, your ultimates are hitting, you have backline access, that feels pretty good. I think that, you know, T1, as you mentioned, kind of a bit all over the place in that one, and maybe taking it a little bit for granted. They used to do this all the time in spring. They'd just go in, no matter the comp, they would stomp you on the Rift Herald when it was all about the Rift Herald. By the way, sneak peek, probably next week and the week after that will be all about the Rift Herald. At least that's what we're expecting here at the LCK, so maybe T1 will return to that kind of play style. But yeah, there was a little bit of a stumble, but after that fight, the gold lead was even, so it wasn't like T1 got massively behind. There were still those early kills for the side of T1. And we can go into highlight number 2 now, which is essentially T1 saying, well, you tried to push your lead, but you went a little bit too far.
It's basically the same type of fight as the previous one, except the engage is much better this time for T1. It's the Rift Herald into Baron, where Nongshim have the better setup. They're here first, and they're trying to burst this one down. But they don't have a really great turn in this team fight unless the Narbar is perfectly set up and the Seraphine ult is good. And Aphelios hasn't hit his item spikes yet at this moment. It's a very early Baron take attempt, and T1 just have better items at this stage. They also made cross-map plays before this happened and still knew they had just enough time, as Kronko was pointing out, to come over and deny Baron. At this moment in time, they take full control of the map. They had Soul Point right afterwards, and there was just no coming back for Nongshim.
Yeah, the gold difference graph was a sight to behold. It was a plummet after that one, and after that fight, Faker was like 4,000 gold ahead of BDD. It was ridiculous, and he eventually just went on to slap everybody with his soldiers, even when Nongshim tried to pull off some flanks and stuff like this. Faker's like, no, I'm just gonna kill that guy. Went for the full damage Azir build, which I actually do like these full damage builds from some of our control mages.
Yeah, I mean, Azir is so multifaceted in that he can peel against the Wukong, against the Gnar, but also if he's given an opportunity to have that much of a lead, he could just instantly blow up the Aphelios, which we wanted to maybe grab a highlight of him just deleting Ghost on the bottom side of the map, as you were mentioning, but there's only so much time here on the desk.
Yeah, certainly was eventually a pretty dominant win for the side of T1, but, you know, I think going back to what T1 was really strong at in spring, I think if they are preparing for 12-14 at least, they need to be ready to really smooth out those early games for sure.
Yeah, I do think they showed a little bit of a lack of disrespect towards the hard engage that Nongshim have. Nongshim played super well around punishing Zeus, who is playing a matchup where he should have control, but when he's left out to dry by owner, he was punished there on the top side several times. I think Nongshim knew exactly how they wanted to find their win conditions, and despite taking the L here in game 1, it was an impressive start.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely a good look for Nongshim, but T1 get the win. Who gets the win of the POG on the side of T1? It will be the big man himself in the mid lane, Faker, with his 5th one of the season.
Just had a really consistent game. There were some hiccups again around that first fight, but beyond that, he hit big Emperor's Divides, did a lot of consistent damage, almost hits 1,000 DPM in this very short game. And I mean, Faker dominates the critical fights the most, and he has the items to back it up. Like, he just outshined Gumusi this game, he outshined Owner, Zeus again on this Camille. Did a lot in terms of lockdown and had some extra peel in these fights, but the game wasn't really about anybody but Faker in team fights. Like, it felt like a one-man show.
Yeah, taking a look at the votes here, we had 3 votes for Owner.
Reasonable, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Nobody else got any votes, so as you were mentioning, definitely a little bit outshined were the other members on the side of T1. But that's going to do it for this part of the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, I kind of respect the Smite votes, you know, because that Baron going over to T1 was the reason they won the game, I guess. Well, the reason they won the game so early. But Faker definitely. Most of me was expecting the 13 out of 13, but only getting a smattering of votes makes a bit of sense. It means now T1 have 3 members of the team on 500 points. Owner and Gumushi both already there, and Faker will now join them, with Zeus, of course, sitting at 1,100, and Carrier, I think, has a couple of votes there as well, sitting on 200 points.
Yeah, it's been a fairly muted season in general for supports. I think the
Yeah.
durability patch making a big difference there has, of course, reduced a large amount of the agency that we have seen with things like Nautilus and Leona both really taking a hit in terms of assassination potential, which, for the record, I think is good. I wasn't the biggest fan of Nautilus go kill, hit someone and they immediately die. But it's a league-wide trend, not something that is exclusive to T1.
No, exactly.
And it's okay. There's still another match to try and get those precious POG points. Most notably, of course, for Zeus, because he's trying to keep his first place, and continuously people are trying to take over those pesky 80 carries.
Yeah, exactly.
With their Zeri Gaming.
This Zeri Gaming must be stopped. It must be stopped. Let's see whether Nongshim are going to be able to stop it or whether T1 will stop it
Pick
here
was
in the
just
draft as we
ignored.
hop into game number 2.
In game 1 as well.
Yeah.
It's made for the draft, no biggie. Makes sense as well, considering the setups that we had, and I wouldn't be surprised if exactly the same thing happens here.
Well, Callista going to be the second ban here from Nongshim, much like it was in game number 1. Poppy the second ban. So Yuumi is still available, which could raise some eyebrows. Wukong actually going to be banned here. Was, of course, the first pick from Nongshim and was also a fantastic pick for Dread. But they are going to go for a different angle this time around, and we'll see what Nongshim are going to lock away here.
Azir B1.
Oh, Sivir, okay.
Sivir. Well, remember when Zeri was ignored in the previous game?
It's possibly going to happen again. We'll see what the answer to the Sivir is here, because of course, Zeri does do well in lane against the Sivir, but
yeah,
maybe there's like a Jinx angle here, because Jinx was the classic counterpick to the Sivir.
I think it's Azir Zeri. I think they're handshaking.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That makes me a little bit sad.
It was nice not having to watch Zeri.
I didn't want to have
all over again.
I didn't want to have the certification onus to be on us, you know, because we like to rely on Wolf to certify the Zeri moments.
I'm not a certifier. I'm not doing it.
Well, like, we don't even have the phone number. Wolf was on the phone to them yesterday, and I don't even have the number. He didn't even share it with us. So Vi's going to be locked in here for Nongshim. Dread's going to lock that one away. BDD thinking about giving the Sylas another go, and he will do so. Into the Azir, definitely a good Sylas angle, but BDD has, this season, not been super hot on the Sylas.
Just in general, Nongshim have been completely ignoring this pick for the most part. Either banning it or letting go. But it is an incredible matchup into the Azir. A lot less all-in than something like the Akali, but seen this one before, Atlas. You might look at that 50% win rate and go,
yeah, that's not owner's win rate.
At least not in the Western States. And I'd agree with you. I don't think the champion right now is particularly good. I also don't think it matters. When it's owner piloting it, he is right now the only one in the LCK that has the I'm allowed to play Lee Sin card because his champion scales exponentially with player skill. And if you play it well enough, it scales indefinitely because of the amount of playmaking potential that the ultimate has.
Yeah.
And owner has shown time and time again that although he gets a little funky sometimes with the cues he takes, when the push comes to shove, he's always more than ready to put the team on his back, as no supports have been picked up yet. So as a result, just a complete amount of bans going that way. Expect the Alistar ban here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that will be a easy R4 here for T1, with them both getting a counter pick for Zeus, provided that it's not Lee top, but it's not Rascal, so I don't expect to see that coming in. But no, going to be the Rakan instead, so... Okay.
Whoa! All right. Well, that is a Renekton, and that has already been locked in here, of course. Kana can pick anything into it if he wants to. I mean, Gwen's available, so theoretically they could go for a bit of a Gwen angle here. I wouldn't mind Gwen Tahm Kench for Nongshim if they'd like to. But Renata Glask also still available. Snowflower hasn't necessarily found too much success on this champion.
Azir Renekton, Atlas.
Good old
it will haunt me
Azir Renekton
until the end of time. As
this is like actually last year's Gen G composition, just happening with a brand new
instead of
champion
Jinx, it's Zeri.
Yeah,
that's the only swap out.
Absolutely. I respect it.
Yeah, Gragas has been one of the more reliable counters into the Renekton. And of course, we have seen the Renekton have just an immense amount of presence regardless in the early skirmishes. It's not a pick that you pick just for lane, and I'd expect T1 to go in a very aggressive direction. Ornn also great into Renekton. Matchup that works very differently as opposed to the Gragas that I think can actually push back a little bit more reliably and deal with the Renekton very well in terms of getting him out of team fights in the later stage of the game. Ornn is Ornn. Like, we know what the champion does. We've seen it countless times. And overall, Nongshim with a nice front-to-back composition. Do think the Vi and the Sylas give you some mid 2v2 power, but is a lot harder to, I think, reliably get a big impact out of them. As Keria sees Renata and says, I can punish an Enchanter.
Yeah.
No problem. And Zeri is already fast enough. I don't want to see the limits to which speed will go in this one.
And also, Vi can very reliably get on top of Zeri.
Yeah.
But can Vi very reliably get on top of Zeri twice? That's the question.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case.
That's going to be difficult. I think that we're going to be relying on Sylas to potentially allow Sivir to do the same thing. Of course, Chrono Shift can be picked up by BDD if he somehow manages to make that one work. Of course, Emperor's Divide will be the priority here for the Sylas. This is basically BDD being able to play his best champion as well as Sylas at the same time in this composition. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to find some redemption here, because his Sylas, when it first came out, it was sort of a one and done, and he was like, this did not work for us whatsoever. I'm looking forward to seeing whether he can find some redemption on the pick.
I love that.
That's
I
fantastic.
just want to highlight the amazingly styled owner lease in there. As overall, I personally am happy to see all these Nongshim fans supporting their teams.
So many Ghost fans as well, which I think is really, really nice. A lot of goos going on there. Just goo everywhere. As Nongshim, nice composition. Not a lot of range, but they don't necessarily need it. They've got Renata Glass. And of course, on the other side of the Rift, not exactly a range problem that they're running into here, outside of the fact that Emperor's Divide can help keep people at arm's length. But T1 looking like a very standard draft as we move towards game number 2. Let's hop in, see whether T1 can bring us to a 2-0 or whether Nongshim can fight back. My God, that is a very, very loud crowd here in Lol Park. Of course, pretty understandable, but it sounded to me like some people in the Nongshim seats are actually T1 fans.
Yeah.
Wow.
Weird how that goes.
Who would have thought?
Shocker. Again, we're learning so much today, Atlas.
Yeah.
I thought coming in that we were going to be just kind of out of it. And we still are, but we're also learning stuff. So
we are.
It makes it a little bit better.
Learning all sorts of things. Like T1 has a lot of fans.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Renekton's likes Renekton. Yeah, exactly. You were talking about this, and Renekton was locked in blind, and you mentioned that Gragas is a pretty good counter pick, and then he switched over to Ornn and said that's a pretty good pick into the Renekton as well.
Is, yeah.
That's sort of pointing out to me that maybe Renekton isn't necessarily all that blindable.
Well, I actually think that's a very interesting conversation when we talk about the Renekton, because we have seen without a shadow of a doubt that like Renekton doesn't need to stomp lane to be useful. If he does stomp lane, he is similar to champions like Aatrox that then just completely 1v9 the game for the first 20 to 30 minutes. But the real power of the champion comes around the early skirmishes, and I think T1 is going to opt very heavily into those. And the on-demand lockdown, which enables Owner, which enables Faker, is something that's always going to be good. And in addition to that, I think Zeus is one of our best players, not just because of his great hands, but also because he identifies very, very accurately what is my job in any given situation. So when he's fed, he carries, but when he's not fed, in case his Renekton is just a relatively uneventful crocodile that doesn't really get that much done, he will still have, albeit somewhat subpar, job as a peel machine for Gumayushi. Maybe he just makes sure that Faker can get some big shuffles in by going into the enemy backline, popping a spell shield and making sure that Ghost doesn't get out scot-free. So excited to see what we'll end up getting for this Renaxen. But as mentioned, I do think when it comes to purely the 1v1, Ornn with Grasp has been very good into this pick for a long amount of time. Can actually trade very well into the Renaxen, and don't expect it to change. Although there are some builds, of course, we have seen. Oh, Dread, I'm liking this.
Yeah, wrapping around. Vault Breaker does come through. Gets the auto reset here as Ona connects a Q, but I don't think he's winning this fight. There it is. Dread had the auto attack already primed, and he solo kills Ona in his jungle. All right, well, as you can see, Ona hasn't had too much trouble in this matchup in the past. He's been the only Lee Sin to be able to actually take down the Vi. But he's going to have to do that after being first-blooded. And what happened to Dread today? He is playing so well.
Well, that's Dread also not even connecting his Q onto Ona.
Yeah, the Vault Breaker damage wasn't there.
No. And he still pummeled it. How is Vi? That's kind of her thing. But I'm very pleasantly surprised. Very, very proactive early game here from Dread. Owner now tasked with the unfortunate job of trying to take Scuttle when you're a jungler that doesn't have CC. So gonna take a little bit more time on that one. And the acceleration of Dread was a big part of why the early game in the previous game was in favor of Nongshim. And now Owner is, I think, possibly looking to return the favor, but he's down a level and he's sitting on a longsword, whereas Dread has a Caulfield. Dread's gonna spot him, and Owner's like, no, I don't want anything to do with this. This is not a good time for me.
Well, Zeus looking for some CC here, as does know that the Vi is in the area. Just cleared out that control ward, of course. And Dread will just get a control ward of his own, place it down here in this brush.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, Zeus, you have to be careful. That's a flash forward here from Canna. The Brittle is going to get procced, and is this just another kill? Dread picks up his second of the game, and Zeus, a very rare, huge overextension.
Because generally what happens is the jungler walks in, places the control ward, and then pieces out.
나 싸운다. 싸울게.
But they didn't do that. Dread just was like, I'm calling your bluff.
Yeah.
Walks
Okay.
around, takes him down.
잡았어.
Just chilling.
Not impressed whatsoever, as here, really nice as well the setup from Kana, making sure that prime it beautifully, right? Like you get the Brittle proc, and as a result, he's locked in.
Yeah.
He's CC'd, so it's an easy follow-up for Dread. And I think Zay is there, like flashing doesn't really get you anything because Dread also still has a slash available, and you still die, so might as well try to keep that one alive for a skirmish that without a shadow of a doubt is going to come through. And Dread,
This is the Dread that we thought we'd see all year.
Yeah.
And now, with only a week or so to go, he finally shows up in 2022. Maybe 2023 is where we're going to see the real Dread for the entire year, which would be a brilliant time. Zona comes on over yet again. Don't know whether he really wants this, but Carrier is in the area. That rhyme, pretty cute. Extender Beam not going to do all that much damage as Dread tries to find the Vault Breaker, but does not get it.
Yeah, actually taking a camp in a scenario where you're not actually killing the Lee is basically impossible to be executed as keep. So nicely done there. But regardless, it's huge wins for Nongshim across the board because they're going to get themselves an early break again. And overall, they're actually playing towards Dread's leads. And it's really interesting in a split where junglers have mostly been relegated to being extensions of the bot lane for the largest part. We have seen some carry jungle performances. Canyon's Carthus comes to mind, but overall, it's been Trundle, it's been Lee, it's been Vi, it's been so much Wukong and Viego.
And Poppy, yeah.
Yeah, and all things considered, those champions are generally more about either the cleanup or the setup. Set up the rest of the team, make sure that they can perform. So seeing Dread get an early lead, rapidly accelerate towards that Campang Chainsword. So having a really good time is really cool.
Yeah.
Gonna echo the caveat again. That,
in there.
Yeah,
It's
a bit of unfortunately not actually able to get one of which
Cannons.
it's
a rough time.
You want the cannon.
Oh, okay. No, never mind. Bella's Breath is going to secure it there. I didn't see the hammer come down from the blacksmith, so I was a little bit worried there for Canna, but breathing fire is going to be a reliable way of destroying minions. As Dread, once again on the hunt for Owner, and BDD is going to be here to back him up as well, as he's got that shove, so this is going to be a red buff that does belong to Dread. Gumayusi to come on through here, but he gets his hand shook, and gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way of this one. Now Zeus is rotating over. It's a nice kickback. Faker's here as well, and Dread just gonna get taken down. I don't know how that positioning ended up happening, but going to get caught.
And that right there is some of the power that you will still have, even in a scenario where you get put behind early. Because while the 1v1 very firmly in favor of Dread, 2v2, especially post 6, a lot rougher. As now Kana and BDD are still pressuring here. I don't think they should.
Yeah, can't do anything. No smites available or anything like that. So this is belonging to T1.
And this is very much unlike what we've seen from Nongshim, where individual performances can be great, but Dread being that deep without actually having BDD there, or knowing that Zeus has already rotated so far ahead of Kana, is much more in line with what we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
As, BDD walks over, but then decides the better of it, and they seem to be unaware of the crocodile that's on its way. And this is, of course, the power, as we see. Owner knocks him over, and then Zeus, who has already Dominus to make sure that he actually has the Rage available to lock down the Vi. Pex gets the clean kill, and also on bot lane, which we didn't really cover, Gumayusi gets the back cancel off. But then as was, he's gonna at the very least get the ultimate here, which is nice. But then is forced to flash, ghost, and Carry has to use heal. So costly investment, but in the end not going to be enough, as this is... that might as well be 7-0.
It might as well. Chovy is... I mean, we witnessed that game. That was an actually insane performance that Chovy put down. Of course, Gen G, sometimes it's not about the mid lane matchup, and so therefore that's possibly what went on as well. Only going to rotate over though, and his Lee Sin, even though he got solo killed at like level 2, I'm still a little bit scared here for Nongshim.
Yeah, no, definitely. Keep that fear.
Yeah. That's one of those things, you know. Dread going to pop on over, spots the fact that the Lee Sin is here. Snowflower's rotating up though. Carrier's going to have to speed his way out. Will be able to do so, but BDD, no control of this mid lane. Faker able to keep pushing this one in. And so nothing doing here on the side of Nongshim. We want to see whether they can actually find themselves a team fight though, Chronicler, because I think that with the way that Dread has been accelerated and with the fact that they have Ornn, there is a lot of opportunity for really fun team fighting here from Nongshim. Yeah,
I also think that despite having Sivir, Sylas and Ornn, overall, the value of a Zillion in this comp is so astronomical. Like, I really can't highlight enough that the amount of damage that Gumayusi is going to be able to do in the late game due to having a Zillion, not even to talk about Faker, who presumably will also be doing a lot of peeling duties, is very, very disheartening with, I think, how a lot of the Nongshim wins have played out. I think that if this was a different draft where you can actually lock down Guma and take him down, with Dread and BDD as dive buddies, and then Ghost can provide the reliable backline damage, it looks a lot better. But now, I don't know if you're comfortable going into the late game, even with how much power you have in terms of general draft, just because of... I've seen what Zeri can do, and we haven't seen, if I'm not mistaken, Zeri and Zillion yet.
No, I don't think
Which
so.
I think especially in Korean is probably... There's a great name for that.
Zerillion.
There you go.
It sounds like either a J.R.R. Tolkien book or a rock.
Why not both?
That's true.
Yeah. Maybe
perhaps.
it's a book named after a rock.
Yeah.
But
elven lore or something like that.
But it's bad to face. I don't think it'll be particularly fun. And for Nongshim, I would love to see them really going hard, because if they do get a substantial lead, I think the T1 comp is so hard to play as...
All right, Carrier is going to get hit by that chain. Actually looked like he was out of it, but going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Heal actually utilized as well, as the Rift Herald going to get a charge. All the money goes to Owner. And I think in this stage, after the rough early game that he had, then this is actually going to really help him out as far as his ability to get back on the horse. And of course, he doesn't really need a whole lot of help there. He's Owner. and he's playing Lee Sin, so he couldn't be more comfortable.
Yeah,
in
also,
this scenario.
yeah, in terms of CS, he'd still remain on parity thanks to also the help of his team.
Yeah.
And picks up 1 kill, so not too far behind.
He might pick up a second one as well, as the Q is going to connect there onto Snowflower. There is the hostile takeover. That is going to be used defensively, and so now won't have that for any upcoming team fights that are going to occur. Thankfully for Nongshim, it's about a minute and a half before the next potential battle is going to be upon us. And they might be gifted a crocodile that is moving towards this one, just standing outside of it. He knew what was up. And you mentioned
this is what
Zayas' game sense. Yeah.
He knows. He knows. Doesn't fall for these. And also want to highlight his build is a great choice here. Blade the Rune King, obviously a very strong item in general. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the Sunfire second. Of course, that interaction getting nerfed on the next patch, but still playing our final day of 12-13. So has a lot of power in that regard. Also, you have so much AD damage with Guma and Owner as well that I think like Blade the Rune King, Cleaver, trying to go for a kind of off-tanky bruiser with a lot of setup for the rest of your team.
Yep.
Make sure that the armor on the enemy team gets shredded through a little bit earlier is a really nice way to still provide a lot of value in the later stage of the game.
I think Renekton might even still be building, Sunfire in the next patch as well,
after,
just because of the bonus health.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Could certainly be still a possibility. However, that we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. That's not going to be now. That's going to be next week. We move 12-14 as BDD trying to get into position here against Keria, who just explodes. Doesn't even ult himself. Not going to be able to do so here as Ghost not going to have his spell shield procced, but not going to die as well. So that is just a pick. And the first, and the third kill, sorry, for Nongshim. As Snowfire taking a bit of damage here from Faker. BDD off to the side. Handshake not going to land here as there's the assault and batteries. Faker just goes a million miles underneath his turret. Emperor's Divide is going to get a flash out of Dread as well as BDD looks to try and get in there. There's an Emperor's Divide back to the Azir, and BDD will pick up the kill. Some revenge, some catharsis for the Nongshim mid laner.
BDD has made a million of those plays this time around, though. He is on Silas. Doesn't matter, you already highlighted it during the draft as we are flashing left and right. First Snowflower, and then the entire chain of events gets set off where everyone flashes for this, and then the ultimates come through. Love to get a replay of that. Really, really fun sequence of events with a couple of oopsies on both sides. And overall, will be a trade that is favorable for Nongshim.
Yeah.
Them picking up, of course, Keria. Downside of Zillion is that he is monstrously squishy, and if you get caught, you just kind of die. So Guma feeling safe.
Of course, Keria not ideally going to be in a position where he ults himself, as there's the Ornhorn. Okay, Keria, I don't know how you managed to get around that, as the rock is going to be placed there with the Mountain Rift, and it's Ornn that picks up the kill on the Zillion. Now Gumayushi going to get the same treatment. He just explodes as BDD ults him with his own ultimate. And now Ghost is looking to break down this outer turret in the mid lane. BDD going to teleport back towards that bottom lane as well to stop Faker from making the cross-map play. And now Zayas, I don't think he's going to be able to get over here. Vault Breaker going to have to be respected as Dread charges it to infinity. And now BDD actually trying to catch Faker, but he's not going to be seen. Scryer's Orb going to pick up the information there, and Faker is still actually trying to fight it out against BDD, but he does have Shifting Sands as well as an Arise, so he's going to be absolutely fine. And Nongshim continuing to rack up the advantages.
Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, Atlas. You can't stay that far forward. At first we get the fun events where Keria saves his ult for the next play, where he also doesn't use it. And here, Snowflower goes in. Doesn't hit the handshake, but it's about the message. And then Faker goes all the way underneath the turret. Really nice flash from Dread there. And then, crucially, T1 feel like they have the edge. Then BDD with some beautiful chains. Turns out he doesn't need to play Azir to hit the big Azir ultimates. And then this is what I'm talking about. You feel so safe here because of the amount of mobility that you have, and you have a Zillion ult as well. But these are the fights that I think Nongshim should be looking for. Loving that they're playing it so proactively at this point in time, because again, if T1 just gets to the later stage of the game, I think the game is going to be much harder for you to play out, although still possible. But hitting them this hard, where just like in the previous game, T1 in mid-game, they have a tendency to just kind of take it a little bit easier. And
limit testing,
Nongshim
right?
is not landing them.
No, and BDD having a much better game on the Silas this time around. 2-0-1. on this pick. He only, I believe, tried it one time, and it went so poorly for Nongshim that they have never really gone back to it. But this is looking so much better. BDD obviously putting in a lot of time onto that one as Carrier just runs really quickly. Well, floats really quickly on the Zillion. So very difficult to lock him down. I think that Canna might rethink trying to hit him next time around.
He got heal.
Yeah, there we go.
Worst of traits.
Ships in the night. Canna and Zeus will pass each other by.
Oh my, he's gonna, Zeus is doing it. That's a, he's not going Sunfire, Atlas.
Wow, is this the classic mid laner?
That's a Prowler's Claw. Oh yeah,
claw build?
yeah. That's Blade Ringing Prowler's Claw that's coming through there.
You'll
so
love
that
to see it.
Really changes, I think, how the T1 composition is expected to play out. Because instead now, oh, they're diving.
All right, there's some chains. There's some more chains. As BDD coming
Look
on
at
over.
Dread.
That is a preemptive ulti as Dread has Assault and Battery. So now Faker, without the ult, he's real dead. Dread's going to pick that one up. Denting Blow's going to allow that one to come through. And now Nongshim with a man advantage on the map. They're looking to take down Shirley. They might be able to deny this one. Great handshake there from Snowflower to make sure that Shirley's not going to be doing anything, and Gumayushi not able to offer enough damage back. Doesn't even have Phantom Dancer yet. Does want to get to Infinity Edge before he's really going to be doing much of anything. And Zeus back towards this bottom lane to try and get something here.
I'm loving the play from Nongshim here. One of the things that makes T1 so oppressive to play against, that made him so good, is hold that thought.
Yeah, Gumayushi Extendo Beam gets the flash out of Canna. The ulti comes through here as well. Can they finish off the dive is the question, and the answer's no, because he just walks his way out. Ona trying to find himself a kick play, but he doesn't quite get there. As there's the chrono shift used by Carrier finally. Empress Divide comes through from BDD, and Faker was trying to get on top of him, but the bomb's not enough damage to take down BDD. And Nongshim, they keep everyone alive. Yes, the inner turret falls down. Theoretically, it's actually a lost trade, but man, it looked really cool from Nongshim.
Keeping it close here, Atlas.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Overall, gold lead still very, very, very close to one another. Obviously, a slight one for Nongshim, but I'm kind of baffled that with 7 kills.
Yeah, I feel like they
One.
should be winning by like more than nothing.
Yes.
But it's like 700 gold, which is approximately nothing.
Yeah. A large part of that, of course, is the amount of gold that that Zeus has been able to pick up over Kana. So bounty that came through on Dread earlier on. But what I'm loving here from Nongshim is that they're actually utilizing the power of Sylas and Vi in side lanes, where unlike in the previous game where it was Seraphine and like side laning basically doesn't exist, especially when Sylas gets ahead, it becomes very hard to play out reliably for the Azir. And if you also add the lockdown of Dread, and the fact that T1 has a tendency to always shove lanes, and that's what you saw happen there as well, right?
Yeah.
If we get a replay of it, take note of how lit up in blue that topside jungle is the moment that play comes through. Nongshim knows that even though T1 loves shoving in multiple lanes as Ghost, you are not Zeri.
This is danger times.
Okay, he's fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
I'm going to be Jet Set radioing as BDD is going to find Zeus. This is not close, even in the slightest little bit at all. What? Wow. Okay. Zeus is a handbag.
Yeah. Side laning, as I mentioned, not really an option.
Was Zeus on like 10% health when that started?
No, he didn't have Dominus. And also BDD has 2 items, and he has 1.5.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I don't know what the level lead was, but I assume it was...
it looked a little bit one-sided there.
It was, Atlas.
It did look a bit like that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Whoa. I think I need more sleep if I'm going to be able to comprehend the things that happened.
So they were even?
About even, yeah.
Okay.
Let's check out the... Okay, here it is. Okay, so we're
yeah,
going to
look
go
at this.
all the way back.
Oh.
We've got about 4 replays to get through here, ladies and gentlemen. You'll have to bear with us.
Yeah, this is amazing. You also see T1 immediately recognizes that Faker is dead. So I do think that they immediately try to make a cross-map play, but that's not really an opportunity for them because 3 people on Nongshim are already protecting as...
This is called hitting every
아,
button.
이겼어.
And Zeus greets for the turret because he knew he was dead.
Yep, might as well.
Yeah.
As there is the Proudest Claw, which is going to help with getting on top of Ghost. And that's your... well, I guess Snowflower is not a bad target. That's it. Because if you jump on anyone else, you die. You don't do a whole lot. And I feel like we need to get the certification office involved because unless we get one of those
I think
Classic
Wolf
Sari
might be able to actually make the phone call for us. He'll be able to tell you guys how the call went with the certification office once we get to the desk.
If you don't get that, I think there's a lot of options. You can, unless you find a massive outplay. Like, I'm talking.
Well, speaking of massive outplays, BDD's going to come on through here and lock down Zeus. He prowls, but Ghost is not going to die. Hostile takeover comes through. Faker's going to have to go golden in order to avoid it. Emperor's Divide, the flash. Faker trying to keep himself alive, but BDD, he closes the gap. He gets thrown back towards Gumayushi as Kanna's now inside the fight as well. And BDD this time around has a team around him and so isn't going to be able to be singled out and killed. And T1 may just losing in the turret here, although they don't have a minion wave and Snowflower's taking too much damage here from Gumayushi. Ona not going to find that Q. Needs another buff to extend that range ever further after the one from a couple of years ago. And BDD now just looking to clear up the river. Nongshim have, like, they are not going quietly into 2023, okay?
No. As BDD, Zeus just doesn't really get to play the game. Still note that
he almost killed Ghost.
He will, as long as he doesn't first get taken to 30% by BDD. That's just inevitable. But my main question going into this is, why has BDD not played Sylas before?
He has.
And
it was terrible.
Yeah. Well, how did that happen? I don't get it. Because this is the performance you're going to put out. Might have wanted to pick that one up before.
And he used to play it, and he was great. It's just, I don't know, he picks it once this season, and it doesn't go well, and then, you know, it's like the mojo question. It's like, I'm not managing to make this pick work. Let's just avoid it. But, man, it looks real good here. And, of course, a reactionary Sylas is always way better, Chronicler. Like, that's how Sylas was supposed to be picked. They pick a whole bunch of really cool ultimates, and you punish it by picking Sylas. He's not supposed to be strong enough to be blind picked like he has been on this patch. Okay, well, Brambleback is floating.
Yeah.
Ghost, you're going to get proud, my friend. Be careful. Zeus just going to flash on. That's a very dead Sivir. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the Proud Scroll does.
Yes, it does.
Glad we got to show it to you guys.
It reminds me of saltwater crocodiles from the Northern Territory. You know, they move very, very quickly over short distances. As BDD has the Dominus, and T1 are just booking it to the Baron.
Why not? Might as well. This is very risky, regardless, because even though you have multiple people alive, BDD and Dread.
Yeah, Dread is certainly one of those people that is alive. Snowflower as well can do a lot of work with this hostile takeover. Here's the Ornhorn. BDD getting into the back of the pit. Great double knock up there from Kanna. Zeus gonna go down first. Kanna locks up that kill. Chrono Shift has been used onto Ona here as Dread gets into the pit. They want to take down the Lee Sin. It's a double kill here for Kanna, who's just a bodyguard for this Baron. And Nongshim feed T1 a serving of their own medicine here in the Baron pit. BDD gets the chain, but it's a great Emperor's Divide here from Faker, but the chain lash is even better. It's another kill for BDD. He locks down the double. Give him the triple, Nongshim. They absolutely will. And I think we might be going to game 3.
Unbelievable! Oh, Nongshim!
We're struggling to process this right now.
Are these score lines flipped? Have I been missing something? This Summer Atlas says it starts off well, and I really like this pick. I think there is no problem there. But then to go for Baron into, again, Fat Sylas, Renata, and On. That's very confident, Atlas.
And Zeus thought that he was going to be able to get the stun. And Canis, like, moved just the right way.
Even if you do, like, you're tanking a Baron. We're not that late into the game. And
it was played so well here by Nongshim.
Yeah. They really...
This is the BDD that we saw at Worlds, right? This is the guy that we've been looking for all year.
But and the coolest thing to me is, like, the beginning of this game was about Dread.
Yeah.
It started off being about Dread, and then it was about BDD. But if you look at that fight, Kana hitting a couple of beautiful knockups, Snowflower getting a bunch of key handshakes.
Are we talking about Nongshim playing as a team and looking like a unit,
we are not ready for this.
What year is it?
We don't deserve it, Atlas.
I am
we
so
are
confused.
not allowed to witness this.
No, we're not.
But it's happening anyway.
They have a huge lead as they push these Baron minions towards inhibitor turrets. Zeus trying to split where he can, of course, not exactly super valuable in a siege scenario, and he will be able to get some bounty gold as they take down the inner turret. And yeah, that is going to be Mountain Soul here for Nongshim. Mountain Soul on! Who has an Abyssal Mask? BDD is going to be doing even more damage.
Yeah, I don't think he needs the help.
No, absolutely not.
But he will, which I think is
He'll
great
take
for
it. I think
Mana.
he'll take it. The 7-0-3 Silas will be pretty happy to have even more damage, I reckon.
Upgrade that. Go to the library, BDD. Show us what you've read, because
Yes,
I don't want to see.
please.
I don't want to see that Dark Seal stuck on 10.
No, we want that 25.
We need more. Also, Ghost playing one of the most Ghost games that I've ever seen. I don't know how his skill participation. I feel like even just by ricocheting, this should be fine. But you know what he's not doing? Dying.
Do you know what he's doing? He's making sure that he locks down the Prowler's Claw cooldown so that the Silas doesn't have to deal with that.
He's keeping the crocodile occupied. Someone needs to be bait.
Exactly. And that's how you capture a crocodile, you know. I would actually have no idea how to capture a crocodile. It sounds like a really bad idea to me. But I imagine it does involve putting something that he likes to eat in front of him. And that is the Sivir in this case. As Nongshim now just want to try and break open the base and solidify their control over this game. It is a 5,000 gold lead, by no means insurmountable. As T1, well and truly not out of this yet, but I'm just really enjoying talking about Nongshim positively, and I'm going to continue to do so until they throw away this lead or win the game, okay?
We don't get a lot of opportunity.
No, we don't.
We need to savor it. Savor today.
Absolutely. This Brambleback likely to go down. Gumayushi still waiting for that certification as Faker wants to get over this wall. Emperor's Divide is going to throw him back again as Sand Soldiers are all over this map. That was a very weird sign that they created there. I think it was a square root that was drawn by the Sand Soldiers. I don't know what that necessarily means. As, yeah, Nongshim are looking to try and end this game. The inhibitor turret will go down. Inhibitor to follow. And we'll see whether Nongshim are going to play this one by the book. Looks like Dread has the idea of pushing out this mid lane instead. And Cyrilda's is now done for Zeus, but it's feeling too little and potentially too late as he's looking for the wraparound. He's still very dangerous as BDD is not the target that he wants as immediately Zeus is like, I'm out of here. Carrier, make me fast. I must escape. And it is going to be what he does. So, Dread now finally has the minion wave conga lining forward. That extendo beam, not exactly the one that we're expecting, right, from these Zeris. Gumayushi a little bit anemic this game as BDD is just looking so bloodthirsty. 2 inhibitors go down. And Nongshim now have the ability to just get out of here. Loyalty program, bunch of shielding here. And I'm just so sad, Chronicler, that we see Nongshim, like, we saw this. After they were eliminated from playoffs, the very next game, they looked better.
There it is. And it's when you sell this team, it's such an easy sell
so
as well.
Cute. It is so cute.
Yeah, that was adorable. It's such an easy sell as well as, yeah, this is Faker unfortunately not getting over the wall that he really wanted to get over. Unlike Zeri, he's putting a little bit more effort. Not going to be the case. Not able to get over that one due to the lockdown available. And
it was almost a square.
It was almost fine. But it's an easy sell, right? This is Kana, made World Semis. Dread.
Yeah. I mean, I still stand by the fact that BDD was MVP mid laner of Worlds last year.
I like it.
As, all right, we're going for the fight. They're looking for Carrier, and they will be able to get his Chrono Shift. Immediately, BDD turns into a bigger crocodile than the actual crocodile that is now trying to kill Kana. You cannot kill Kana. He's the one guy that you cannot kill. And Dread is going to get his flash. As now Zeus is on the wrong side of the map. 2 seconds before this Baron is available, and they do not have their Chrono Shift. Let's see whether Dread's going to be able to win this 1v1.
Yeah,
Denting Blows is going to be in there. And
real strong.
He is. And he's got a bunch of damage. Now the turrets are going to be there, so Zeus does get himself out. But that was a legit 1v1 between Dread and himself.
I think they've done it.
Yeah, well, BDD is looking to solidify it even further. As he's got an Emperor's Divide available, he's going to throw it back there onto Ona. More chains. He's just 1v2ing. Make that 3. Baron is going to be secured here. BDD goes golden. 8, 0, and 4. He is legendary on the map right now. What happened? I'm actually just so bothered.
it's finally Nongshim playing to the peak of what this roster should have been able to do for the entire year. And we're getting it on day 7 of week 8 of summer.
Yeah.
And what a timeline it could have been, because I think T1, as mentioned previously, has definitely taken a few liberties this game, liberties that I don't expect they will take again in the seemingly inevitable 3rd game. But to just chalk it up to that would do service to how incredibly well Nongshim punished the tendencies of T1. I'm talking about the multiple topside collapses. I'm talking about T1's tendencies to be too far up in lanes. And Nongshim just throw the gauntlet and punch them in the face with it.
Well, now Canna's just headbutting rocks and things like this, as well as the Ornhorn is going to come through. There's a knock-up, but it's only onto Owner as BDD looking to try and escape from this one. He should be able to do so. He's actually throwing chains back, which is pretty dangerous. As Gumayushi, he is very scary. Will get stunned. There's now Ghost, still at full health, wants to get these autos through. The ricochets are so dangerous. Ghost gets thrown back, but the bailout comes through. He flashes and gets on top, but that's Chrono Shift, as Gumayushi's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Carrier as well is just running for the hills, and Goom is going to be taken down. Ghost taking matters into his own hands, and Nongshim will even out the series here with T1, and I don't care if they just go on to lose Game 3. I am still so happy that we get to see Nongshim performing this well.
Get that camera on BDD. He's earned it. And in theory, this is the Nongshim that was promised to us at the beginning of the split. It is a team with Ghost being in a supportive role, just a punching back like he has been on Dom 1, a trustworthy backline that doesn't need resources, just needs to be there. And then a top side, Kana, Dread, and BDD that should be able to match some of the best in the LCK. We were promised this, and we didn't get it at any point throughout the year. And I agree with you, Atlas. It might just be this one game. I do truly believe that if T1 goes back, they know very well that mid lane play where Guma and Carrier got caught. Carrier going down a bunch of times with his ultimate up, and the multiple catches that they found onto Faker in the mid parts of the game is why this gold lead came up the way it did. And it was close until that Baron, until T1 tried to force 5v4, or with only one member down on Nongshim, and they got punished for it, and they were never able to find a way back into the game.
Yeah, and I want to kind of echo your point, because you're exactly right. T1 made some misplays, but I think Nongshim, in the past, that we've seen throughout the rest of the season, wouldn't have been able to punish them. T1 would have got away with it. But
I agree.
Not today. Not this particular Silas BDD situation that we have on our hands, and that is going to bring us to a game number 3. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, it's the gentleman on the carpet space to take you through that game.
가자.
뼈를 한번 켜줄게.
가자.
나 타워.
그러면 뭉칠게.
레넥.
이
레넥 봐.
질리안 땡겼어. 천천히 볼게. 앞에 강란. 제리궁. 천천히 봐. W 3초. 나딜 안 돼.
때릴게. 봐줘.
나딜 안 돼. W 1초. W 줬어.
나 가인 있어.
W 줬어.
우리 가인 있어 위에.
봐줄게.
가인 제리.
튕기는 부메랑.
나이스.
잡을 수 있냐? 잡으면 안 끝내고. 아 까비.
끝내자.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's still me, Valdez, with Wolf, and that was a comeback win here, I suppose, in the series sense for Nongshim that they did actually tie it up with T1. All starts with the draft here, Wolf. What did you think?
I think the draft from Nongshim is way better than T1's. I think the R4 Renekton was a very risky pick. Didn't particularly like the Zilean in this draft either, considering the amount of risk you're taking. If you fall behind with Renekton Zilean, you're going to have a really hard time coming back in this game, and that's exactly what we saw. Nongshim also winning this match, or this game rather, pushing us to a game 3 is not something we expected to see. T1, if they lose this series and then lose to Live Sandbox actually could take that round 2 spot away from them. So this matchup is actually really important for T1. I think the drafting left a lot to be desired. Let's talk about the items we saw actually from Zeus on this Renekton, because I think the idea, we can explain it, is that he's trying to kill the backline, he's trying to get on top of Sivir, he has the speed up from the Zilean, he has the ability to Prowler's Claw back in, goes Ruin King first, but I don't think this is correct in this draft, because I think instead of dealing with the Sivir, you need to actually be more of a front line for the Zeri. So I would have preferred a Gore Drinker start into a more tanky build, especially considering the draft here and the front line pressure.
Or just not the Renekton. But in this case, because you are going to Renekton, he did try to go for kind of a different build. And you could say, you know, when I first saw the Blade of the Rune King, I'm like, okay, you know, he's going to look to maybe side push. You know, he's going to have a lot of health stackers on the other side. You know, we can see the idea behind it. But then, like, going to lethality into a lot of armor from not only Ornn, but also Vi and Silas that got fed, right? And at that point, you're just not really doing a lot because everybody's stacking up resistances that they get levels. And yes, he did go into the Soreldas, but he was never really in a position, as you were talking about, to really access the backline. Let's jump into highlight number 1, as this one was kind of a joint highlight, a lot of skirmishing here in mid.
Really great plays from Snowflower on this Renata, by the way. He set up so many of these early game picks, and T1 just did not play respectfully around the amount of CC that Nongshim have. Now, Dread got a massive lead before this even happens. There's a lot that leads up into this moment. But look at the positioning here of Faker and Guma. You cannot be this far forward in front of this team. And yes, Faker does have his shuffle. Flash from Dread here is fantastic. Yeah. Up until here, it's like, okay, well, you know, things are looking decent. And then we stay, and then we continue to stay as we fast forward here. Nongshim are just punishing T1 repeatedly here for greedy plays, big overextensions, and some isolated deaths here for T1 that just really didn't need to happen. And they're playing so greedy around the fact that they want to actually continue to push mid. They want to actually keep Gumayusi in a spot where he keeps item parity with a Sivir, but you just get punished again. And this just keeps happening in the early game. This is not the first time, by the way, but it's the first highlight we're going to pick. Keria goes down, and he was picked several times. This is just barely the Everfrost clipping Guma. But you know, again, I think T1 playing a little bit disrespectfully in the early game here with a draft that's super high risk into a draft that can be snowballed so quickly. This game was not about the Sivir, by the way. It was all about the Silas.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost, near the end of the game, we were looking at it, 33% kill participation. He wasn't even part of the second fight that we had because he just couldn't join and he was getting chunked and he wasn't really doing anything. So Silas is getting hit, really fed. Let's take a look at highlight number 2 because we are kind of running out of time here. We got to get into this one, and T1 go for the Baron, and it actually looked like kind of close, but still, I mean, they're so far behind in this.
Yeah, I mean, BDD's over the wall here. I think if he's actually with his team and flashes in earlier, then this fight is even more one-sided, but he wants to wait for his dash, gets over the wall here, then flashes to actually look for the stun. He has Dominus. Zilean ults, unfortunately, Owner, and that's kind of the story of this fight. And the Renata ultimate was fantastic. Nongshim just have so many tools, and T1 are a fantastic mechanical team. Their team fighting is amazing, but at this stage of the game, they were just so far behind. Nongshim could dictate the pace.
Yeah, and you know, you and I were kind of watching this baffled, like, how did this happen for the second game when you almost lost the first game until Nongshim kind of flipped it on Baron, you know, like, it really puts into your mind, like, I don't know, we had a really close series yesterday between Live Sandbox and KT, and now T1 are struggling against Nongshim. It doesn't really compute, and, you know, Nongshim, they did have a great game. I think the casters really did a good job of highlighting all the great things that Nongshim were doing, but it raises questions. Like, T1, they should be stomping this team, but it's not looking like that at all.
I don't want to worry about T1 in this series just yet, because it's a series you're not preparing that hard for. It's one of your easiest ones left before we go into playoffs, but game 1's a little rocky. Game 2, very rocky. I think going into game 3, where, again, your second place might be on the line here, we're going to have to see them turn it up. If they fail there, that's when we'll start to get worried.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll hope they can turn it around for their sake, but we do have the POG ready on the side of Nongshim. It will be BDD to the surprise of absolutely no one. should be a 13 out of 13 in my mind. 10-0 and 6. He was the one that was part of almost every single kill, and he was the one who used his lead incredibly well.
He performed so well in those late game fights. He used his gold extremely efficiently, 33% of kill, or rather a damage percent for his team, because Ghost was really just absent this game. Nongshim basically won a 4v5. Ghost did almost nothing this game, and I'm not trying to trash talk him or anything like that. Just unfortunately for him, this game was not about him at all. And I think that Dread had a fantastic performance, of course, in the early game, put Owner down. We also saw Snowflower have honestly his best performance of the season on the Renata. But BDD took the lead that he was given and he pushed it super hard. I think the one Dread vote is okay. He was leading the votes for me until we got to the mid game and I was like, I'm sorry, Dread, it's the BDD show.
And it was the BDD show. Zeri never got her moments. As you mentioned, Sivir wasn't really in it, but Guma never really had a chance to carry it either, even though he was trying desperately at the very end of the game. Was not meant to be. So no Zeri moment, no Sivir moment, only a BDD moment. But that's going to do it for this carpet space. Let's go back to the casters for Game 3.
The Dread vote, a little bit like Rapid Star went to the bathroom sort of halfway through the game. It was like, oh, just put me down for a Dread vote. Came back and he was like, oh, bit of regret. Perhaps a bit of regret. I don't know whether that's Rapid Star's spot, but I'm pretty sure it's on the desk at the moment. But still, it was a fantastic early game from Dread, and I think that you can't take that one away from him. But the big zoom onto BDD, 12 out of 13, an unbelievable performance as a chair with a golden faker. We'll see whether that is going to be a throne that he can sit in after this series is over and done with. Because, of course, this was only game number 2. T1 not too concerned about game score or anything like that. If they just keep winning the rest of their games, they are guaranteed a bye into the next round of the playoffs. So nothing really to worry about.
True. And for T1, they're weirdly enough, up until this point, I think, also not only fighting Nongshim, but also fighting themselves. This is a team that had a mind-blowingly dominant spring, which turned into a, compared to expectations, which were, of course, meteoric, lackluster MSI, and the fact that MSI is lackluster when you get one game away from winning it kind of says it all in regards to what these players are dealing with in terms of pressure.
Yeah.
And I don't think that a single loss against Nongshim, especially because T1, even in spring, drops individual games where they probably had no business dropping them, is something to be worried about by itself. But considering the amount of pressure that's on these players, single losses like this might get in your head when you face stronger opponents down the line. Playoffs is just around the corner.
Yeah.
And this is not a good time to start doubting your own capabilities. Imagine if Nongshim are actually able to get the win here. Because with how Dread has been playing thus far, Dread gapping Owner is not something that I expected coming into today.
I wasn't expecting Nongshim to be the team to put a dent in Owner's Lee Sin win rate. I think that was the 4th time that he's ever lost on the champion domestically. And that is a crazy thing to even think about.
Nongshim.
Yeah.
3-12.
Well, Silas is going to be banned away. Some well-deserved respect here towards BDD on the pick, which, had we not had the context of game number 2, I would be like, well, why would you ban Silas? BDD didn't even look very good on it. Not something that we can ever say again, I don't think.
Alista first pick? Draven isn't banned. And Ghost is a Draven player.
He was originally a Draven player. I don't know whether it's necessarily his bag these days, but I don't know whether you really want to take the risk. Azir, just going to be locked away, and there is no Silas to pick into it, and so there will be only one Emperor's Divide on the map this time around.
Opportunity for Akali presents itself here for Nongshim, but expect that one to be picked up a little bit later in the draft, unless you want to keep the flex potential alive. Can go for the Kalista yourself versus Nongshim, but as we already highlighted, the Draven risk is fairly high. Looks like they will see that Draven risk and decide we don't care. The Vibe pickup, blind here coming through, is one that, after the previous game, I am completely on board with. I think Dread clearly felt extremely comfortable on the champion, and he was able to have a dominating early game performance. Now, of course, the Wukong has been taken away, but we've seen the Vibe picks in many HIP. Another notable pick that I think Nongshim might be looking towards here is whether or not they can pick themselves up.
I'd much prefer Renata. I just feel like if you pick Renata, then you can Renata Draven or Renata Callista.
But a Mumu.
Yeah.
I gotta say, yeah, there it is, unsurprisingly. A Mumu and Vi and Callista together is... You'll take that. I think you gotta lock in the Amumu here now. Does mean that T1 will get the opportunity to really narrow down BDD's champion pool, which has been, up until that Silas was picked up, something that we've often talked about, but I think it's too high value. We have seen what that matchup can provide. This is going to be putting the faith in BDD, and also might call upon Snowflower's champion pool if T1 actually do decide to throw a couple of bans his way.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of things that can be played alongside Callista. Of course, we did get, you know, Ruler in Life's lesson, I think it was last year or the year before, where Callista Rakan, really, really broken. Callista Gragas has always been very good, although not necessarily as much of a bottom lane pick. But there are a lot of things that become an availability when you have the Fate's Call available. So T1 now have the opportunity to at least get rid of something like the Amumu, but still plenty of other options. Could even just go towards Callista Tahm Kench if you felt like it was an oldie but a goodie. Don't know whether it's necessarily one I'd like to take into Renata Glask, but certainly an option here if they would like to go there.
Nongshim also getting a very strong mid-jungle 2v2. That I think will be hard to match here from T1, provided that most of the picks that you'd expect to come through, either Lee or the Viego, are the most notable ones that are still up. I think we'll not have the best of times into the Ahri and the Vi. Both Ahri and Vi are able to deal with the Azir relatively well. Incredible amount of damage, as well as the clear CC chain that is available to you, providing all the power. And Nongshim, after seeing the previous two games, even though T1 won game number 1, I think Nongshim has actually been the better team in all two rather early games that we have seen. As whoa, that is a cheeky one. I like it. I have been pretty outspoken about Blitzcrank being one of the very few truly obnoxious champions to play into us. Not only Renata, but Lulu is another example.
Yeah.
Just very, very hard to deal with. Fresh Callista is one that has been picked many a time, but of course, Fresh right now, just not in the best of spots, so I expect him to pass that up in favor of something that Snowflower feels more comfortable on.
And one going to be locked away. Canna once again going to be on this champion. And this is blind, so of course Zeus has an opportunity to pick whatever he would like into it. Trundle has been banned, so no subjugates to worry about or anything like that. But still plenty of options into the on for Zeus, who does have a very deep champion pool. Xin Zhao being considered here for owner. A lot of battle capabilities. That's a Zac. All right, we're just going to lock in Zac.
Zeus has been spamming top Zac. And Zac actually has a great matchup into tanks due to the fact that he does an incredible amount of health damage. And
there it is.
I can't wait. I'm hoping we get it actually locked in. I'm not going to yell in excitement until we see the confirmation, but looking very likely here, Atlas.
All right, so Zeus going to be playing it. Viego will be locked in for owner. So a lot of reset potential here on T1's side, and a lot of snowball as well. As, oh my goodness, this would be a blast from the past. I can't actually remember what it's not. So it's Cloud Templar and it's Conqui that are on the desk at the moment. Would have been a bit of a shout out to good old Gorilla if it was the cannon, but instead it's Ashe support and Callista here for the bottom side of the map. And this means that they will have a heck of a lot more laning presence.
Yeah, I love the Ashe. I think Ashe Callista into Renata. Ashe provides not only kind of a Renata light experience, we're actually able to harass the lane sufficiently, but Ashe in general is a great utility pick that I think, especially in the support role, has really shown in the few games we've seen her this split. The downside is that I do think picking Ashe into Zac, if the Zac is half capable, is an absolute nightmare. Same for Callista, honestly, because once he gets on top of you, he will decimate. But I'm seeing Zach top. I'm seeing Kalista Ashe. I can't wait, Atlas. Can't believe that this series is a banger, but here we are. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting a bit of a shellacking here between these two teams, but instead, we've got Zeus bringing out his Dark Zac technology against the Ornn here towards the top side, as well as Ashe Kalista for the bottom lane, which, like you say, could certainly be a very dangerous time for Snowflower, but at least there is a Fate's Call to try and get him to relative safety. It's a very interesting comp to come through from Nongshim, but the same thing can be said for that of T1 on the other side. And we have to remember, it's Gumayusi on his Draven. His Draven has been fantastic. Has been basically permanently banned after that 1 week where he just played too many games of it. And everyone was like, well, this shouldn't happen again because he is a little bit too strong. And Keria is on the Renata Glask as well, a champion with a lot of skill expression that he is certainly able to do a lot of good things on.
And overall, I think the skirmishing power of the T1 comp, very scary, but that 5v5 for Nongshim, looking frightening as well.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to go as we hop onto the Rift for game number 3. All right, here we are, making our way out onto the Rift. Nongshim, this is the first time they've been on the red side so far today. And as far as the draft is concerned, not looking too bad. And they're going to be able to walk their way around this bottom lane to their heart's content with the early game that they do have available to themselves. Of course, standing behind Canner and having Frost Shot available for an Ashe, certainly something that's going to make you feel pretty good. As Zeus didn't go for the Margin Boo skin, which makes me a little bit sad, although that still does look pretty Dragon Ball Z with this particular skin. More like a bad guy from Metroid Prime.
It really is. Yeah.
You know?
Metroid Prime. Maybe
Like a
some,
space pirate, one of the big bad boy space pirates from Metroid Prime 1.
Yeah, I can see it.
I like it though.
So, Zach top. Talk about it a little bit, because I don't know if I'll ever get the opportunity again, and I love this pick. Is looking at the runes here, no surprises, has gone for the second wind, as well as the name escapes me, but it gives you more healing, which Zach, you're always going to make very, very efficient use of. And the reason why Zach, I think, is a really exciting prospect to see is outside of the Charm, it's relatively hard for Nongshim to actually cancel the Elastic Slingshot, which has an incredible amount of backline threat, especially for relatively immobile characters that we see on the side of Nongshim. With the amount of ability that Zach had, can be really hard to stay away from, but also because between his W and Demonic Embrace second, which we have seen a lot of Zachs go for, because it is an incredibly efficient item, the amount of damage that he does, even to someone like Kana, is very impactful. Towards Keria.
Yeah, flash for flash here already between our two supports. Very aggressive moves. Gumayusi able to speed himself up with that W. And Nongshim just going to have to wait for this wave to head their way. Gumayushi's Draven, very dangerous, and if he can do this, if he can just freely run at Ghost and Snowflower, they're going to have a bad time. However, Vi in the area, and is now looking to slink around.
I think he might
Hawk shot.
He's going to flash over the wall.
He might even Vault Breaker, we'll see. As Dread does make it into the brush, he didn't flash. As Ona looking to dash forward, doesn't get the stun, as Keria looking for a potential handshake, but I believe Vault Breaker just coming out. And Dread is going to make it to safety.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. As Zeus, of course, has an incredible amount of sustain. And another cool reason... Oh, hold up.
BDD in trouble here. Faker wanting to find a couple more autos. Needs a second, and BDD's going to flash preemptively. As, okay, Dread is here, but BDD not going to be caught window shopping. Does not matter. Ona's still going to come through, grab that kill, and Faker still gets the assist.
Oh, and this is looking like a very different game.
Oh,
as, in case you missed it, it was Looper versus SKT Impact.
Oh,
the last time we saw the Zach top played. So that's...
was that 2014?
Yeah, I think it was. I didn't catch the timestamp, but it was...
it might have been even earlier.
Very long time ago. As bot lane gang from Dread.
All right, let's see whether he can make it work this time around as Gumayusi Keria are pushed relatively far up. Keria, no flash, remember, as in he comes. All right, there it is, the flash forward. Keria is real dead. He tries to bail himself out. Not going to be able to grab Gumayushi as well, but Snowflower able to get a bunch of extra autos, and Gumayushi's going to have to go back home. Faker going aggressive one more time. Orb of Deception going to be avoided beautifully here, as BDD just not allowed to lane. Faker took that last game absolutely personally.
Yeah, did not enjoy it at all.
Okay, BDD's just going to get flashed on. He didn't have flash for it this time around, and Faker's just going to solo kill him. I mean,
He's bad.
yeah, we've seen angry Faker before, but this is not
something
what I
else.
was expecting this game.
No. Azir, not generally known for his laning. Well, say that we have Chovy in this league as well, so it's not actually too shocking. BDD himself has been an expert in this specific scenario where you just kind of boom enemy laners, even though it feels like you shouldn't for the entirety of last year on Gen G, so no huge surprises there. And even with that bot side play working out due to the incredible amount of pressure that Faker has been able to generate in his 1v1, as we're also going to go back to the previous one. Yeah, I think BDD just not respecting the amount of early game damage that he can do, and every time a skill shot doesn't go the way that go the way of Faker, and Faker sees one being thrown into the ether, he just goes in so hard. Love this bot lane play. Dread, of course, there are flashes, but it's a spectator, so sometimes you get some weird looking movement.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Ideally you did Guma, but I think any kill that you can take there is quite huge, as again, yeah, it's Q gets thrown and Faker knows I can just go in here.
Yeah.
I have it, not gonna have enough damage.
No flash available for BDD. And I think the bot side play was aimed for Carrier because he still didn't have his flash, so
Yeah,
it
of
was
course.
the easiest one. So Nongshim able to go over there and get that one. Ona here towards the bottom side. Nongshim still trying to play this one as aggressively as they can. As you can see, goes with a slight CS advantage. As Dread, he's going to rotate down. Don't believe Ona does have knowledge of Dread's whereabouts right here, as they do have a ward in that brush if he does decide to Vault Break in. But as you can see, Nongshim just catching waves underneath their turret for now. Still T1 with the control of the lane, and Owner also going to have control of the river. So Zeus getting some vision himself, and BDD, this is only going to get worse now that he's died twice. This lane basically does not exist for Nongshim anymore, and Faker really taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, it's horrible time. Owner also making use of the pressure that he has in bot and in mid. Pick himself up an early Drake. And I really like the adaptation here from Kana going for the tier this time around, because one of the benefits that we haven't gotten to talk about, because actually a very action-packed early game of the Zac is that, of course, he's resourceless. So he's going to basically have infinite staying power against a champion like Ornn that just doesn't really reliably have the damage to keep him down. As long as he can pick up his blobs, he's going to be completely fine. So tier helps Kana stay in lane for a lot longer, mitigating some of the pressure that the Zac might otherwise have. As mentioned, Zeus, of course, going to go for W max here, one of the best trading skills that the Zac has available. He probably going to be maxed seconds, as on jungle, like, you're not really a champion until you get like 3 points in your E.
Yep.
And even then, like, it feels a little lackluster. You know, you got to really be able to take down the enemy from your red buff. That's when you feel like you're truly Zacking.
Yeah, that's the level of Zac that we've come to expect. Of course, I think our most famous or most likely Zac picker was Cuz back in the day. Of course, him on Longzhu was definitely a Zac enthusiast back then. It's been a long time since we've even seen Zac in the jungle, to be perfectly honest. So really cool to see that Zeus is picking him up here. See how he does go right now. Very even as far as farm is concerned. Bit of a wet noodle fight, as, I mean, Zac basically is just a huge noodle anyway.
He actually is, yeah.
Kind of formless, so not exactly as tubular as a noodle is. However, this still kind of does fit.
It's also why it's so hard to make skins for him, because he's kind of just a blob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's either hard or really easy.
Yeah, they've already been done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
BDD, yeah, just taking way too much damage here. Is doing okay now, does have his flashback available again, and Spirit Rush is going to allow him to stay a lot safer, but the damage is kind of being done over there, and we actually saw this yesterday, kind of mitigated actually in the end by Live Sandbox, but Closer having a bad game on the Ahri, and you just fall into a trough, and it's really hard to get out without a bunch of assistance from the rest of your team. T1 with a bit of a rotation here towards the top side to try and get a whole bunch of plates. Nongshim staying here on the bottom side, and we'll be able to get a bit of a plate gank here from Dread. We'll see whether they can race this turret down. Canna.
No.
This is dangerous.
Yeah.
Welling Death is going to fly on forward as Zeus is going to get spotted. There it is. And that just clears up basically the whole wave. And they only get 2.
Yeah, I mean, even if Zeus doesn't rotate there, right, which beautiful display of map movement here from T1. Like, you're not going to be able to get through the additional plate armor due to you having multiple people there. Works for the Fierce 3 plates, because Vi, of course, has a lot of plate damage built into a kit. Wow, that was close. Great interrupt. But you're playing it to Herald as well, so there is really never a way. Nice counter by Makana. As, oh boy.
Okay, well, Ghost is just going to get bounced on. Can he hop away, though, is the question. The answer is yes. So, doesn't use any summoner spells. Looks pretty cool there from Zeus, but isn't actually able to lock down the kill. But still, dissuades Ghost from staying in the lane.
Yeah, as
Zeus strike. That's going to come through there as he pulls him towards the minion, but yeah. Passive going to go down.
Faker can TP.
He could, but he's not going to because I think he dies if he does that.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't think it was a good opportunity. I just want people to know that you can teleport to
right,
the
yes.
Sex Blood.
Yeah, you can. You can do that.
Although, you don't have Unleashed a teleport yet, so I guess you
Oh, yeah, you can't.
Never mind. Well, that was a
He will be able
that was
to
a
in a few
string
minutes.
of realizations, Atlas.
Yep.
Back to back to back. He will be soon.
Yeah. So, yeah, pre-14 minutes, you definitely can't. However, you can once you have a real teleport available.
So next time that your Zac
Yeah.
really pings your teleport after he dies because he made a mistake, now you know why.
Yeah. But that was not a great play from Zeus there. Getting a little bit ahead of himself, a little bit overly enthusiastic about his Zac pick, and will fall down. That does give a bit of breathing room over to Nongshim. They still have a gold deficit that they're dealing with, largely due to the fact that the GOAT himself in the mid lane is playing very, very well. He's going to do it again. Emperor's Divide onto 2. Immediately, Dread is going to be taken down. BDD, hostile takeover is going to come through as once more, Owner is just dashing underneath turrets here, finds another stab, transforms into an Ahri, and will immediately get taken down. But still, it's a whole lot of kills going over to T1.
Going to be nicely done there. Snowflower still alive.
Oh dear, the stretching strike going to come through once again. Snowflower in a bit of trouble, but now Zeus is in between turrets and he has no passive. He does flash W, and he is going to be taken down for his trouble. So, Canna breathes on him, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 top laner for support.
And Zeus, who's been paragon of consistency, just not having the greatest day today. Able to pick up the kill, sure, but not something that I think is really necessary, as Ghost knows.
봐볼래? 뭐야.
Oh, and the arrow connects as well.
Yeah, that's the main reason why there
먹을래?
wasn't really any recourse. Because if the arrow doesn't connect, I think Zeus, in his mind, can just E out the moment he gets the cancel, but not going to be the case. Really nicely. This is just a great setup by Faker, combined with good ultimate from Carrier in a choke point.
Ooh, well, another arrow is going to connect here as the Ornhorn's also going to come down. It's so much CC onto Owner, who's just constantly in the air. What the hell was that? I want that replay because he was CC'd for, I think, like Dota levels of time.
Is this game 2 again?
What the? Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, Owner wasn't allowed to play League of Legends.
Not particularly, no. Is Nongshim just going to find a mid-game spike again? Kind of mind-blowing.
I don't know, Chronicler. Are we still asleep, actually? Are we dreaming?
We could be. It's been 12 games and a POC state recording. And this is going to free, and presumably the next series will, so...
Yeah.
Could be.
Well, there's a handshake. It's going to get an arrow out as Kerry is taking a lot of damage here. In goes Zeus, of course he does. And they lock down the Ashe. Of course, no ulti for Ghost. And so therefore, not going to be able to stop that one from happening. Kerry is still very, very low though, as it's a beautiful handshake just to deny any sort of follow-up. And Nongshim will not be able to mitigate the problem. So 2,000 gold behind is Nongshim still.
Yeah, killed not going to Guma, crucially. I didn't catch how many stacks he's sitting on right now, but a cash-in for him would have been absolutely huge. Unfortunately for Owner, he doesn't have his Heartbreak. So, as this bouncy castle, which was...
I mean, it's okay. If he had Heartbreaker, it wouldn't have worked.
well, maybe he could have gotten out of the chain at some point. But he didn't. So, he didn't. Really nice CC layer coming through here from the rest of T1. Obviously trying to get a kill for Guma. Not going to be able to do that, but as long as Guma stays alive, the cash out will come eventually, is the idea of T1. Zeus, despite all these shenanigans and a relatively subpar amount of CS due to him being extremely proactive and also dying twice, still has a bounty, which...
Yeah, no, that is very strange.
That is interesting. Might be having a 5v5 here, Atlas.
Yeah, BDD waiting in the brush. Owner moving on over. Good little charm. Will connect, but he dashes out of the way of the Everfrost. I think Shirley's going to go down, but can T1 find themselves a team fight is the question. The Herald is a rough prospect here for Nongshim, but Ornhorn does fly through. Arrow going to sail by majestically. Isn't going to get too much, and Nongshim going to be denied the eye. There's in fact a rock that's put on top of it. Canna really wishing that a rock could claim the eye, but it unfortunately is unable to do so. And T1 is just going to make it so that the Rift Herald pretty much never happened.
Much
Shirley
about
with an
nothing.
identity crisis, yeah.
If a Rift Herald is taken down, but no one is there to pick it up, did it really happen?
Did
We
it
will
make
never
a
know.
sound? Yeah.
As overall, T1 making sure that Nongshim can't try and claw their way back. Zeus going to be on his way. We'll get greeted very warmly here.
Yeah, Dread finds himself a Vault Breaker, but yeah, we're going to be out of Elastic Wave Slingshot as well as Blast Cone, and everything is going to be absolutely fine.
Isn't the slingshot always elastic? Wouldn't you need like a certain degree of elasticity for it to work?
I mean, it depends. Like, I guess, yeah, no, you would. Okay, that's an arrow.
I think it's a ground.
Fake is like, why? I guess maybe it saves the turret.
Why?
Why?
Very weird why, Atlas.
Sorry.
No, I'm not blaming you.
It did stop that turret from going down that wave.
Yeah.
It goes down the next wave, however, tempo or something. Insert buzzword here. Well, actually, no.
Tempo's not a
BDD is able to walk
buzzword.
up and actually...
Tempo is very relevant. How dare you? How dare you say that?
I mean,
Atlas?
it is a bit of a
Unbelievable.
caster buzzword. Okay, it has been in the past. We've fallen in love with tempo in the past. It is definitely a thing. Okay, we have to be self-aware, or at least try.
Trying to focus on the video game, okay? I don't have time for no self-reflection.
All right,
Unbelievable.
we'll VOD review later, and I think maybe this whole game will have to be omitted. As T1 setting up for a Cloud Drake. It is a Cloud Soul, and I'm, of course, super psyched about that. Ghost is in base, so we're not fighting for it. And T1 will just secure it for themselves. Of course, Nongshim do have themselves one Hextech Drake, and that means that we're not at Soul Point yet or anything like that for T1. And Gumyushi's still looking for that kill. Still wanting to get that cash in where it can find it, as T1 just going to follow this minion wave towards an inner turret, potentially. Arrow will connect onto Carrier, as now BDD dashing forward, finds himself a charm, dashes to the side as well as Carrier. Might be able to throw out an ult here, as there's the Assault and Battery. Zeus just right in amongst it, but there is the passive popped. Now you could teleport to it, as now Canna finds himself a great engage, but he's gone too far, and that is going to be the cash in and a double kill for Gumayushi. All right, Nongshim looked like they were able to fight back, but in the end, T1 find themselves with an extra 2,000 or so gold on their Draven.
Yeah, 2,400. I don't know how much he had beforehand, but it wasn't that much. As a big cash-in, Zeus, the sacrificial blob, making sure that Gumayushi just goes home and picks up Lord Dominic's right from the get-go into the amount of defensive itemization on enemy team. Very, very valuable. And we are really witnessing, I think despite Zeus's antics, a game that is so much more controlled from T1 in a response to what happened previously. Even though so much damage goes down, Carrier still has his flash available, so he doesn't actually end up going down. And then, crucially, the Berserk is so big, and then Guma just hits his ult. Carrier's ultimate actually putting the Ari and execute range there.
Yeah.
And then without the Ari, composition loses a lot of its claws, gets taken down.
Well, Canna looking for this Gromp here. We'll be able to collect it, not walking towards that Tri-Brush that was very dangerous for a moment. 4,000 gold lead here for T1. And Gumushi now picks up Lord Dominic's Regard. I think still going to go towards his Collector for the next one. Ghost does have a couple of items, but as you can see, it's in a 1,000 gold lead for the Draven. A 2,000 gold lead for Faker after his amazing early laning. And Nongshim spot out Owner, but of course he's able to slink into his mist. He's not going to be seen. And this little gank brush, not going to give too much joy to Nongshim at this stage. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available, and it's going to just shoot towards the chicken.
It says hello.
It does. Zeus is here, makes himself known. Hello, Mr. Slingshot Man.
Just going to omit Elastic now.
Yeah,
we've had that conversation.
You've told me that I'm not allowed to say that anymore.
That's not what I meant.
Well,
it's not your fault, Atlas.
It's how I interpreted it.
Well, I didn't mean for you to take it that way. We need to talk about this.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
We can do that in the VOD review later. As okay, there's another one. And Stretch Armstrong will connect this time around. Fate's Call will at least allow Snowflower to get out of it. But that is a couple of defensive ultis now on cooldown that Nongshim won't have in order to try and stop this Baron from falling. Gumushi in that mid lane does secure the minion wave. And now Snowflower able to get vision whenever he would like with the Hawkshot availability.
Yeah.
Arrow still being held on to here.
Two big ultimates down here for Nongshim. T1 going to try again.
Yep, looking for it. T1, BDD off to the side. Wanting to get that flank angle in there. Dread, of course, he can Vault Breaker in anytime he wants. Gets into the back of the pit. Nongshim get in there. They steal away the Baron and they say thanks very much as Dread just gets pushed out to safety. Bring it down for me, Chronicler.
Well, if you flip, sometimes you lose. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated, Atlas. There's a
officially got
Flasco.
to silly.
There's a Vi. You just flip the Baron because they don't have ults. That's fine. If you actually commit to the team fight.
Oh,
But they don't commit, so then your lead is not really... Yeah, your lead in terms of fighting doesn't exist.
바람들 넣어봐. 먹었다. 먹었어 빼.
250.
먹었다.
So assume an early smite coming through. And
Yeah.
the most hilarious part of it is no one dies.
Yeah,
They all make it out.
yeah.
Are you okay, Atlas?
No, I'm very confused about the goings-on of this game. I will just go back to play-by-play mode, though. Rift Sculler
No, I need you.
is going to be claimed here.
I don't know either.
Or Owner.
Please, Atlas, don't
BDD
leave me.
continues the split push towards the top side of the map as we've got Snowflower looking for a possible arrow. Ooh, Flash comes through from Carrier. That is going to save his life. As Nongshim look to push down with their Baron in hand.
That's how you're doing it. Okay,
Yeah, no,
in
no,
that case,
that's how we're doing it.
in that case. So, with the Baron buff, I'm surprised to see Nongshim not try and go at least for a contest. Amount of priority they're able to get thanks to this Baron, of course, very, very big. Would really like to see them go for mid, but instead they're looking for a collapse here.
Well, they're going to get the double knock-up here by accident, by the looks of things, as another one comes through from Canner. He does get thrown around as Let's Bounce comes through, Whirling Death. Not going to get the kill, but Owner is going to be able to pick that one up. Doesn't get the knock-up onto BDD, who can now flash over. Looks for Faker, but he goes golden. Nongshim only with 4 members left alive as, okay, Fate's Call is going to come through. That's going to tell Snowflower to stop shooting his teammates. As, of course, hostile takeover from Carrier just barely nicked the backside of the Ashe. And now T1 going to turn this into a pushing opportunity against the Baron. It is only a 500 gold Baron power play as Snowflower's off towards the side as Faker gets hit by yet another arrow. The T1 don't really care too much. There is no follow-up potential. Does save the inner turret.
No. If Connor was alive, then could have gone for the TP onto that control ward. Not going to be the case here. And T1, they're really trying to push. Connor instead going to teleport towards the mid lane, trying to get... You really want this turret. At the very least, if you don't get the most cool out of this Baron, that's fine. It was a freebie. It was a just get one for free, a promo deal. But you definitely need to make sure that you actually start breaking down the objectives as, oh boy.
Yeah, Dread very close to having his ulti available. Carrier is very, very dead. Just going to have to stand there. You can see shaking the head in his player cam. Not the greatest positioning.
Holding on to mid though, that's huge.
Yeah.
Baron now gone.
So they managed to stop that from being a problem. 2,000 gold is still the lead here for T1 as BDD looks for Gumushi, will be able to help take down the kill. Dread was in there as well, and Nongshim should now be able to take this outer turret mid lane.
Atlas.
Yes.
Are they? Is it happening? Are they doing it?
Well, I'm just really looking forward to seeing what Nongshim can get done in playoffs.
Well, let's not talk about that. As overall, we still see the fighting power that this T1 composition have in this moment right here, where they're able to really leverage both how far ahead Owner is as well as how incredibly tanky Zeus is going to get clipped there at the very end by the Ahri, but it doesn't really matter. He still has his passive available, so him going down is not the end of the world, especially with Faker coming in for a huge ultimate. And then if Keria is able to actually hit this, unfortunately for him, incredibly slow-moving Cloud, he might be fine. And then here, crucially, Snowflower finds a really nice back cancel, and then from this point onwards, unfortunately, as Keria, you are missing that. Nothing that can be done about it. The really core thing for T1, I think, looking at these moments that we're seeing here, outside of this just being a really great catch coming through here with the long-range engage that Kana, with another great Ord game, is giving to his team, is that if you commit to the fight, you need to like actually all in and win it, because extended fights against like Vi and Ashe and Ahri is really obnoxious with the amount of chase down that they have, the amount of mobility that someone like Ghost will have as well, especially with an upgraded...
Another arrow
there we
will
go.
Connect onto Faker. Another Ornhorn to come out here as well. Gumushi, the target for that one. A lot of damage being done, but it's BDD that's just blown up. And the damage was so spread from Nongshim. Fate's Call comes out yet again. Dread's going to have to flash, as without BDD, Nongshim not able to take the fight.
Oh, nice cancel on the Q, on the E there with his Q from Dread. Still has the flash, but what you see there is probably the most crown value that a crown has ever valued, because
Yep.
wow, Faker able to tank a lot because of that. And for Nongshim, the arrow is on a, well, he's not level 11 yet, so it might be like still be 40, 50 seconds, but it will be less very, very shortly. And when crown is up, just take the crown, because the amount of damage reduction is actually pretty substantial. Then a beautiful ultimate from Keria keeps Faker safe, and then the immediate response comes through as Zeus locks down. Still, even with Dread finding cancel there, like Ghost has used his ultimate, Dread has used his flash. So overall, we're still seeing the fighting power. T1 is still in lead, has a lead in terms of gold. Zeus now just finishing his 4-mil as well, going to be even more formidable into the amount of auto attacks that Ghost is going to be trying to throw into him as another one.
He really likes hitting the popcorn chickens with those arrows, and I really like it from Snowflower, just throwing them forward. Speaking of going forward, Faker, Emperor's Divide onto Ghost. The setup is going to be there, but he just takes down the Azir eventually. He will be taken out, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end, and the flash out has to come through from Zeus. Ona still trying to walk up, though, wanting even more. He's taking the form of the Callista as BDD is flashing on forward, and yeah, should just be able to walk on over and collect themselves this Cloud Soul. Fighting without Ghost, very, very difficult, so Cloud Soul will be collected for T1. A lot of extra movement speed, things like that. Great stuff. You can collect with your own Cloud Soul if you're able to collect it yourself.
Atlas, of course, Cloud, local Cloud Source Soul advocate. Very happy to always sing the praises. And overall, I thought Nongshim were maybe going to go for a risky Baron call. Instead, it's T1 for risky Baron call. Number 2, Dread's alive.
Yeah.
Let's not repeat our mistakes, shall we?
Well, that's it's a teleport, so we've got 5 members in this pit. BDD is off to the side. It's a lot of damage being done. Zeus wanting to stop Dread from being able to get into that pit, but he gets taken down to his bloblets. Still going to be the burst damage enough onto the Baron. However, they do lose their Zac. And 21 kills here, 29 minutes into this game. It's pretty bloody, as we're going to check out this fight one more time.
And Faker just goes in for a huge play, is able to get both the flash as well as ghost his stopwatch. However, because he also goes down, the immediate response for T1 is not one that they can continue to fight. And I actually love the play from Zeus here. Just gives his life to guarantee that the exact same mistake doesn't happen. Dread goes in, and that's just a crucial little amount of time that needed to be bought. And as a result, they are able to get themselves the objective at the cost of a Zac, which is one that you'll be very happy to take.
Well, very sneaky is Dread. Spots Owner. And Owner's going to dash away. Arrow connects onto Carrier after the flash. And Carrier was never going to have to worry about anything, really. However, still, they managed to get that Summoner spell. Pretty crucial.
Snowflower doesn't have flash. Need to be very respectful. Faker in particular. Made that play before, looking for it again.
Yep. Faker has been so proactive this game.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a very different game. From
Oh yes. Having a great one. 1-1 and 8 right now. Not getting a lot of the kills that he likes getting. However, Gumushi does have 3-1 and 4. He's got his 3 items that he really does like to have. Decided to skip getting a collector or anything like that. That's serrated Dirk just for the laning phase by the looks of things.
Yeah,
so
might just sell it.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. Because right now, you want other things.
Oh yeah. And if T1 versus Nongshim is going to come down to an Elder Flip Atlas, then I don't
Say it isn't so Chronicler.
Why, it might very well be. And I want to really put praise towards Nongshim. Even though this game is looking very, very different, seeing a team get a resurgence this deep into the split is really remarkable. And
I mean, it's heartwarming. It is heartwarming, but it is also sad. Because if this had have happened a few weeks earlier, then there's a chance that Nongshim could knock out teams like DRX who have been faltering from the ability to get towards playoffs. But however, not to be the case.
Atlas, we should not be sad about what could have been. We should enjoy what we have, which is an arrow.
Indeed.
I thought it was gone.
Well, Dread's now in a heck of a lot of trouble. He's going to ult just to celebrate, as that will be up when he has respawned. As Nongshim now on the back foot, Elastic Slingshot is going to come on through here as Zeus finds the perfect engage. BDD's going to be eradicated immediately. Ghost down to his GA that he'd only just purchased, as Canna desperately wants to keep him alive. Owner going to mitigate the turret damage as well with the possession. And very comfortably, T1 win a team fight and are now looking to push forward right as the Baron wears off. They're going to break open the base.
He got shield bow. He got a shield bow. That's not fair.
That is not fair at all. However, it's just how the Viego works. I remember being very upset about that when Viego was first released. As Arrow's going to connect, the volley value is kind of there. Canna has to go golden as the Nexus turrets are the focus. T1 are done with this game. They are done with this series. As Dread makes his way out of the death chamber. Faker taking a lot of damage as Dread goes into his stopwatch as well. Zeus can tank for a long time.
On his way.
Yeah, looks like T1 are going to have to get out of this one, but Gumayushi with so much damage. Canna was a tank. Chronicler, what is happening here is now Zeus just looking for a re-engage. BDD is going to use his Zonyas, but the rest of T1 all just collapse around, and Ghost has respawned. He's like, what is going on here? As Snowflower's flashing to get himself to safety. Another arrow comes in.
Wait.
As, what the heck? That was Owner that went down there. It was Ari, of course, because he had possessed her. As now Dread finds an ulti. Gumayushi goes into the bailout, but it does not work as Ghost gets a triple. And this is officially silly.
I was so sure they were gonna end Atlas.
Yeah, so was I.
We're not done yet.
I was so sure I was awake as well, but I'm now still wondering whether maybe I'm dreaming.
Are we? Is this all a fever dream? I don't know. Dread trying to look for a flank, gets caught out and immediately goes down. Baron buff is available for T1, so understandably they go for a hard push. And up until this point, this play is just beautiful. Owner getting the Vi and the Ari perfectly set up, and then I don't know. I don't even know why I'm talking about a Vi, because she died way earlier, but like that, the whole sequence of play is crazy.
Yeah.
We get them getting the turret this low, and then the moment BDD comes back up, actually gets a lot of damage, and the mana is getting so low at this point as well. Snowflower is mandating the absolute Imperium out of the T1 backline that is just getting shelled down, getting slowed down as we're not done.
Yeah, we got another battle. Cannon's going to find a few knockups here as Zeus taking way too much damage, but BDD gets handshot. Faker going to lock down the Ari yet again. Goes trying to stay alive, but it's not going to work. It's the charm from Owner of all things. As now Nongshim are officially routed. You can see the teleport already as Elastic Slingshot comes through. Dread's going to pick Zeus up out of the air. And yeah, Zeus not going to be able to kill Dread right now, but there's only one Nexus turret. And T1 are now going to say goodnight to this game. Cannon's going to teleport as Owner's doing his best to do as much damage as possible, but it's not going to work. Inner turret in the top lane is where Cannon elected to go because that was the safest place. Emperor's Divide comes on through, and T1 want to get as many of the kills as they possibly can, and they should be able to do so, as of course Nongshim pretty happy to do some battle right here. T1, you're going to have to just last hit this one if you could, and there we go. Dread is going to be taken down, and then the Nexus soon to follow as T1 will win the series. Clean 2-1, nothing to see here.
No, we're not going back to that joke. It was not clean. I know that's the point of it, but regardless, what a monumental research here from the Nongshim Red Force. Incredible amount of resilience, even shown in this game.
Yeah.
They're going into a completely different direction. And the reason why we're focusing on them is because for T1, this should have been a freebie. This should have been an easy pickup. Team should have had no problem whatsoever, and instead, they really had to fight for it. The fact that they were able to, the fact that it didn't completely tilt off the face of the map after some of those plays, I think is commendable, especially that first Baron. But the fact that it came to this is going to make the other teams look at T1, I think, in a completely different way.
Well, I mean, this happened the last time they were against Nongshim. Do you remember the Canna quadra kill in the bottom lane on Nah? I don't know, maybe it's just these two teams. Maybe it's the, you know, the battle of the red and black. And they just bring it out in each other. It was a really fun series. But it was by no means very clean League of Legends whatsoever.
It was fun, it was silly, it had everything. Owner with a Herculean performance on that Viego, really making it look like the release. You know, you can say release Viego, you can say LPL Viego. There's a bunch of iterations, all of which are nightmare-inducing. But I think you can see it in T1 as well. This was not the match they came here today to play. Some of the elements I really liked. I think the Zac top, even though Zeus absolutely trolled some of the parts, which
he was having a really good time.
I'm saying it because this is a player where we know how good he is. And I think that he was playing it fast and loose. But even there, you still saw the value in the later stage of the game. Faker having another instrumental performance on the Azir after both had, like, I think, his best Azir performance overall and his worst in, like, one series, because the second one was really rough. So interesting altogether. But calls like this, calls like that Baron, can't be made against the better teams. Just can't afford to do it.
No, we actually, you know, we've seen it before. It's bitten them multiple times.
Think back to MSI.
Yeah, no, exactly. I don't want to, because it hurts. But I think that if Faker doesn't slaughter the mid lane as effectively as he did this game, it could have been very, very difficult for T1 to win.
Yeah, and again, games like this are always so hard to really put into perspective because there's a lot of good and a lot of bad that comes together here. There is the fact that T1, in the end, still wins the game. They had a large lead for a big part of it. They have a team comp that scales very, very nicely as well. But there's also a lot of moments where it felt like they were still holding on to the steering wheel, but it was swerving. It didn't feel like a safe drive.
Yeah. As we're going to have a listen to T1 as they win the last team fight. BDD not having a similar game to what he had in game number 2. It was a bit of an unfortunate one on the alley.
Yeah, not having a great performance. Started off in the early lane, punished heavily by Owner and Faker. And I gotta say, Owner and Faker, to me, really the two players that really carried it through. Carrier also having a great game on the Renata, a couple of extremely impactful ultimates that he was able to hit. In addition to a couple of handshakes as...
끝내야 돼.
Actually, very cute from Faker. There's a wait.
Help.
이건 볼게.
나 젤리 되고.
Eventually, like, okay, let's not let
Okay.
the
Yeah.
top die.
나이스.
Gotta keep him safe.
And you can see, very sheepish is Zeus, but looking at Keria, he was very unhappy.
Yeah.
With how this series went. I think Keria just in general pretty hard on himself as a player, and that was not the look that he was going for. Had some off moments, that flash in the mid lane under the inner turret to get away from an arrow that still hit him. Those sort of things really show that he may not have necessarily been on his game today, and that maybe some of the shakiness kind of got to him. Gumyushi's still doing a heck of a lot of damage, as you can see, as far as this graph is concerned, but a little bit like a heart monitor as far as the gold, and not exactly the cleanest of wins. So let's throw it over to the analyst chairs and see what they have to say about this T1 eventual victory.
Hello, thank you, casters, for the cast on that series. And we are here on the carpet space, me, Valdez, and Wolf. And yeah, that was, you could see it on Keria's face. I think that really kind of told the story, right? We were all looking at him. He looked pissed from not only the end of the game, but somewhere in the middle. That was not T1's best performance. They did get a win in the end, which will help them get into that round 2. But they cannot, Chronicler said it, we were saying it, they cannot do this against better teams.
Yeah, and we'll talk a lot about that as we go through these highlights and stuff. Let's talk about the draft for just a second. I do think T1 had the better draft by a large margin. I think it was a huge mistake to prioritize Vi here over the Renata if you're going for the Callista. They banned away the Zeri, but they allow the Draven through while grabbing this Callista, then don't take Renata, so they don't actually have a power lane down there. In defense of Snowflower, though, he had a fantastic game on the Ashe. It was actually a really good turnaround from him. He has had a great series, just to be totally blunt.
Yeah.
But the problems in this game for T1 were that they overextended, and Zeus had a really unfortunate game on the Zac. We know how much he's been playing it in solo queue. He's been preparing for tank matchups, but he just overextended in lane several times, was picked, lost his passive in really critical moments where they weren't able to team fight around him without that passive, didn't build as much tenacity you were talking about watching that game as he should have into what was essentially a glorified pick composition here for Nongshim.
Yeah.
And game 1, strike 1 for T1 because, okay, you guys won it in the end. Game 2, okay, very one-sided, fell behind early, Nongshim get it. So we're like, okay, let's not judge too harshly. But this was strike 3 for me. We should be worried, actually, about T1 going into playoffs with performances like this. Not just this series, but their last few series as well. And I'm not talking about the Gen G series. I'm talking about against weaker opponents. They have not looked as clean. They did not look like a number 2 team here in the LCK.
Yeah, it's true. I think they do show up against stronger opponents, but yeah, definitely a little bit of a weak spot here for them. Let's jump into highlight 1 as we do have this fight in the mid lane. It was very messy throughout the first 18 minutes of this one, as we kind of highlighted, and then they went into this.
Yeah, this is Zeus, of course, up there in the front lines, let's say. Passive gets popped here, and then Kana decides to ult through. Faker has a fantastic Emperor's Divide. Sundisk turret here getting massive value. And we want to grab this because it felt like a big turning point where T1 finally, with this exchange in this fight, actually grabbed back control for the first time in a long time, and the game quieted down for just a moment. They're like, all right, we could take some control over Baron, we could get our Drakes online, get Soul, and it was this turning point where Nongshim felt forced to actually try to do something in the mid lane that T1 finally stabilized. And Faker, once again on this Azir, has a fantastic game.
Yeah, he looked very good. Those Sun discs were very good, as you mentioned, during that one. We can jump into highlight 2 as well. This one was actually the last fight. We had so many back and forth, so many picks from the side of Nongshim. There were moments, even a turnaround in the base from Nongshim, where we thought maybe they can actually win this somehow. But in the end, it was this.
And the zoning ultimates from Keria throughout this game, even though he was picked several times, and as was mentioned on the cast and here on the desk, he looked very frustrated with how, I don't think how he played, but actually how his team played. You could see in the final moments, he was kind of calling his team like, yo, don't push in the fountain, don't mess around. Like, I do not want to lose this game. That's not what he said verbatim, but you could tell in his voice that was kind of the attitude. But his Renata ultimate there was fantastic, the game-winning moment there, but T1 had huge advantages going into the second fight after the respawns came through, and they just pushed to end here. But we skipped a lot of the messy parts. We didn't go deep dive on some of the errors in the early game. But again, T1, you're going to have to clean it up going to those final series. You got Live Sandbox next week, playoffs coming up after that.
Yeah, that is a huge series. Definitely one to win that one for them. But let's take a look at the POG here on the side of this one. It will be Faker once again, so a solo interview with Faker. It is a journalist's dream, but yeah, he did a lot of damage per gold. That's like up above even what BDD was getting on average. So really kind of carried his team across the line, starting with the early game. Had a huge impact, obviously, with the solo kill, which he basically created.
Yeah, and the second kill also, or that was the second kill. The first one, of course, he set up for Owner there. So really just kind of crushing BDD in lane so hard on his iconic Azir here. And I think that's part of why T1's lead was big enough to excuse some of the problems with Guma Keria and, you know, to be more blunt, Zeus' overextensions in the side lane. So at the end of the day, Emperor's Divide saves the game, got some good Sundis turrets. Not surprised to see he picks up most of the votes here.
Yeah, even a vote there for Keria. You know, some big moments where he turned it with the Berserk, and even a vote for Zeus, which not sure about that one. But either way, guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hop over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the Fakers solo POG interview translation. T1 secured the playoffs round 2 bye with this win. How do you feel? Feels great to head straight to the second round of the playoffs, and there were a lot of ups and downs, but still I'm so happy that we were able to get this win. So today you were completely on that Azir duty. You were playing Azir both on blue side and the red side as a first pick. Azir is very versatile pick. Speaking of versatile pick, your Azir was able to set up for many different outplays here. So let's take a look at this replay. We had 3-man turret dive onto the Seraphim very early on in the game. I was able to win the trade, and also I was, having a comms with Owner and Keria. They saw the angle and they came up to the mid lane. Well, the game was a little bit going back and forth in game number 1, but with another perfect delivery from Faker's Azir around the Baron, T1 was able to secure the win. So what did you focus on playing in that game? I wanted to, focus on what we can do instead of just focusing on a specific pick I was playing. And you were able to pull that off perfectly in game number 1. But game number 2, Nongshim actually picked themselves up together and then came way stronger. Oh, we did lose game 2? I completely forgot that. I'm just kidding. I think we made a lot of mistakes, early on in game 2, and our comp was really difficult to come back after falling behind, so we wanted to focus on that. And after losing game 2, which Faker forgot, you guys were still able to come back stronger for the last game and pick up the series win. Tell me about the Zac top. I don't know, Zeus, he's been playing that in solo queue and other practices, and he was pretty confident in that Zac. Has he ever played that into Ornn? Well, I think when they go 50-50, Jelly is way easier to, keep going for the fight. So I think Zac does have the edge over there. And early on, you were actually giving BDD some treatment, giving 2 kills early on in the laning phase. So tell me about the lane matchup against Ahri. I haven't been playing that matchup recently, so I lost last time, but still, I am pretty, prepared for any kind of matchup, so I don't really mind about the champion matchups itself. Faker, a lot of people actually say that your playstyle kind of changed. Previously you were actually funneling all the gold and resources over to your teammates, but nowadays you actually try to farm and then, support your team. Recently, this current meta is all about the mid laners, scaling and getting fed. So I just try to adapt to the meta. And right now, the meta is about, also mid laner getting the resource and getting fed. And we were able to see what Azir can do from you in this series. T1 needs to keep working on the performance, to be honest, before heading into the playoffs. And your next opponent in the last week of the regular split are Damwon Kia and Leaf Sandbox. And it's very likely to play against them in the playoffs as well. So I think it's gonna be a bit of a preview of playoffs. So regardless of the outcome of that series, I hope we can do our best and perform our best in that series, and we will do our best to secure a 2-0 win over them. This will be the end of the interview from Faker, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As good to hear from Faker. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings now that T1 have picked up this victory. They are still the one loss behind Gen.G, but with this victory, they do secure themselves the round 2 spot.
Yeah, really important win here. If they had not, there was still a small chance that Liv Sandbox could snatch that away. Really important win, regardless of the state of how it looked. Our next matchup, though, massive. Kwangdong absolutely need this win over DRX for the best game score possible. They want to keep their hopes alive. They lose it, it's done. We have our playoffs set.
Yeah, DRX will secure playoffs if they do win. They're not quite in yet. They do have to win this one. But either way, guys, we will see you after a bit of a break for that second matchup. Don't go anywhere.
cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
리스닝 능력 향상을 위해서 준비했습니다. 바로바로 스킬 퀴즈 챔피언을 맞춰라! 소리 듣고 어떤 챔피언인지 몸으로 표현하시면 됩니다.
그렇죠. 자, 그러면 첫 번째 문제 들려주세요.
그거다.
정답. 조금만 더.
이렇게 딱 하고 이거 뻥 튀어나오고.
오케이, 정답은?
오른.
정답입니다. 이거 또 하나만 설명해 명이 됐죠.
네, 아니 킹제니 맞출 줄 알았는데
네.
데프트가 맞춰가지고.
자, 이러면 DRX가 1대5로 앞서 나가고 있고요. 두 번째 문제
갑니다.
주세요.
너무 어렵죠 이거는? 자,
이거-
다시 들려주세요.
나도 모르겠는데?
어떻게 해야지 모르겠는데 어떻게 해야 노래 올려?
모르죠? 잠깐만, 정답 나왔어요. 네. 자, 과연 모험은?
뭐 타소스야? 아, 타소스예요?
세라핀이요.
세라핀 정답!
네, 지금 박빙이고요. 다음 문제
주세요.
아 어디 들어봤는데?
난 어려워.
되게 어려웠었는데 결정적인 그 소리가 딱 들렸어요. 베릴! 네, 나왔어.
이거 알아요?
이거 아닌가? 이렇게 하고
그렇죠.
이렇게 하고
하고.
이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고
그렇죠.
이렇게 하고
하고.
이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고
정답은?
니시 지금
정답!
콤보 왜 이렇게 잘 넣어?
이렇게 해서 스킬 퀴즈 챔피언을 맞춰라 승자는 DRX입니다. 축하합니다.
마지막 3라운드 저희가 야심차게 준비를 했습니다.
그렇습니다. 대표 코너 박 퀴즈를 과감하게 버렸습니다. 너무 재미가 없다는 얘기가 많아서 그래서 새롭게 시도하는 코너입니다. 그려 그림으로 말해요.
제일 안쪽에 계신 이제 페이트 선수와 데프트 선수가 문제 정답을 맞춰주시게 되고 나머지 4명의 선수는 5초씩 저희가 그림을 그리는 시간을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
그렇습니다.
데프트 선수는 뒤로 돌아주세요. 저희 쪽으로 봐주세요. 저희 쪽으로.
고개 돌리면 안 됩니다. 건너면 안 돼요.
네. DRX 제시어 주세요.
상상력이야 이거 내가 볼 때.
시작. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 5, 4, 3, 2,
뭐지?
1,
뭐였지 이거 까먹었어.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡.
자,
쉬운데?
쉽다. 쉽다 나왔어요.
그럼 바로 가는
바로
걸까요?
정답.
너무 뻔한 거 알파카 아니에요?
정답.
표현력이 좋아.
어디서 제일 결정적이었어요?
이번 얼굴 없었어도 맞췄을 거야.
얼굴이 없어서 맞췄다.
이거 DRX 뭔가. 예.
처음에 몸통 요 표현이 좋았어요.
자, 광동 제시어 갑니다.
왔죠?
너무 어려운데?
시작해주세요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 자, 주시고요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 잘했다. 4, 3, 2, 1 3, 2, 1
그릴 필요도 없다.
되게 신기한 게 시간이 남아요.
그리고 자기들끼리 만족해.
야, 이게 뭐야?
자, 페이트 확인.
진짜 쉽다. 진짜 핵심은 다 있어. 이제 그냥 뭔가 상대팀이 그려주는 그림 같은데.
핵심은 다 있어. 진짜.
그럼 뭔지 알겠어요, 대충?
정답은?
테디?
정답! 잠깐만요, 좀.
근데 누가 뭘 그리니까 옆에서 잘했다 이랬거든? 뭘 잘했다는 거야, 뭘?
저는 이제 기인이가 이제 얼굴 눈동자랑 입 여기가 좀 약간
눈을 안 그려줬어? 눈은 안 그려줬어.
DRX 두 번째 문제 제시어 주세요. 시작. 1,
4, 3, 2, 1, 땡,
땡.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡,
땡.
넘겨주시고요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡.
자, 이제 정답
맞추면
그림이
인정이다, 이거.
완성이 됐습니다. 어떤 거 같나, 이게?
포르쉐.
포르쉐요?
포르쉐일 것 같아요?
뭔가 차가 좀 좋아 보여요.
뒤에 불나고 이러니까.
차가 좋아 보인다. 정답!
잘 그렸지 이거. 이것 때문에 알았어? 그냥 자동차만 있으면. 이것 때문에 알았대. 이것 때문에.
자, 광동 제시어 주세요.
핵심을 잘 그려야 돼.
시작. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주시고요. 자, 갑니다. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1
모르겠다.
넘겨주시고요. 전 모르겠어요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주시고. 이거 어떻게 맞지? 이게 뭐야? 저는 정답을 아는데도 모르겠는데. 자, 페이트 선수 정답은?
모르겠어요.
모르겠다. 네. 뭘 표현하신 거예요?
아, 그라스 이제 배에 상처가 있어가지고 상처랑 이제 배꼽을 그렸는데 상처가 어디 있고 배꼽이 어디 있고 그라스가 어디 있고
자, 이건 뭐예요, 그럼? 이거 뭐, 원통은 뭐예요?
풀통으로 그리려고 했는데
아, 잘못 그렸구나. 아, 힐 두루마리처럼 그려가지고.
DRX에서 그래도 이렇게 안 그릴 것 같아요.
알겠습니다.
자, 아무튼 고생하셨고, 자, 현재 2대1 상황입니다.
자, DRX의
마지막 문제.
마지막 문제 가보도록 하겠습니다.
준비하시고 제가 시간 드릴게요.
이거 힘들다, 이거 힘들다.
시작. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 다음. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡.
디테일.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
좋았다.
땡! 자, 대프 선수 앞으로 돌아서 스케치북 확인해 주시기 바랍니다.
뭐야 이게? 진짜 스타트를 너무 못 끊었나? 사람 뭐 이거 동그라미.
셋, 둘, 하나.
가렌?
가렌? 이게 가렌이라고요?
이게 가렌이라고요?
칼 들고 빙글빙글 도는 거.
옆에는 뭐예요, 그러면? 하늘색은?
궁? 궁인가?
정답!
이걸 맞춰요?
아니, 잠깐만. 대표님, 그럼 뭐가 제일 결정적이었었죠?
아이 칼이랑 빙글빙글 도는 거?
자, 그러면 광도 여기 안 바꾸고 그대로 갑니까?
자리 바꿔.
너무 못해. 잘좀 바꿔봐.
아니 그러니까 너 나와.
잘 바꿔줘.
나한테 말하는 거야? 아, 나 안 된다니까. 나 근데 진짜 안 돼. 진짜 안 돼.
진짜 안 된다.
아니, 나 안 된다고.
하나씩 땡겨 하나씩.
아니 땡겨. 나 믿어?
자, 테디부터
자, 네, 바꿨어요.
바꿨어요. 자, 모함이 마칩니다.
모함이 정답 맞히는 걸로.
가자. 이대로 가는 게 맞아?
어, 맞아. 몰라. 어차피 우리 다 못해.
자, 마지막 제시어 보여주세요. 시작. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요.
뭐 어떻게 그려?
자, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요.
이거 뭔데?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요.
이거 못 맞추기만 해.
너무 가혹한 거 아닌가요? 오늘 나온 작품 중에는 제가 보기에는 광동의 거의 걸작입니다. 이거.
그러니까.
이거 뭐야?
이거 모르면 난 모르겠는데.
예, 아 예.
정답은?
럭스?
럭스!
어떤 것 때문에?
아 이거 Q 맞은 표시 아니에요 이거?
그게 맞은 표시다.
검은 거 뭐예요?
이 검은 거는?
뽑은 거 모르겠어요.
그거 모르겠다.
정답은 세나였습니다.
세나였습니다.
내가 영어 열심히
세나.
배워왔잖아.
네.
이렇게 해서 DRX가 승리를 가져왔습니다. 축하합니다. 네, 스트릿 롤파이터 명예전당에 오를 영광의 우승팀은 바로 DRX입니다. 축하합니다. 네, 우승 소감을 또 들어봐야겠죠?
오늘 진짜 게임 하는 것보다 훨씬 더 재밌었던 것 같아요 저는.
네.
너무 즐거웠습니다.
감독도 뭐 한 번씩 소감 들어볼까요? 팬분들께 한마디도 좋습니다. 네.
지긴 했는데 3억대 싸움은 이겨서 기분은 좋네요.
아, 그럼요. 팀에서 이겼으면 됐지 뭐.
나는 이겼다.
팀이 최고지.
아, 그럼요.
그렇습니다. 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 레디 하면은 다 같이 파이트 하면서 이 시간 마무리 해보도록 할게요. 자, 레디! 파이트!
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here for our final game of the week, and it's match of the week. It's a big one. This is a playoff decider. We could have all of our playoff teams locked in before week 9 even happens.
Yeah, it's crazy, especially considering that over the last couple of splits has always been right down to the end. And this time around, might have it all locked in if DRX is able to grab a winner tonight.
Yeah, exactly right. Of course, we haven't necessarily locked in where all of our playoff teams are going to be landing. Of course, the initial matchups and things like that are very important. But let's have a look at the standings here to see what this could mean. As we can see, DRX and Kwangdong Freaks are fighting for that last spot. Predabrion, Nongshim, and Halma-Life Esports are all eliminated. And Quandong Freaks, to be honest, their chances not exactly high. As you can see, -10 game score in comparison to the 0 of DRX. DRX 19 and 19 as far as games are concerned. Very even. And they won't be even after the end of today's match.
Yeah, what's key here is that even if DRX do lose, they're not out. There needs to go a lot of other things wrong for them to actually not make it. If I remember correctly, they also need to lose all their other series.
Yes.
0 to 2, which I don't think DRX is going to do. So for Kwangdong, today is the day that the struggle starts, but it's not even over, even if you do get the win here.
Exactly right. As you can see, playoff probability is very close to 99% for DRX, and as a result, 1.3 going to be the chances for Quandong Freaks as far as our ELO system is concerned. But any chance is a chance, and Quandong Freaks need to give it their all here to try and muster up a 2-0 over DRX, which is something that they were capable of doing, at least close to, in the previous round robin.
And Zaka wanting to take revenge. Of course, the playoffs results in spring were favorable for Kwangdong, who then got swiftly murdered by T1, if memory serves me right. And overall, DRX this split have looked like the better team. Zaka in particular has been the backbone of a DRX that has been very up or down. I think Deft and Barrel overall have been a positive influence, but Kingen, after the first few weeks, not looking as good, and Pioshik as high and as low, as always.
Yeah, the consistency factor still definitely a thing here for DRX, who are continuing to slump somewhat. It wasn't exactly an amazing series. Their last one against Nongshim that went 3 games. Zeka was definitely a large portion of that, picking up back-to-back POGs. But it really was not all that inspiring. Head-to-head score for Teddy, 32, and Deft, 32. Absolutely beautiful here. The symmetry between both of these teams, and of course DRX as far as their win rate is concerned, really does show that this is going to mean a lot to the Teddy Deft win rate, and of course to playoffs as well, as Quandong Freaks desperately try to keep their hopes alive. As you can see, Quandong Freaks not exactly with the greatest of statistics, and based on what they've been capable of, we're in for a long night.
Yeah, because DRX also not great, and this is where the round 2 really kicks in. I think DRX looked the best at the beginning, mid-half of the round robin 1, and then as we got into round 2, it got rougher and rougher, and they haven't really been able to get out of that.
Yep, Quandong Freaks now on the home side as well. They will be able to hop onto blue side for game number 1. Also, we've seen that blue side has been a lot more successful for a lot of our teams. However, interestingly, DRX actually have a larger win rate on the red side. So, well, actually, they've picked up more wins on the red side. I think their win rate is still higher on blue side, but they haven't played on that side all that often. But this is Quandong Freaks' last chance. As you saw, it's Moham that's making his way out. It was Hoyt that's been playing for their last couple of matches. But Moham is back, and I can see a little grin under that mask as well.
Oh, he's always grinning. I don't know if he'll do better than Hoyt. Moham, to me, looked relatively similar. The big difference, of course, is that there is an expectation of possible improvement with Moham, whereas with Hoyt, we've seen basically the same issues ran into for the entire split. But improving over a split is a very nice idea that isn't really relevant because we're in match 80 of 90. So, yeah, it's now or never, truly, for Kwangdong.
Exactly right, and it's not only that. They need a whole lot more to go right for them. They need this team right here to fail to win any more games here in the LCK for Summer 2022. That is highly unlikely if you have a look at the matches that they have coming up. Of course, the first one, not exactly the most winnable, but against Halma-Life Esports should be one that DRX should be able to lock down as well to get themselves into a bit of a momentum swing towards the playoffs. But of course, this is our weakest looking playoff contender, to be perfectly honest, and DRX are going to have to show us a lot here today to really prove that they are going to be able to throw down with the big dogs of the LCK that really have come to the fore. KT and Live Sandbox especially stepping up in this round robin and having a fantastic showing. So DRX going to have to show that they are still ahead of them. Because remember, the beginning of this season was all about DRX. They were good. They were doing winning. Not so much anymore.
You can hear the pain in Alice's voice as just like me in Sandbox or
I don't know what you're talking about. I am very unbiased.
Sometimes.
I have never, ever given deft facts unless they're absolutely relevant.
100% relevancy
Uh-huh.
to Atlas, at least.
Mhm.
As DRX, a team that didn't quite have the collapse that we saw from Nongshim, but still, you look at Spring, you look at their first round robin, and this team can make you very, very excited. Zeka, chosen without a shadow of a doubt, incredible player, has been a big boon to the LCK. And Fate has been mostly invisible. Now that's kind of leaning into the player that Fate is. I think he's a very good secondary carry. We've talked about this a lot. But even that, this split hasn't really come to fruition.
Yeah.
I think his Talia games are the only one that stand out where he was able to have a decent impact. But outside of that, meta hasn't seemingly suited him. And Kwangdong truly feels like it's just Teddy. And then LM sometimes, and that's basically it.
Yeah, LM did have that one pop off on Viego.
That Viego game.
It did give us a little bit of stray hope. But otherwise, yeah, it's they play the first game generally with Teddy not on a hard carry, and then they get into the second and third games and Teddy's playing Jinx or something like that that can actually just pick them up from their bootstraps and carry them over the line. And that's been how Kwangdong has strung together some of their victories throughout the season. Deft and Beryl, certainly going to be tough opposition there towards the bottom side, but that is something that we were talking about a lot in the first round robin, and not so much being as powerful as we've moved into the second round robin here. It's almost like they ran out of steam just a little bit.
Yeah, I remember early, the first few weeks of summer, we were talking about Deft being in contention for being one of the top 3 AD carries in the split, and that just unfortunately hasn't really gone anywhere.
That's very cute.
It's really adorable. It's not even like I think Deft and Barrow have been playing bad. It's just not been impressive. It really feels like a middle of the pack team.
Yeah.
When it's not really the standard that I think DRX would like to compare themselves to. And in this game, I know the mid lane is important. I think in addition to that, the jungle 1v1 is going to be whoever gets a lead first, because both these junglers have been known to be a fan of the good old snowball. So
and coins. Big fan of coins as well.
Yeah, coins and snowballs. That's what you're looking for.
That's precisely what we're going to... Hopefully there is a coin summoner that you can pick up on Howling Abyss alongside the snowball. So you can represent LM and Pureshik.
TF flip coin.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, you could just do some emote spam. It'll be fine. Here we are into the draft for game number 1. Kwangdong Freaks on the blue side, DRX on the red. Silas going to be the first ban, followed up by the Poppy. And there is Gwen taken away first by DRX. A lot of respect to Keen.
Love the Poppy ban. Taking away super aggressive early game junglers from Pureshik is a great move. As I mentioned previously, getting him rolling early has been, for so long, been kind of what made DRX tick. Think back to last year in spring, when it was the Udyr meta. They were one of the early adopters.
Yeah.
And he was so confident, got so much done, and then of course there was the horrible summer that DRX fans probably don't want to think back to. And then this year...
I don't remember that.
Exactly. And then this year it's kind of been the same exact issues. The Wukong going to get taken away here as well. Sivir versus Zeri trade seems one that is on the table. Alternatively, Lucian priority is a possibility, but with Draven still up, we've seen teams in general kind of drop the Lucian army. This is one of the picks that Fate actually has looked good on, and in theory is also a flex pick, so could also go to LM. And I know we both are big fans of actually utilizing the flex potential of Talia in a draft like this.
Yeah, wonder whether they can also utilize some flex potential of Ornn at the same time. Fate's played that one, so that's a double flex.
Yeah.
Could be some shenanigans here in the draft. As DRX, let's see whether they do lock down the bottom lane. It's certainly something that they're going to be capable of here. Lucian, Zeri, Sivir, all these sorts of things are up and available, as Beryl is going to lock in the Lulu to start things off. Can be paired with either the Zeri or the Sivir very comfortably, but it will just be the Azir. So I love this from DRX. They're trying to avoid getting Dravened. And so they'll lock the Lulu portion of the bottom lane, allow themselves to get a decent Zeri or Sivir lane, and just opt out of being Dravened by Teddy, who has Dravened in the past.
And if they got Lucian Nami, you can even pick up a good old Kog'Maw. So,
exactly.
lot of different options there, as it will probably just be a Sivir handshake based on how this is looking. We saw that the Zillion was picked up previously. I don't expect Mon to play Zillion. That will kind of blow my mind. I think that this will be something a little less interesting. You can go for the Alistair pickup here, but that is of course a blind pick, which can be punished if DRX decide to go into a different direction. Let's not forget that Teft also has a reasonable win rate on Jinx over the course of his career. And I think the Rakan is a nice middle ground where you still get a lot of value for Moam with an engage support. Lane, obviously, not going to be exciting in the slightest. Neither of these two lanes are going to be looking to get anything done early. There is some setup in case of a Taliyah dive on bot side, especially if they pair this with a strong jungler, although with neither team really having locked in the jungle, I'm expecting to see more bans towards that way, but no!
I love the Renekton.
He's back in the meta.
Well, this is also because the Taliyah's there, right? We've seen Taliyah Renekton actually find some success.
I'm not sold on the old Taliyah Renekton anymore.
No, I know, but I mean just explaining why it's being banned.
I don't think the Crocodile warrants a ban at this point in time, Atlas. I'm not sold.
You got really burnt by the Zeus Prowler's Core Renekton, didn't you?
No. In general, I think that there is a time and place for anything, for any champion.
Except Renekton.
No, there is.
I mean, the time for Renekton is generally R5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alongside Aatrox. We accept either of them as far as R5 is concerned. Nara is going to be banned away here by DRX. They don't want to see that one.
Is it just like
Ornn?
It is, yeah. It's Ornn. It's R for Ornn.
Or it's R for Trundle, then Ornn. Or Skarner. Because that has been one of the options into the Zeri. The Vi has been banned, so Pioshik thinking about missing his kind.
Blind Skarner. Well, Ellen, pick up that fiddlesticks. Let's get him. I'm joking. That's not happening. Especially not now. Xin Zhao. I like this a lot more. I think that the Xin Zhao Lulu is a combination that we saw very aggressively utilized over the course of the previous split, and one that has a lot of innate power. Really nice combinations between the aggressive potential that the champion has, slowdown from Lulu, as well as the combination of his ultimate with a wild growth as, unsurprisingly, Keith has pick me Ornn.
I like it. And it's a pick away as well. We mentioned that it fits quite decently into the DRX composition. Might just be the Ornn Sejuani handshake, unless Kingen has something else on his mind. Can go for like a very fierce split push option if you would like to, but we've seen that that's very risky. Demonstrated by Quantum Freaks, in fact. As Ellum thinking about locking away his Lee Sin, of course, his fellow T1 brethren, as him and Ona were on the same team for a while. Not exactly as proficient as Ona is necessarily, even though Ona did lose a game on his Lee Sin.
Yeah, isn't it like 8-2 now, and the only 2 wins are, or 2-8, I guess, 2 wins, 8 losses, and the only wins are specifically Ona?
Yeah, although it's like 3 now, isn't it? Because that was the Vi matchup.
Yeah, No, he lost, right? So it was 2-7. So now it's 2-8.
Yeah.
Because it's lost 8 times.
Yeah,
so it's a bad time, is what we're trying to get at.
Yeah.
As overall, it's going to be the Gragas for Kingen instead. Gragas a pick that, of course, I think when timed very nicely can have a decent impact. Lane is a very, very uninteresting. It's really just the mid-jungle 2v2. I expect to see a lot of action. I am looking at these comps, Atlas, and if you thought that we had League of Legends in the past 2 days, you have no idea. We're in for a long one.
Oh, right. I was like, I think we have had some League of Legends, actually.
We've had great games, but have we had long games?
Well, not so much. We had a series previously today that was quite long as far as a series, but I guess the games did not necessarily last to the nth degree.
I haven't seen an Elder in a bit.
Yeah, we could get there here this game because, there seems to be a fair bit of handshaking and should be a fair bit of just waiting for Sivir and Zeri to get a bit of a carry on. And if the DRX composition starts to fall over, I see the Teddy angle absolutely. But if DRX are actually able to make this composition work, then the ricochet value that they can get, the amount of disengage they have with Crescent Guard and the explosive cast, could make things difficult here for Kwangdong Freaks, I reckon.
Yeah, overall, there are still a lot of tools available. Great hard engage here for Kwangdong Freaks. And the 5v5, very, very strong. I think in terms of skirmishing, the DRX definitely has a big edge. And excited to see if they can protect Deft.
Yeah, exactly right. Top onto the Rift here for game number 1. All right, both of our teams, the fan chants, you can feel the desperation. You can feel the playoffs on the minds of fans and players alike right now. And I'm expecting an extra layer of fierceness as we get into this one, Chronicler, because this is the last chance that Kwangdong Freaks have. Come on, mate.
Fierceness.
Fierceness, yeah.
Fierceness. Not, we're going to wait for the right opportunity, so we're taking 25 minutes to get anything done in classic LCK fashionness.
Well, no, that's not what because it's Element, it's Pyoshik, okay? And I am just trying to stay optimistic, okay, Mr. Pessimist over here.
That's me.
Yeah.
That's me.
The joke, by the way, everyone, is that it's Chronicler and he is not a pessimist at all. He's, in fact, an infuriating optimist.
It's a little frustrating. I can't help it. I try to control it, but...
yeah, I know. Just too happy all the time.
I have to be kept in check.
Oh, how dare you.
It's unfortunate. I almost want to say, want to make a bet, but I remember last time that happened. Didn't end very well.
Well, Teddy might get boomeranged. Yeah, he does. There we go. There and back again there by Deft.
Immediate action.
A Sivers Tail by not Bilbo Baggins. Glitterland's value here from Beryl. As, yeah, no, just sometimes default to the Lord of the Rings references. You'll just have to bear with me.
I'm not surprised about Lord of the Rings reference. I'm surprised you didn't immediately tie it to Cubby. That's what's really
true.
Bad.
Although, I mean, that's not the Martin Freeman Hobbit that actually writes that book. So it's a little bit of a different story.
Okay.
I would say. Anyway.
Fine.
Teddy and Mohan taking a bit of damage here in this early game. As you can see, the power of the Lulu kind of represented here. As DRX, this is what their bottom lane has been able to do in the past. I mean, the early laning phase has often gone to Deft and Beryl. It's just how they transition out of it that has been a bit of a problem, left a bit to be desired. We'll see whether they are going to be able to hold on, as currently it's netted them a bit of an advantage. The minion wave stacking up. It's going to be pretty comfy for Teddy to pick it all up. Zekra actually laning quite nicely as well. So shove in multiple lanes. Pyoshik, a whole lot of space.
Yeah.
Decent start.
Telling you, Atlas. I can feel it.
Ooh. You're worrying
me.
You're worrying me.
Jokes aside, there is a strong setup, most notably in mid. Problem, of course, on top side is that ganking Ornn is really, really tough due to Ballow's Breath, and early laning phase is really the only winning that you get. Afterwards, he gets very tanky, and King also going for the tank Gragas, so not expecting to see him really be able to ever get through that, which into Ornn, of course, makes sense. Playing AP Gragas into Ornn feels very, very bad. At the very least, Deft and Beryl are going to be able to get themselves some early play damage here, and we've seen this matchup really go both ways, depending on how... and that's Siversary kind of ignoring whichever supports they are compared or coupled up with, which in turn kind of makes the comparison moot. But that's not going to stop us, because we need to talk about something in this this Baron early game.
Yep.
And Deft and Beryl right now feeling pretty good about it, able to hopefully pick themselves up a plate before their first back, and that's feel nice.
All right, I got a quiz. I got a quiz for you. Who do you think has played more Sivir games, Teddy or Deft?
So I want to say Teddy because he's very notable.
He might have played the most minutes on Sivir because he spent 92 of them on one game.
My guess is that with almost all of these, it's always going to be Deft because he's been playing for 10 years. So I'm going to say Deft.
All right, so it is 66 games for Deft, and it is...
Drumroll.
13 games for Teddy.
That's not even remotely close.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Teddy, even though he played Sivir in one of the most famous games that we've had.
Okay.
Hasn't played as much Sivir.
So I got 1 point. Do another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get to 3 points.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Should we go between Deft and Teddy again? Just because I have those stats open.
Yeah, but take a moment.
All right.
And judge whether or not there's, because I feel like it's just Deft with everything.
Ah, right.
So maybe swap lanes.
I could swap questions here.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you're the quiz master.
What are Teddy's top 3 most played champions?
Okay. So I'm gonna go with. They don't have to be in order, right? Otherwise, I'm
No.
Okay. So I'm gonna go with Asriel. I'm gonna go with. Well, it's definitely not Sivir.
He's played more than 13 games.
Yeah. So Asriel's is the no-brainer. I'm gonna go with Jinx. And I'm gonna go with Lucian.
Okay. So you got the Ezreal correct. He's played 70 games of Ezreal.
That's the first one, I assume.
But then it's Varus Callista.
Oh.
In fact.
Okay. Well,
Varus, of course, he spent a lot of time during the lethality Varus meta.
Don't remind me. That was a dark time.
It was definitely a dark time.
Okay.
Definitely a dark time.
Okay, so I guess I didn't get a point for that one. So I got one more question left, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry, and I have to ask.
I
was
mean,
waiting patiently. Oh,
well,
yes. So what's the question, Chronicle?
Well, I'd love to ask you questions, but I don't have any data.
That's
I
true.
didn't prep as well as you.
No, that's
shame to admit it.
I mean, it's not really about the prep. It's about having a laptop.
No. Don't break
Don't
the
give it
fourth
away?
wall. Don't give it away. I'm giving you a compliment.
I don't have these
You
stats
could have
in
taken
my
it.
brain.
You could have taken it, Atlas.
I don't want expectations to go against my abilities.
You don't expect people to expect to know you?
Yeah,
that you know stuff?
Yeah, no, I don't want that at all.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm a big fan of no expectations, or at least low expectations.
Nice.
All right, Deft and Barrel going a little bit aggressively here towards the bottom side. Yeah, a bit of a shield. Trying to get fleet of foot, but Deft just not going to be allowed.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's been a long weekend, everyone.
It has.
You'll have to pardon me. So
you want to know a fun fact as well?
Hit me.
Deft and Teddy's most played champions, the top 3 are the same.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's the third ones that get to be the more that's when the differences actually turn up.
I wouldn't have expected Deft to also have played the most games of Ezreal.
Really?
No. No, I thought it'd be Callista or... Yeah. I feel like Callista would be my obvious #1, which, as I am peering over, is definitely not the case.
No. By about 20 games.
Yeah. So, handshake for... Oh no, we're teleporting.
Yeah, well, looking
Things are
for a
happening.
bit of a play here.
Unsealed Spellbook, Rakan. We've seen this happen before.
How did we get to 8 minutes? Man, we should do quizzes more often.
Yeah, it really passes the time
It does
quickly and
indeed.
efficiently, Atlas.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Pioshik did aggressively move towards the enemy jungle, stole away a Grump. They have been able to claim some control, but Keen's now moving over.
Fighting?
Yeah, Wind Becomes Lightning is not going to find the mark, as here is the on-horn, but in goes Pioshik, finds a fantastic ult in the backline, but now the 3-man knock-up does come on forward. Pioshik is just going to get punted out of the fight, and then back into the death chamber as well. Zeka dashing away, but Kingan's back in again. Low health bars here on the Quandong Freaks as Beryl tries to sidestep, but the Seismic Shove will still land as Deft is going to get in here.
Hazard.
Eddie nowhere near, and the Rift Herald is still just trying to do battle with whoever will fight him. Or her, sorry.
Look at
and
keep going.
Going to be able to find too much. Yeah, it's Deft looking for a plate.
I'm getting whiplash. No action to continue his fighting over the Herald. As I say that, everyone back, so I guess we're not still fighting over the Herald. I was more envisioning a map max scenario.
Yep.
As might get an objective trade here, DRX looking to path towards the bot side of the map. As we see here, the amount of CC that is available already this early on is pretty wonderful. Moam, unfortunately for him, completely whiffs the first half of the engage, but then afterwards gets a very nice taunt and grand entrance. Mostly set up by Keen, to be completely fair. Fade also capitalizing very nicely on the CC of his teammates. And as a result, Pioshik gets taken down relatively early, and that's one of the downsides that I do think you run into there, is that you have Tank Gragas, you have Zaka that hasn't really gotten any damage yet, and then you have Lulu and Xin Zhao. So there's not that much damage available here for Kwangno if they don't find one target and lock them down. That doesn't really happen, and as a result, early kill going over to Kwangno. But if you look at the actual gold, mostly due to great setups, I think from Zaka in particular, who actually shoved so much into Fate's turret. And as a result, they got played, so they're actually they're still ahead despite the kill deficit.
Yeah, it's a decent lead, and First Blood does give you, of course, that bit of extra gold as well, as Pioshik does have a decent lead in the jungle also. So this is what Kwangno Freaks gave up to try and get that that kill in the skirmish. DRX now back on this once again, as Deft fighting against Teddy here towards the bottom side. Keen's going to rotate over.
Yeah, you don't remember.
Yeah, Zeka going to be underneath his turret here. Nice little knock-up as Pioshik does have to be very careful. Kingan's still dealing with a minion wave as you've got Deft. He's already been able to take 2 turret plates here towards the bottom side. Teddy not missing out on experience, but that's 3 plates now. And so even if LM is able to take this Rift Herald, still kind of worth for DRX on the bottom side.
So worth. I actually love what Pioshik did there because he kept the Herald least for a little bit and pulled it upwards. It wasted more time, allowing Deft and Beryl, knowing that they're in a 2v1, to actually pick up the extra plate, shove in the extra waves, and now Deft is going to have a wonderful back here.
Yeah.
And even if the turret or the Herald comes down, as Kwangno, you don't really care. As long as you don't give up first turret blood, which diving Ari or Gragas is extremely hard, so you really only have to cover for the bot side of the map, is extremely tough, and even then Deft has Flash, Beryl has both Heal and Wild Growth, so that's not even the best of setups. So overall, DRX looking good here in the early game, Atlas.
Yeah, fantastic. Kraken Slayer already completed here for Deft as well. We saw even with just the Noon Quiver and I think it was a pickaxe that he had for himself, Deft was already dealing with minion waves very comfortably. That is only going to be amplified now that he's completed his mythic item. Teddy not quite at shield bow just yet on the Zeri. As cull completion for both of our bottom lanes, as Fate is going to get charmed up. And getting an eye for how Zeka is playing is really going to tell you a lot about how this series is likely to go as well, because Zeka can, on some days, be just the greatest, especially on a champion like the Ahri that he has been very good on in the past, or he's had some unfortunate ones as well. So far, looking good, landing that charm in the mid lane and also being up by about 2 waves as well.
Waiting for something to happen. I feel like Jonas,
he's going to be waiting for a while.
He's really trying.
Yeah, do we want to play that awesome jam from the break music? What's the one with the the funky one,
but
the real funky one?
If we can also go back to the quiz, because I still am owed 1 question.
Oh, am I? Are you?
Am I? Yeah.
Am I? Okay.
Well, you are the quiz master, so I hope so.
All right, so we'll have to go towards it. Okay, Seismic Shove is going to get the ulti out of Zeka here, who does make his way back towards this mid lane. Shelly's going to turn around as well and be a little bit frustrating for Zeka to deal with, but that is the 2 plates that we were talking about. Very, very nicely done, as Fate will push this wave in, and then the wave will disappear as Zeka deals with it. So it's just an ulti traded there, but Fate being able to pick that one up with just the Seismic Shove definitely going to be high value and takes a lot of pressure off of him. So back to the quiz.
Sunday night quiz time with.
We're checking out the top lane. We're checking out the top lane here. So let's have a look at Kingen and Keen.
Okay.
All right. I got a question. Okay. When did both of these players start playing? In which season did both of these players start their professional career?
Ooh, Keen, I want to say 2017.
That's season 7?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Damn. And it's a 2-part question, so Kingen.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
You're on a roll now. You're on a roll now.
We're gonna get it done.
If you get the last question correct, by the way, that means that you win the series, right? So
yeah.
Even if you didn't manage to get the others.
Okay.
This one's it. For all the marbles.
Okay. Oh, need a moment.
Yep.
Kingen.
When did he start?
I'm gonna say.
Drum roll, please.
2019.
Oh, it was 2018. So close. No marbles for you, unfortunately. All right, DRX still with a slight advantage. The reason why we're doing quizzes and things like this, ladies and gentlemen, is because both of these teams pretty happy just to let the games slowly get towards the late game. And we are seeing that. There's some slight scuffles here and there, but no one really wanting to commit as Moham, grand exit.
We're building up Atlas.
We are indeed.
Every good climax in a movie needs a slow, elaborate build-up.
Yeah. I mean, that is precisely the point that we're getting to, as Deft does a lot of boomerang damage. It's not boom boom damage, boomerang damage.
It's very important. Very important distinction.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you are distinct between the two. We filmed the POG state this morning, by the way, if you guys are wondering why we are without half of our minds.
It's not quite the level of a world's jet-lagged Kobe cast, but we're slowly getting. I wouldn't even.
That's Shilbo. Teddy's dead. The turret is going to go down. Teddy's going to dash. Ghost tries to get out, and it is going to be successful.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, yes, he was able to chill out underneath that turret and get a bit of the farm. But as you can see, Deft with a full turret, even though no plates for that last portion, was able to get a bunch earlier on. So I'm going to say still very, very good here for DRX.
Yep. That was a great trade. You know, you get the ghost, get the turret, you're very happy.
And Deft goes back and collects himself a Phantom Dancer as well. So feeling even better about this. It's Keen that has the advantage towards that top side. I believe he picked up the first blood as well.
I should have taken that bat. I was going to say that we were going to not have an actual team fight until 25 minutes. I would have won it as well.
Well, we had one around the Herald.
Well,
you mean it needs to be a 5v5?
Died. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And Teddy wasn't there for that.
You need a little bit of carnage.
Yeah, that's true. So 9 minutes to go. Let's just assume you made the bet.
No,
because it gives us some entertainment. We might have a fight here, though, as Keen takes a damage. Just one. Just a damage. As Seismic Shove going to get body slammed there by Kingen. Does take some of the rocks, but he's a tank, so he's fine. All right, Barrel needs to be a little bit more careful here, as that's a very nice charm. Keen bellows breath, but still takes almost half of his health. Now over to the side. We are fighting over this second Drake. Seismic Shove, not going to find the mark fast enough, is Pioshik with the help of the Whimsy. Charm is going to come through there, but not exactly the highest of value. And we've lasted 17.5 minutes. I guess Extendo Beams are actually doing a fair bit of damage here, but Deft Boomerang also similarly damaging.
Kingen, zoning, threatening.
Here's the Weaver's Wall, and in goes the Ram as well. It's a fantastic spell shield from Deft, but he doesn't have enough for this bouncy castle. Still, he manages to make it out. Ellen taking way too much damage. Teddy finds the backline. Deft finds the Boomerang. It's a triple kill for Pioshik, who just murders everyone, and then Zeka deals with the Zeri. No certification this time as DRX mop the floor with Kwandong Freaks.
And Teddy got so close there, but it's not going to be enough as they throw everything towards DRX. The only problem is everything they throw goes into different members, so no one actually dies. As beautiful startup from Keen here, sees the cast coming and immediately makes sure that he's able. And you see this bouncy castle, and you're thinking, this is free. Death is so low, and then Teddy crucially doesn't have a splash here. It's barely not up. If he flashes and starts getting a kill there, I think maybe, you know, he kills Barrel, he kills Deft. But instead, it's a lot of damage going into a lot of people. Not enough focus here, and DRX, as a result, with a sizable lead. 2 Drakes up now. Hextech as well, which is going to be an incredibly pivotal soul. And I'm happy I didn't take the bat, because you know what I was going to do? I was going to grow a mustache, and I don't think I would have ended well. And it would have been a disaster, and we avoided that.
Oh, man.
But now you know it's
Did
there.
you watch that the new Chris Evans stash movie?
And that's what
Have
gave
you watched
me
it yet?
what, no, but that's what gave me the inspiration.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, we need to find another bet for that. I really want to see it. I haven't seen you with facial hair yet.
It's
apart
not,
from a bit of 5 o'clock shadow here every now and again.
It's not a good look.
It's
Atlas.
not really?
I mean, I've never had a mustache, but I'm willing to take a bet that I do not pull it off.
Oh man, this is my dream.
Well,
we
we're gonna
might
save that one for a good opportunity.
maybe we could request that G-Sun Photoshop something so we can get an idea for what it might look like after we potentially get a bet. Maybe
I think we should.
I think we need a bet like every playoffs. So maybe it's just your turn for the bet. So maybe during playoffs
I'm willing
we
to
can
take that, provided that the odds are as insane as that Damwon Kia game. I feel like it needs to be an equivalent situation. But if you present me with a bet during playoffs that is of equivalent, I will take it.
You heard it here now, everyone.
You have permission. And then
the gamba has been been promised.
And then I'll guess I'll have a stash for the finals. Which
maybe a stash for Worlds? Oh,
hopefully.
beautiful.
Hopefully not, actually. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, we got to go back to the game.
Yep.
It's got to be done. So, overall, it is an unfortunate scenario for Kwangdong, that fight, but provided that they can avoid a situation in which they actually lose the next fight and really drop down in terms of item parity, they should still have a lot of scaling going into the later parts of the game. Dropping turrets is fine. Main thing is you can't allow them to have the Herald, which means you need to fight pre-spike. Like, Teddy doesn't have that much going on right now. Fate just hit his 2-item spike, that's nice, but besides that, across the board, Keen hasn't started giving out ornaments yet.
He's got one for himself, but otherwise, not able to find any. Beryl and Kingen able to hang around, and I've really liked Beryl's use of the speed up. He's been able to just make everyone so quick. As I say that, doesn't have it available for Pyoshik here to get out of the seismic shove, but still, control of the river is absolute here for DRX. So they look to clear out the last portions of vision.
And now the tough part comes for DRX, which is actually sticking the landing. Because that is something where I think they have faltered over the course of time. A team that at times have not been able to actually cleanly and securely close out games, which is why, even though there's still a feeling of this team being very good. We've had some amazing highlight plays, but when it comes to the consistency, they're in 6th place for a reason.
Yeah.
And with a game score that severely lags behind compared to KT, compared to Live Sandbox.
They're a -10, right? It's they really are a long way away.
That's Kwangdong.
Oh,
DRX,
Kwangdong.
Yeah, DRX is at 0 right now, which is also not really what you want. So if you compare them, we have KT at +4, which I guess they came relatively close to matching, but then both Damwon and Live Sandbox are sitting on 7 and 9, which that's a toughie. And KT's rest of the schedule is very, very manageable as well. So,
yeah,
overall,
I mean, DRX require KT to certainly fall down.
Yeah.
As I believe we have Damwon KT next week.
I will take a quick gander, Atlas.
I think that one is
at the old schedule.
One of the big ones. I think that might be a contender for match of the week.
We have indeed DRX KT coming up. There's a lot of
oh,
great
DRX KT. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of great matches next week.
It's Damwon T1, isn't it?
Damwon T1.
We have that one as well.
Live Sandbox T1.
Yeah.
That's a really good one as well. As we're definitely going to have a fight. We'll get back to this conversation afterwards.
Yep, we can get back to just, talking about the road for both of these teams. As DRX looking to try and lock down Soul Point here. LM does land a Q. They're just looking to wait it out. Seismic Shove's fantastic, but the Wild Growth is going to be there to keep Kingen alive. And now Deft is just hitting the front line. A phenomenal charm is going to connect onto LM as the Ram comes down, but the Lee Sin's still able to do it. Teddy now trying to stand behind the rest of his team, but the CC is huge. He flashes. He gets out of the way and then gets killed. Pyoshik going to put him in the ground, and that is the ace for DRX. And honestly, every one of these exchanges has not been close.
All things considered, yeah, we joke around a lot. It's a low-action game. Sure, but when you look at the scoreboard, Atlas, 9-1, all Drakes.
Yeah,
all objectives.
It was one fight for Kwangdong Freaks, sort of, that they got around a Herald.
It's the moment that they actually get Kingen over the wall. You're like, oh, very nice Talia little whip over that wall, but then it's tank practice. There's a Lulu. He doesn't care at all. Throws a casket on himself, gives himself a party, but does actually hit people, and as a result now, Baron taken. Soul Point available for DRX. 3 turrets up. And it seems unlikely that from this point on, Kwangdong is going to be able to actually get anything out of the Zeri. And even with the scaling that they have, like, I love their front-to-back team fight. You do need to be able to actually fight. And right now, like, Deft is going to auto your front line twice and everyone's dead.
Yeah, unless you can completely split up, but that's not what this comp wants to do. That's not what Zeri comps want to do.
Well, it's not just Zeri, it's Celia and Ornn as well.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Shove him in a side lane against Sonari?
Yeah, well, no. I don't think you can do that. And they're 9,000 gold behind now, so honestly, it's almost moot, right?
It is.
DRX just having a great game as far as the engagements are concerned. And that has been sometimes an eyebrow-raised situation, right? Like, sometimes they're able to actually get these lanes in order, and then it's when coordination comes in and communication that Beryl's actually been very outspoken about, that they do kind of fall down. This game, though, certainly looking like they've tidied that up, looking like some vintage Deft Sivir right here. I've got Pastry Times LPL commentary ringing in my ears as it is quite nostalgic seeing Deft back on this pick once again. And pretty glad that it's back in the meta as well, because it's really allowing us to have some more interesting Zeri matchups.
Yeah, definitely getting nerfed on both, not just the next patch, but also the patch afterwards.
Well, both of these champions are. Zeri's theoretically getting nerfed as well, okay?
Yeah, I'm glad you added theoretically. That's definitely, yeah, that is the way. So, as this Baron Chef continues, I'm expecting DRX to keep it pushing for about 40 more seconds. Then take it back and make sure that you guarantee yourself the soul point. But very good odds that they're able to, at the very least, break down these inhib turrets. Don't know if they're actually going to be able to get any inhibs themselves.
Not a lot of siege.
Yeah, I think you just play it out as cleanly as possible from this point on from the DRX. You win 100% of the time if you don't take any big risks.
Well, there's a cast, as Kane, Searing Charge doesn't avoid the CC quite as well as the Bellows Breath. However, he is going to be able to get in front of that wall, so he'll be absolutely fine.
There we go. Yeah, I think with 1.5 minutes on the clock, King can even TP in case a hard engage is forced, but you have pretty good vision behind you as well. So I think the position from the DRX is you can go for one more wave if you want to shove in here. In the meantime, set up the rest of the map and make sure that you are ready for the Drake that is about to spawn. So, back to possible matches of the week for next week, while we have a little bit of respite before this Drake fight. So DRX KT, very exciting. Lift Sandbox T1 between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. Then we have Genji KT, which is a bit more of
Genji KT is the one that I was thinking about. Yeah,
That's a good one. T1 Dom 1.
Man, there are some really big games.
To top it all off, Genji Frederick.
Ooh, and to top it off again, DRX Humble Life Esports. Which...
The joke only works with Fred and Brion.
Well, no, it also works here because, in theory, there's a timeline where if Quantum Freaks pull off a miracle comeback in this game, win the next game, DRX loses their next game.
Then that is the game.
And then the Humble Life Esports versus DRX is Hanwha trying to keep DRX out of playoffs. Assuming Quantum Freaks also win their next matchups, which are very difficult as well.
Yeah, which are Damwon Kia and Nongshim. So,
one winnable.
Yeah, one of those sounds like a reasonable task.
Yep. Having a look at the gold here, 3.6k ahead for Deft. DRX now with, like, this is how you get Deft his Static Shiv back as well, by the way. Hex Tech Soul picked up. Rip that item. I'm a big fan of it, and it is no longer here. Makes me a little bit sad sometimes.
Yeah.
He's got 4 items now. He still just has his magical footwear. My
groan was because Teddy went back to base and didn't have the 420 gold he needs, 25 I think, to finish his IE.
If at first you can't complete your IE, go back to base and try again.
Yeah, but now Soul is gone.
Yeah.
Some moments in time just don't come back.
No.
They're one of a kind.
At least he has better shoes.
Yeah, that's true, which is a weird fact, but one that's accurate nonetheless.
Yeah, Deft is massively far ahead on this Sivir, of course, and the teamfight itself plays so comfortably for DRX from ahead. I mean, you just put your Gragas in front of things.
That's it.
And then Deft attack moves at the enemy.
Yeah. It's the amount of space that you can create with Gragas and the Xin Zhao is actually amazing. And I'm really happy we get to talk about this because we didn't really mention it during the draft. This King surely does not care about this.
Nope.
Because we talked about the Xin Zhao and the combination with the Lulu in an aggressive sense, which is great, but in the current game state, all that matters is depth.
Seismic Shove is good, and that's depth, and he's underneath the turret. That's 1,000 gold going over to the Talia, and now they are not done. Crescent Guard comes forward, and DRX are desperately trying to keep themselves alive, but they need to get out of here. Zeka, he does have damage, but it's not enough because you're in front of a Zeri that now has no opposition. That could be the throw. Moham is going to be picked off. But that kill onto Deft is just huge for Kwangdong Freaks because the Baron is alive.
Sorry, I was gone for a second. As I was saying, all that matters is Deft. As long as Deft... Wait. Atlas? Atlas?
Deft,
what happened?
Deft is no longer on the Rift. He will be coming back in 15 seconds. However, the Baron is probably coming back in 5 or so minutes. As Kingin, over to the side here, trying to keep them out. Kyoshik, he's dead. There are no smites available. Zeka's trying his very best to be a nuisance. But this Baron, it is gone.
They don't have the damage.
DRX are going to try and get over here. And that is going to be bounty gold for the Baron as well. As there isn't a lot of damage. Bellow's Breath comes through here for Keen, but he is still going to be taken down. 3 Barons is definitely good, but you're going to need to try and keep him.
Get a Barrel!
As Barrel is going to have to wild growth himself. The Q is going to connect there. As now Zeka
has no mana.
With his Spirit Rush is trying to get himself around this play, but we just went from a very clean DRX game to a bit of Fiesta sneaking in.
Yep. This is where it all starts. It's just a Seismic Shove.
Yeah.
Alan wastes no opportunity, immediately goes for the kick. And then without Zeri, this composition is severely lacking in consistent damage. You do see Zeka obviously is great burst, but a large part of this comp runs on the fact that Zeka can take down the front line, can keep people busy, definitely safe for King and Pioshik, but you don't actually kill anyone. Well, Moab, but you know that's more of a Moab thing than anything in that scenario. And you see the same problem here. The reason why Kwangdong Freaks is able to just go for the Baron is because the one threat to them, the person that truly demolishes them, is not there. Deft running back now, making his way, as you can see in the replay here, onto the Rift, and Zeka will be able to actually, at the very least, get out. But overall, this game still massively in favor of DRX. Nothing has really changed, but if you do 2 more of those team fights, you're in trouble. Also, Teddy now does have his IE and his shoes, and
a Lord Dominic's regard that he didn't have even any of the parts of that crossbow at all.
Don't care about your game state.
No.
Zeri's here to play.
Now has Flash as well.
Yep. So that is a Teddy level 16 is going to have Ghost and Flash available as we get into this fight, and DRX should still win. They play a front to back. If Deft stands behind enemy lines and doesn't get killed first thing in the team fight, I think they're still completely fine.
Yep.
But moments like that, as a DRX fan, make you think twice.
Wow, it's only 750 gold between Teddy and Deft right now. That actually blows my mind. Pioshik is gigantically far ahead, but now LM's just a kick button. It actually doesn't matter about his money at all.
No, Pioshik also, I don't think is going to have the GA available for that fight.
Yeah. This is definitely a dangerous time. They have a lot of vision. That is one thing that DRX absolutely has going for them. They've got a heck of a lot of vision, and they have so much wave clear. Sivir doesn't care about your Baron, not at this stage. He is extraordinarily accelerated, and so is easily able to wipe out these waves. Zeka here towards the bottom side, has the rest of his team shadowing to make sure that he can keep this wave shoved out. And with Sivir and Zeka, with all of his defense, DRX should be able to hold on to complete control of this Elder Pit. But this is still far closer than it had any right to be for the Kwangdong Freaks. And their composition with a Zeri that is on parity, which she basically is right now.
She got an ornament.
Yeah.
I'd even argue she's ahead.
Yeah, she also has a stopwatch, which is way better than a BF sword at this stage. I'd hazard a guess.
Teddy has been in this position many a time this split.
Yeah.
Seen him do it.
This is the time that Kwangdong Freaks fans wait for. However, remember, there is also a Hextech Soul, right? Like, you're talking about ornaments. I mean, Hextech Soul is a big deal as well. LM getting taken down extraordinarily low. That Boomerang Blade is scary. As Zeka continuing to find poke damage off on the flank. He's in Fog of War right now, as we can see, thanks to Jonah Strong, toggling this vision. The Elder going down very low. As Def just going to run his way out of this fight. Kwangdong Freaks now find themselves completely caught up. Kingin finds a beautiful barrel, and Def is just mowing them down. It's a double kill now. Pyoshik steals away the potential penta. Zeka's going to tidy up the last one. It's another ace, and DRX like, oh, what was that last fight? We don't mind. We're just going to go win the game now.
Yeah, who cares about that? A little bit of mistakes can happen. What matters is how you come back from them, Atlas.
Is Beryl doing Elder? Can we, Jonah Strong, can we go and check out the Elder?
I'm seeing the question mark ping, so I assume yes.
Look at Def's face.
He got it!
He got it! All right, Beryl, nice work. He also
job.
takes off his top hat. Top of the morning to you, everyone. DRX, they will manage to take game number 1. They're going to have a bit of fun with it as well as the cast does come through. Deft is going to get executed, and DRX will finish off the Nexus.
And that was a classic DRX game, had all the hallmarks of it. Overall, I think very consistent, with just a couple of moments that didn't quite go according to plan. But overall, I think the final fight are really also showing that DRX, even for some of their mistakes, is a team that can be relied upon in these moments. And barring that one time he got caught, the Deft on Sivir, and in addition to that, I think the Ari from Zeka, just hallmark of consistency, looking really, really good. It's easy to look at that one moment and have that define the game, but that's not really the tail of this game.
No, it's not. The tail of this game is Beryl soloing out most of the Elder Drake's health.
Or I thought you were going to go to the quiz.
No, I was actually mainly going to talk about Pyoshik and the fact that he really did run the jungle in the early stages of the game. We mentioned the fact that Elm and Pyoshik have been basically the most inconsistent junglers here in the LCK. This time around, definitely looking in favor of Pyoshik. Doubled the Lee Sin's damage, but of course that doesn't really matter as we have a look at these damage numbers. Def, of course, is going to do a lot of it. Fate, surprisingly, doing massive amounts for his team. Did land quite a few shoves, but honestly, just wasn't consequential in the end. And the ending gold is 12,000, right? Even though that one, the one throw did happen or attempted to happen.
You see the little dip, and then it's still all the red.
And it's not, no turrets were taken by Kwangdong Freaks that game as well. 0 structures. It's what happens when you have so much wave clear that you pick up with your composition. DRX on the red side, pick up game number 1. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Analyst Carpet Space in game number 2.
오케이. 이거 아래 스킬풀만 기다려. 들어가야 돼, 들어가야 돼. 살려볼게, 달려. 미신 잡았고. 야, 이거 이겼어, 이거 천천히 해봐. 나 펜타는 절대 안 될 것 같고. 야, 이거 탑으로 와볼래? 하하, 펜타. 펜타. 방금 뭐야? 나 펜타는 절대 안 될 것 같고 뭐야? 아이.
리스닝 능력 향상을 위해서 준비했습니다. 바로바로 스킬 퀴즈 챔피언을 맞춰라! 소리 듣고 어떤 챔피언인지 몸으로 표현하시면 됩니다.
그렇죠. 자, 그러면 첫 번째 문제 들려주세요.
그거다.
정답. 조금만 더.
이렇게 딱 하고 뭐똥 튀어 나오고.
정답은?
오른.
정답입니다. 이거 하나만 설명이 됐죠.
네, 킹겐이 맞출 줄 알았는데
네.
데프트가 맞춰가지고.
자, 이러면 DRX가 1대5로 앞서 나가고 있고요. 두 번째 문제
갑니다.
주세요.
너무 어렵죠, 이거는? 자,
이거-
다시 들려주세요.
나도 모르겠는데?
어떻게 해야 될지 모르겠는데 어떻게 해야 돼? 노래.
모르죠? 잠깐만, 정답 나왔어요. 네. 자, 과연 모험은?
뭐 타서스야? 타서스예요?
세라핀이요.
세라핀! 정답!
네, 지금 박빙이고요. 다음 문제
주세요.
난 어려워.
되게 어려웠었는데 결정적인 그 소리가 딱 들렸어요. 베릴! 나왔어.
이거 알아요?
이거 아닌가? 이렇게 하고
그렇죠.
이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고
그렇죠.
이렇게 하고
하고.
이렇게 하고 이렇게 하고
정답은?
리시지요.
정답!
콤보 왜 이렇게 잘 넣어?
이렇게 해서 스킬 퀴즈 챔피언을 맞춰라 승자는 DRX입니다. 축하합니다.
As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you out. You hunger, a taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and that was a game that felt a lot like a League of Legends pro scene template for what a game should be in League of Legends, and it started with the draft in this meta, Wolf.
Yeah.
Why don't you take us through it?
I mean, the Sivir here, if you're a Sivir doubter against Zeri, for thinking, Zeri's win rate's much higher, Sivir's hovering around 50% right now, I think this is the kind of game you show the doubters, you say, nah, Sivir can win as long as you have all the right pieces together and every single team fight is super clean and together. Feels like I just took a shower. This game was so refreshing after what was an extremely messy back and forth best of three we had earlier on tonight. DRX just said, we're winning again. Yeah, there was that one time Deft got yeeted into the base of Guangdong Freaks, but besides that,
Don't know what happened
there weren't really any hiccups. DRX just get an early lead, and we're going to showcase some of the really good team fights they took. And this is, of course, before Zeri gets online. Unfortunately for our good pal Theodore, he just wasn't able to make the extendo beams work. By the time he ends up getting those items online, it's just too far gone.
Yeah, poor Theodore. He's just feeling very, maybe 10 years older after that one, trying his best to carry. Yeah, the drafts were both very straightforward, right? It's, you know, kind of front to back. You've got engage, you've got a hyper carry. They both do a lot of things very similarly. But one team was better. So let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was this first fight on the Mountain Dream.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're trying to use the Weaver's Wall here as Guangdong Freaks to set up a wall that DRX will not be able to retreat back into, but they still have this choke point. Teddy is on the wrong side of this fight, and this fight is almost amazing for him, because if he ends up getting 2 kills there, maybe even 3, like he's so close to that, even if you lose the ensuing fight and he goes down and gets a few, you feel really amazing that your Zeri actually picks up several kills there, gets to have her moment and then accelerate her items. But he's just turned onto. There's so much CC in this composition. He's just instantly isolated and killed. And it's not a close fight at all. It's actually, in fact, DRX picking up massive gold on their carries.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, that was the result that came out, and it was a lot of Deft surviving with very low health, did a ton of just great value damage. Like, it was very efficient, very effective, and the Zeri just got a little bit too excited there towards the end. Let's take a look at highlight number 2. It is kind of similar, once again, on the Drake. This one a little bit cleaner from the side of DRX.
Wild growths this game from Feral were actually insanely high value, and they bought a lot of time when Guangdong Freaks tried to use Taliyah to engage, because Guangdong also had really strong engage in this comp between the Rakan, the Taliyah. There were a lot of ways this type of fight goes very poorly, but Piotrek had some really sick crescent guards, the wild growths were used defensively, and because DRX had a nice tempo advantage, they always got to take the fights on their terms, and it was Guangdong that had to try to push in with a Zeri that didn't have the proper items to fight. So really nice defensive ult setups there, and Deft is just ricocheting damage over and over and over again. Like you said, conditional damage output for the Sivir. This time, she gets a pass.
Yeah, I mean, when everything is kind of 5v5 and you get really clean engagements like we did have with the Gragas right in the front, going tank, getting a wild growth, it just feels so nice, actually. Just as an observer, right, you know, regardless of which team is winning, it's just you've got that big tank, you've got the hyper carry right behind them, and they're doing the damage. The Zeri fell behind by 1 item, got her IE 3rd, Sivir got it 4th, though, and they had it at the same time, so that was a bit of an issue. Let's take a look at the POG for this one, because it could be pretty interesting, as I know who Wolf voted for. I'm curious to see if anyone else did vote for him.
I might be the lone voter.
Lone voter.
Lone voter, but not immediate Keck W, just a big brain, you know, nod towards one particular player. 100% kill contribution, so I liked Atlas's quiz earlier. Twitch chat, let's see if you know who got 100% kill participation in this game.
Yeah, if you were really paying attention, and if you were paying attention from minute 1 to the end, I kind of commend you, because the first 15 minutes of that game, though, were kind of... We didn't have the one fight. There was the 1 kill on the Rift Herald, and that was it.
Those 2 fights, by the way, that we only pulled those 2 because for the rest of the game, after that, there was no comeback for DRX. They were like 7,000 gold behind it after that second highlight we pulled. And yes, they did get that 1 kill onto Deft, which was pretty incredible, but it didn't actually amount to anything in the end.
Yeah, it didn't do too much, and looks like we do now have the POG ready to go, just about. Again, very curious to see. It will be Zeka. This was
only 82.4% kill contribution, 27% of the damage. I think that this is a vote that we will see maybe even 12 out of 13 for, because his frontlining, I mean, he's shut down the front line of Guangdong several times, traps Elam here. In this particular highlight, we've already watched this one, of course, but like, he is threatening Taliyah. He's always nonstop putting the pressure onto Teddy in the back line. And he had a fantastic laning phase as well into the Taliyah. The Ahri these days kind of a counter pick in that matchup, and he played it extremely well.
His spacing is kind of ridiculous. He's always in the exact right position. He is one of our better Ahri players here in the LCK. and he's got the points to back it up, right? I mean, he's on a team with Deft. He's on a team even with Beryl, obviously a support player, and he's up here at 800 points. So props to him. Let's see. Okay. Well,
just me on the barrel hype train there. 100% kill contribution.
Hey man, only one guy took down the Elder Drake. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you would have to be watching really closely to pick that one up.
Wolf was the only one that caught that Elder Steel at the end by himself on the Lulu. Anyway, guys, let's throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I personally respect the barrel vote. That was that's a goodie. I actually think that he did contribute a lot to making this whole composition work from DRX. I think it was a team effort. Zeka, once again, an outstanding performance. And I think the reason why we didn't see an absolute flood of Deft votes was because the reason there was a hiccup in the game was because he forgot to press Spell Shield when there was a big old circle underneath him and almost cost them everything. Fortunately, they were too far ahead, so it didn't actually amount to anything in the end. But now, Kwangdong Freaks with another chance at victory here.
Yeah, you've gotten to me, Atlas. I'm expecting when you ever get your vote back to vote exclusively for Krakow and Zeus. I hope you can repay me one day. As
I sent Keeson a message, actually. I was like, hey, can you convince your observer buddies to throw that vote Deft's way? I know Zek had a good game, but...
Me and Keeson were
yeah,
rightly in tune for this one. Looking at the drafts, obviously the Sivir versus Zeri handshake was a part of the draft, but to me, one of the big issues for the Kwangdong Freaks is that I don't think Moam had a particularly great game. I think the team fights overall still looked very disjointed, and the only relatively consistent part of the game, barring Teddy, which I'm not even going to mention anymore when it comes to Kwangdong, because like it's such a no-brainer. Teddy is really trying, very hard. Was Fate on Talia, who was able to do a lot of damage, hit a couple of good shoves, but then capitalization was never really there. And really, for a comp like that to work, you need your Ornn and your Rakan to be on the same page, and you need those combos to reliably hit. You need to actually have a decisive shot calling, and they didn't. We saw this already in the early team fights, and it only got worse and worse as the game went on. And I don't know if that is something that is easily fixed in terms of drafting here. I don't feel like Kwangdong made any colossal mistakes that set them on a course that was unwinnable.
You know
the
what the
lead pick
change is?
wasn't great.
Pick Sivir. First pick Sivir is the adaptation.
But then I think Sivir might be favored in the matchup. Like, I think that's already a stretch, but say that you feel that way. Again, that's not enough. I like the Talia pick. I think Fate looked good on it.
No, he did. I don't see why you change what your options are here, though, for DRX. Of course, Kwangdong still do have a flex opportunity with the Talia. They can go towards anything else. The Lulu, I think, is likely just the lock-in.
Just repeat it.
Yeah. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
As we're going to change the order, as Ari was the second lock-in. They're going to go for that one more time. I'd be confused if DRX changed it, because actually there is no reason to.
No.
The Ari Lulu going to be locked away here.
Lulu still having the opportunity to go into a, as mentioned previously, if Kwangdong do pivot and go for a Lucianami, are trying to get more agency to Teddy and Moam. It's still going to be a powerful pick. But...
Ooh, like the vibe.
That is way better than the Lee last time around. Lee was a pick that didn't really, outside of that one kick, get anything done, and that one kick didn't really amount to much, as there are a bunch of options here. I think you go Kog'Maw for the lane dominance. Draven, yeah, Draven Lulu actually can really bring it.
Oh my god.
We have seen this already. Yeah, it just goes. I like they knew as well what they were doing.
I just like how there's like DRX fans that just like had heart palpitations when they saw the vein. They're like, oh god, not again.
No. Especially into like it's Talia vibe. Like imagine being like, that's a vein angle right there. Tumbling into rocks and then getting Vi ulted?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not doing that. Yeah, DRX no reason to change at all. Expect to see some pivots here in the second half of the draft. We already see the Rakan ban, so that one not going to go over to Moham. But overall, if you can draft a very similar starting composition, you're going to be supremely happy.
Yeah. Viego going to go. Rakan and Leona both taken away. As of course, Talia, Zeri, Rakan were the lock-ins. This time around, Elam has decided that the Vi needs to be picked up, so that is the only adaptation, the only real change. Vi Viego were the bans from Kwangdong Freaks last time, so now they have a spare one. See what they do decide to take away. Xin Zhao certainly works extraordinarily well with Lulu, worked brilliantly for Pioshik in game number 1. So now he's going to have to change up his idea.
I'd like an Ornn pickup here. With especially the form that Keen has been in. They're probably going to R for a jungler again like they did last time around. As
Belveth? Is it a Belveth?
No, it won't be. He's having a giggle. And yeah, I think Trundle is very, very strong. Not even Pioshik is picking Belveth. After the little bit of experimentation that we've had. Umti, of all people, was the only one that made it look somewhat playable. That's, yeah. Umti has had his ups and downs, but not like Canyon looked lackluster. I want to say Owner played it once. I know there was one more jungler, but it wasn't good. It wasn't great.
I know Canyon definitely struggled.
Yeah.
And Pioshik definitely struggled.
Yeah.
And Umti randomly won a game.
Yeah, maybe it might just be those three as the Sejuani get locked in here. The Sejuani, of course, a lot more skirmishing power. And overall, I think this is a great adaptation from Kwangdong. You're actually able to fight a lot more now. The Renata is going to be, I think, very strong into the Kwangdong comp regardless, because it is a comp with a low amount of effective range, barring the later stages where the boomerang blades will really become a big issue. And now for DRX, you can honestly just flex Trundle to top and then lock in Karthus, which, you know, I'd be down, but that's not what's going to happen. You already have Trundle into Sejuani, so you're having a great time. And if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Yeah.
I think overall the DRX composition plays very similarly. Obviously, Pioshik going to be in a different position, won't be able to create as much space as he did with the Xin Zhao. Also, I think the pillar can also be somewhat of a risk into specifically Zeri, but outside of that, comp does effectively the same. Can play aggressively, a lot of CC, and down the line, it's all about depth, which worked very well for them in game number 1. On the flip side, Kwangdong's comp I think is way stronger. I love that Vi Sejuani combo. The only downside that I could possibly see is if you pick this and then do nothing in the early to mid game. So Kwangdong, gotta work for it.
Yeah, and hopefully that means that we have a little bit more fire in the beginning of the game. It does mean that we may miss out on some quiz time, but I think that's exactly what we want.
That's good.
Yes, that is precisely what we want. As the Kwangdong Freaks desperately wanting to keep their hopes alive here. And the DRX fans just wanting to see a cleaner 2-0 for this team that did start off the season so well. They can lock in playoffs with a victory right here, right now, and start focusing on what they're going to do in that first round. As this is a team that doesn't have so many of the championship points, and if you want to get yourself to good standing as far as that World's Gauntlet is concerned, you're going to have to definitely play your hearts out when it gets to those playoffs. But here we are, game number 2, Kwangdong Freaks with a very similar draft. Same can be said for DRX this time around, but the adaptations that Kwangdong have made, I think we like a bit more to the change on DRX's side. So let's see what's going to happen here as we get to game 2. Wow. It was relatively even in the fan chant department in game number 1. This time, DRX fans certainly at full volume, as Teddy giving Deft the Draven thumbs up as he starts getting his Q that I believe is called Carpal Tunnel. Is going to just get it primed. Starts pressing that as much as he possibly can. I know it's called Burst Fire, okay? But I like calling it Carpal Tunnel.
Why, you think it's funny?
Yeah.
Well, I got to comment on that one.
There's-
Overall, the
There's nothing I find more funny than my own jokes, okay?
cost with you for a year and a half now, Alice. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah, okay. That's
Overall, let's talk a little bit about the changes that we see here. As mentioned previously, Keen is going to go, as expected, in this matchup for the Flash as opposed to Ignite. Ignite in this lane having very little value. Not really going to give you an opportunity all in because neither of these top laners should die outside of team fights. But what you do provide yourself with is a lot more power to back up this Vi. Vi has the auto reset on her E, which synergizes really well with the Sejuani. Only downside, of course, is that for Keen, it really is just Alem that really helps empower him. Generally, Sejuani is the most effective when you can combine it with a multitude of melee characters, but the top jungle 2v2 is still one that is quite strong. On the flip side, the Trundle in isolation is not, I think, in this type of combo nearly as strong as the Xin Zhao. We saw Pioshik play very well aggressively, but then once the tide of the game shifted and it was more about depth, his ultimate actually provided so much value with creating space in the fight, because it literally is, if Depth can auto for 2 extra seconds, like, you probably win the fight.
Yeah.
And he did that very well. Trundle's going to be worse at that. Pillar, of course, helps a little bit, and you are still a big body. But the benefit is that Keen is literally just a stat stick for you, for your benefit. That if he has Frost Armor, you press R on him and you will not die. And that also buys time, maybe not as well, not as much space as a Xin Zhao can do, but still going to be one that you're going to be perfectly happy with. As did get spotted there, and as an immediate response phase, like no, not gonna be a fan of that. Also places the ward on the other end, says,
yeah, there's a pillar. Zeka looks for the charm, doesn't find it, gets the flash though. And Fade even going to take Orb of Deception damage. And I don't actually think he was. There were pings, but I think they were DRX pings, weren't
I think he was. He might have been visual, because I think our observers tried to show that he was visible on the map, but it might have been for just a split second, and he might not have been spotted. Or they did a flip just to show that he made it without appearing in vision, which I assume we'll see in the replay.
Yep.
And either way, nicely done there. Getting the early summoner on the Talia is quite nice, especially in a situation as it is Sivir favored over this one. Now, this is very even and doesn't really adjust for any of the permutations that you might have, as Kingen is just going to be a little sad, but not going to be too bothered by it. Because, of course, very matchup dependent, these type of handshakes. It's like Thalios and Jinx last time around.
Was a little bit, although I guess the range is something that you can talk about there. But this time, it's just who can get to the team fights that suit them the most effectively. And Deft likes it when there's a front line to hit. This time around, there is a front line to hit. One thing that does worry me a little bit about the jungle change, of course, this composition worked very well for DRX last time around, rotating around the Xin Zhao and the power that he has. Of course, Trundle will have a lot of power in the early game as far as dueling the Vi is concerned. That is just a thing that he does have against melee champions that want to auto-attack with attack damage. Chomp does take that away. But he will be providing extra structures for Teddy to extendo beam through.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Ideally, he just not really mess with Pillar behind Teddy, because Teddy has his E and his W. So it's on both levels. It's just not good. But Fate, as we saw there, has no response. And neither does Moham. So either of those, you're going to be perfectly happy. And Atlas, in case that this low-stakes game continues, I'll have you know that during the break, I made up a small quiz for you too.
Oh, look at that! I get a quiz!
This one is on challengers, but I feel like we should save it for a little bit.
Okay.
Unless you say it's going to be the same as the past game, as Barrel.
Bit of a battle here towards the bottom side. Moham taking a bit of damage here as Deft throws a boomerang all the way through. And Barrel down to 50%, and they are just chilling. Just going to be bouncing waves backwards and forwards, so perhaps I might have an opportunity. But Barrel's going to go down to sub 200, and is just going to look for some home time. Moham, I mean, he is going to be able to throw the handshake through. Barrel might look to flash, but no. Just going to heal, get himself out of the way. As bailout. Used onto Teddy there for the attack speed. Extendo beam, not exactly doing all of the work, as Teddy is definitely ghosting, looking for an opportunity. Does have flash, not going to have an opportunity to use it. As it was It was definitely a bit of a display of aggression. However, not amounting to the most.
Now, how you sometimes when you drink one of those like sparkly waters with a flavor, and there's not actually a flavor, but there's a hint of it.
Oh yeah.
That was that with aggression.
Ah, it was just a hint of aggression.
Yeah, just a like you could tell the water was thought of aggression at some point.
Yeah, right.
But it didn't actually taste
The
like
water thought of aggression.
Yeah.
I'm now imagining water being able to think. And I've said water so many times, I've probably triggered a lot of people because of my Australian accent. And so I feel like it was definitely a lot of value, this conversation. Fate able to push out this wave quite nicely as DRX are going to take the first Drake here at 6.5 minutes into the game. Very nicely done. Happy Penguin there as well, as Beryl will make his way back towards the lane. And once again, DRX do have a lot of vision control. And honestly, their control of the map was great in Game 1. That looks to be continuing here in Game 2.
As we get an invade on the red buff. And time for question 1?
Yeah, I reckon we're almost ready for it. Teddy taking a bit of damage, but otherwise it's fine.
Yeah, might have to maybe sack the wave here with his team roaming towards top side. A little early on the roam here from Moam, considering that we do not have the Herald yet. Might be instead looking for a dive, but it is a Gragas with Flash. Do need to get something here as Kwangnon, because otherwise you're just giving up plates for free.
Yeah.
And we saw what that led to in game number 1. And right now it looks like nothing happened, and the Moam run did not work out. Neither did attention towards topside, besides some vision and an invade, which is nice, but I'd say getting depth fed with a protected depth composition is more valuable. So,
yeah,
with
Teddy,
that,
Teddy was looking to go back, wasn't able to, and we might have a potential dive, but Koshik's going to look for a red buff first. It's not looking like quiz time right now, as Deft wants to take the plate, and Moham wants to shake his hand. Not in the good way, in the pressing buttons and CCing the Sivir kind of way. And DRX just continuing to mow down these mini waves. Okay, we're looking at top lane, so therefore I think quiz time.
yeah. So, question number 1, and I know that of course you're a busy man. You
I don't know anything really at all about.
I know, but all of these questions should be answerable if you've paid attention to me at any point when I talked about
Okay.
So there's a lot of layers, and it's educational, because our
I'm looking forward to learning.
Yeah.
As Seismic Shove goes wide, thankfully, for our potential quiz time.
Yeah, let's again.
All right, well, Ellen,
hold up.
Sultan Battery going to come forward here as, yeah, Spirit Rush not going to get you out of that one. That is a punch to the back of the head as Zeka is going to go down. No opportunity to flash or do anything at all. The Vi value, very high.
Overall, that's the really big difference that you see right there between the combination that we had last time around, where it was the Lee and the Ornn, which, when it comes to plays like this, and Vi Sejuani. Sejuani has great follow-up CC, especially when combined with Vi, is deft.
Yeah, he's ghosting. There's the ulti out of Teddy, and he's just going to get turned into a cute little cat. And DRX are going to be able to pick up Teddy's flash.
And overall, we're getting a little bit of action here. As again, even with this play being spotted relatively early on, there's just not a lot to be done. Zeka going, even if he does end up going for a Spirit Rush into the brush to try and at least stay away from Keen, which Keen also had a summoner. Moam was even waiting there.
Yeah.
There was one, every angle was cut off, so he just unfortunately gets taken down there. And the end result is, of course, Deft being able to pick up a little bit more.
Yeah, picks up a plate for himself as Control Ward will be taken down and replaced here by Quantum Freaks. LM also able to get rid of that other ward as well. DRX did have massive amounts of vision towards that bottom side. As Teddy's already back down to 50% health here. I don't know whether he'd actually been back or anything like that since he last attempted to. And this is one of the powers of Sivir, right? Getting a decent back timing is very difficult against this champion, especially post Noon Quiver and Pickaxe. The extra little bit of AD certainly allowing, on this patch, the Ricochet to mow down these waves almost at a whim, as you can see. So DRX, they can choose to go back. Teddy doesn't quite have that level of wave clear to put on the same amount of pressure. And I think DRX have been playing around that sort of tempo advantage very well so far this series.
Yeah. So is it time?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's time. We have. It's just going to do one because the dragon is about to come up. as Teddy is... he really wants that Cole finish. Thank you, observers. Who are...
Oh, man.
Oh, he talks about Cole. We're gonna keep him saved, Atlas. There will be a moment, I'm sure.
All right, I'm ready. Well, Kingen, he's going to rotate over. Barrel gets a ward. That's high value. Sees a lot of people. They instantly destroy it.
Ooh, 5 versus 4.
Yeah.
Deft is here.
Yeah, he's going to rotate over. That is a lot of ricochet value that he gets throughout Quandong Freaks. Actually, no, Kane, I think, eats it. But Teddy is getting some free time with this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. Deft will pick up this wave quite comfortably as the Rift Herald is going to be secured. And DRX is going to need to book it towards that bottom side to avoid Teddy getting too much value. However, you can see Quandong Freaks setting up this trap very nicely.
Love this.
Yeah, Barrel actually intelligently not taking point on that one as Pyoshik puts down the Rift Herald instantly. That's a very weird move. Was that a misclick?
No, it's to it's a guarantee the Drake. The problem is that if he puts it forward a little bit more, then it doesn't get aggroed by the wave, and the minion or the turret rather takes priority. So yeah, completely avoidable mistake, and that wastes a fair amount of gold that otherwise could have gone straight into the pocket of Pyoshik.
He also never gets to use the empowered back or anything like that. Like, we haven't seen Rift Herald use that immediately outside of very opportune moments.
No, I think that the placement itself, if it gets the charge, is completely fine, because it also means that there's no contest possible. But yeah, didn't actually end up working out, as next Drake will be a mountain. So, first question. Who are the 3 most promising, or in my opinion, obviously, the most 3 promising players in challengers that we should want to see in the LCK next year? And I'll give you a hint. It's 2 mid laners, 1 bot laner.
All right, Pays?
Okay, that's 1.
All right.
Very good.
All right.
And that is the AD carry for currently Gen G. Incredible AD carry player.
And so if it's mid laners, Bulldog.
Okay, that's 2 out of 3. 1 more.
Quid. That's my opinion.
Oh, okay.
Because I loved him. I thought he was fantastic when he subbed in for Gen G and Spring.
You get the points. The answer we were looking for was Poolbay from Dumb.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah. But you get the point.
Yes.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
Because Squid is also actually a good player. I would have also allowed Fisher, the mid laner for Live Sandbox.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, I might have to tune in to Chronicler's stream.
No,
check out
no problem.
some challenger in order to watch some Fisher.
I want to keep this about the quiz. This is not about me. This is about you answering the questions. And I make that very clear.
I know. And I just like bothering you because
it
bothers you every time.
I don't enjoy it. Please don't.
Well, I'm going to continue, and you know that I will. Quandong Freaks getting a bit of shove here in the mid lane. Kingen trying to take control of red, and as you can see, Pyoshik just going to make his way down. Yeah, I mean, the Donkey Whistle is available, but it looks like we're just trying to shove this one forward. Elim in the area, Fate down here as well. Weaver's Walk value could be massive as they do throw it down. Barrel gets over the wall, but my God, the seismic shove. Just beautiful. The Civ is going to go down, and this may just be the Zeri moment that Quandong Freaks have been looking for.
Absolutely beautifully done there by Quandong Freaks. They're able to read the play in Pyoshik. The moment that you show up there, either you have to immediately go for it, call the whistle, and hope that the rest of your team is backing you up if you don't have the vision in the river, which, looking at it, they clearly don't. Or back off when Teddy and Moam are still near you, as Kingen, using all his cooldowns, is going to be able to get away, but very, very costly. Keen didn't even need to flash. And that was such a nice setup here from the Quandong Freaks.
Yeah, just pretty disappointing timing here for DRX as well, with Fate out of vision. But the layering of CC and the Renata difference to this composition looking brilliant for Quandong.
It's massive. And this also kind of solidifies what we talked about at the top of the day, which is that, like, put Fate in these positions and he will hit every seismic shove. He will be there when you need him to be. Just needs the rest of his team to help a little bit. And you know who got the 2 kills?
It was Teddy.
It was Teddy. And if there's one man that has shown that he's capable of putting the team on his back single-handedly, it is definitely Teddy, on the Zeri especially, accelerating him towards that free item power spike that has been the nightmare of many a player and caster.
Yeah.
Because the amount of damage that you get available with your extender beam reaches unreasonable levels. And the hard engage, I think, from DRX is good, but it is a Zeri, and when it comes to like actual hard CC to lock her down, it is rough. Starting fights for DRX, pretty easy. Go on the hunt, and you gotta Gragas. But actually making sure that the fight starts on top of Teddy, that's a whole different story.
Well, working out fantastically there for Kwangdong Freaks towards the bottom side. We need to see more of it, especially out of Fate. I mean, I want more of these plays out of this guy. His Talia, like you've been saying, definitely fantastic. Deft and Teddy sharing some autos as Deft is going to get caught out of position once again. Fate comes on over, they get the flash out of Barrel, and he gets booped back there as well. Teddy will pick up another kill. Teleport to come forward as DRX are desperately trying to hold on to this turret, but Zeker is greeted with a handshake. And yeah, they get half of the health bar of the turret, but Deft getting caught out like that, he's still got both of his summoner spells.
And he didn't spell shield the ultimate either.
Yeah.
Just a very unfortunate sequence of events here, and I think every DRX fan after game 1 knew that was too clean. That's not my DRX. As yeah, unfortunately for DRX, a beautiful flank being set up by Keen, and we can see that the small adaptations in draft make so much of a difference, right? Like LMS guaranteed point and click CC. Keen on the Sejuani feels way more impactful than he ever did in the Ornn, and right now you're looking at a Fedvi who has already very early on hit the Kempo Chainsword. Of course, in this patch, extremely cost efficient, going towards his second item as well. Going to provide a nice front line for the rest of the team together with Keen, and Teddy is 1,400 gold up.
Yeah, no, it's absurd. And Azeri being this far ahead will completely warp how this game is going to go. Expect to see not what happened in game 1. As DRX are certainly, they've adjusted the difficulty. They were like, last time around, it certainly worked a little bit too well. This time, let's put it on hard mode. And I think that they're going to regret their decision, because Teddy's now 3-0-1, and he's angry after what happened last game.
Oh yeah. And we've seen, I think my personal favorite was Prince's Spell Shield a couple of games ago, where he was able to Spell Shield a Lee kick mid-animation, which was ludicrous stuff. And those are the moments sometimes you do need to find. Like, and right there, I think DRX, even if Deft Spell Shields, flashes, the chance of him dying, I think, are still pretty sizable, because the rest of DRX was just not really in the position to get anything done. And you do see as well, like, Kwangdong from behind, the team looks pretty lackluster. I think they were very indecisive last time around as well, as a lot of their calls required full committal. But now, when you're ahead, full committal isn't that scary, right? You have a great set of vision control. Element Moen making sure that the top side of the map is completely lit up. Baron is about to come up, and if you can start stacking Mountain Drakes, yeah, Deft eventually, you know, 6-item Sivir, it is very strong. But he and I guess Zeka maybe a little bit will be the only one to do any damage, because the damage of Pioshik of Kingen is going to be completely irrelevant. The one upside to losing that many Mountain Drakes is that Pioshik is ultimate.
Oh yeah, you can use it on anyone.
That'll get a lot of value.
Heck yeah. The subjugation, that's all that it was about. It was about buffing the Trundle, quite obviously.
Yeah.
As, yeah, don't think that that's actually the case. However, I mean, the game is still actually relatively even. Kwangdong Freaks should be able to pull ahead now, but we'll see how much of an advantage they can actually create, and how many times they can actually set up fights that aren't on DRX's terms. Because we saw Sivir does so well. If it is just the classic, your tanks are fighting in the front line, you've got LM trying to get to the back line, but there's a spell shield. These sort of fights are where Sivir is going to absolutely excel. The ones where Kwangdong Freaks can catch DRX unawares for any portion of time are the times where they manage to get a pick and then Teddy pops up. And that's looking far more likely this time around than it was in game number 1.
I like the itemization in that regard as well. Zeka going for the early Banshees. Going to be very valuable. Kingen and Pioshik should be fine, even if they are targeted, provided that... And in return as well, Teddy going for very armor shred itemization, with the Lost Whisper going to Lord Dom's third, which means he will be delaying his Infinity Edge spike, so those Ws are not going to be as alarming as they might be otherwise, but definitely will help with just the actual 5v5. And for Kwangdong, I think opting into the 5v5 in terms of itemization is definitely the right call. This team hasn't really shown us. On the contrary, we all can remember the 4-0 Fiora game, as here they go.
Yep, there's an ultimate thrown onto Pyoshik though, who is not necessarily the target of choice. Elam's going to get booped back, does have to flash to get himself out. Beryl is half health by one extendo beam as Teddy's ulted. First kill does go over to Def though as Kingan's over the wall and Kwangdong Freaks. I mean, you've designed the blueprint of how you're supposed to win these fights. That ain't it.
As we talk about, don't target Pyoshik because he has silly value on his ult. That happens immediately. They target Pyoshik, and then he sees Keen, I think with Frost Armor as well, was filled in the first few seconds, and he presses ult on him. Yeah. I don't know what the resistances are. I'm sure the Endless Carpet Space can enlighten us if they do choose to do so later on. But yeah, as Trundle, like, oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, he's immortal.
He is. Yeah, he's not going to die. Nothing's going to happen to him. And as a result, Def just gets the auto. Zeka gets to throw a little bit of damage over as well. And with King and Pyoshik standing guards, you're not going to get through them that easily. Teddy still needs more time as well. And if you don't do the preemptive work with setups in terms of extendo beams this early on, and you engage on anyone that isn't Deft or Zeka, because I think taking out Zeka is completely valid as well if you do have the lockdown, because again, it is Ari with Flash, with ult, and with a Banshee's fill, so not the greatest target either, especially considering that Everfrost. And Kwangdong, I think this second Drake, this next one is looking good, but that's building towards that Infinity Edge, and you do actually need to execute on the position that you put yourself in.
Yeah, Deft as well. I mean, the Infinity Edge actually very, very valuable as Teddy actually a lot of burst damage there from the Boomerang. Teleport to come forward here as Zeka's making his way into the fight. Another engage onto a tank is not exactly optimal as Kingen is going to flash away. Hostile takeover. He's going to force Pyoshik and Zeka to fight one another. That is not going to win them any battles. Now Kingen with teleport looking to go back and get his health bar back up again. Pyoshik moves on forward. Teddy, a lot of value here. Hasn't used his ult just yet. Has another pop-off opportunity. As Kingen's teleported in. Looking to set up these barrels and get some control. The flank, he's just allowed to walk in here.
They knew as well.
Yeah.
Now, DRX grabbing Prio in mid-wave. Very easy here with the Sivir and the Ahri. And now making their way into the river.
And they can control choke points very, very effectively as well, as Beryl slowed down for a very long time, but is going to be able to make it out. And Kwangdong Freaks.
That'd be soul point.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to find it. And yeah, DRX are just going to be gifted soul point here in a situation that I wasn't expecting them to be allowed to get it.
2K gold down.
Yeah, that's that feels like a big misplay.
It's so there's two layers to this. I think Kwangdong Freaks have all the tools they need to actually fight the fight, but if you look at it from their perspective, no ult on Teddy, no ult on Moham, and they're not really in a position where Fate is able to split the fight. So if you do take that fight and you actually lose it, not only do you lose soul points, but you also lose the Baron, and then probably the game. And let's not forget, Kwangdong is fighting for their playoff life. Like, they need to win this game 100%. And I don't think that's an excuse, but that might give some insight as to why they are so hesitant to make a player. And then, after the play, Kingen teleports in.
I told a lie as well. Teddy actually, his ult was still active, so hadn't gone on cooldown yet.
There you go.
But didn't actually have that one available, so that might have been why Kwangdong Freaks didn't decide to go for it.
Yeah.
Because they just didn't have maximum damage out of their Zeri.
Was also just pre-Lord Dom Spike for Teddy, which is also a big one, especially into...
But it was pre-Infinity Edge for Deft as well, right? Like, I mean, on either side of the coin.
I know. Again, it's very easy from our perspective, but I am sure that Kwangdong, they don't want to make the misplay, but you can't play not to lose. Gotta play to win, something we often talk about is Teddy.
He's going to get slowed down. There's the cask and special delivery. He's going to get knocked up. Just so much CC here for DRX, and Deft is going to pick up the kill onto his opposite number. Deft got caught out in game number 1. It's Teddy's turn here in game number 2. And DRX are going to look to push down this mid lane.
And that's both Summers down on Teddy. That's such a big window for DRX, who right now take complete control back of this game.
Oh man, that is not what you want to see out of the Kwangdong Freaks here. Starting to collapse. And now DRX able to move up towards this Baron. An opportunity for them to possibly put on some pressure. All right, Beryl could be caught out of position. Yeah, he's very dead. Of course, Fate coming on over with the Weaver's Wall.
Okay, no Baron.
Yeah. We're just trading. We're trading
no
picks.
biggie.
Of course, you get extra picks if you take down the Lulu. Fun fact there. Sorry about the dad joke. It's getting late, everyone. Kingen going to clear out vision alongside Pyoshik. More control wards have been laid down, as that's a nice little handshake. Pyoshik not really worried about dying whatsoever.
He doesn't care. No. He's not afraid at all. So, overall, very different game. For Kwang, the stakes in this one are so high that you can really notice the pressure getting to them. Side lanes. I know we're panning to side lanes to show that side lanes have been ignored. But this is the
Kwangdong K-Ram. And remember, K-Ram doesn't mean Korean K-Ram. It means Kwangdong A-Ram.
Yeah.
That's why it's K-Ram.
Yeah.
They designed this. They were born in it, molded by it. As you know. Well, Teddy's back alive again as Def one more time. This time he does find the spell shield button. Presses the ulti as well. Kwangdong Freaks might be able to go for this one more time. Especially now without On the Hunt. Going to be a little bit more difficult for DRX in these upcoming fights.
Well, and this is the moments that I'm talking about, right? Like the moment you get, you see something like this is, unfortunately here for Teddy, on the top half of the map, they have complete control. But he's hovering towards the bot side of the map where they have zero control. And tries to get over the wall as Barrel thought, hey, Teddy's dead. We can get some vision, right? But by myself, no, not by yourself. Not a good idea. Doesn't work out. But moments like that, what happened there is they force a couple of big ultimates. They get the On the Hunt and they get the subjugation. And then Moam backs. And that's not on Moam specifically, but I feel like that's the moment where Kwangdong you need to say, we're going to push into the enemy jungle, secure vision, and actually choke them out, right? You need to actually utilize these moments of weakness that DRX is giving you, because it feels like Kwangdong is in position where they can win the game. They just need to realize it and actually grab it.
Yeah, they need to snatch it. And some of that confidence has certainly been lost here as Kwangdong Freaks. Now, they take control of mid lane, their favorite part of the map, absolutely. As Zeka is lying in wait, good vision does come through and find out the Ahri. As Kane off to the side, wants to get one of those big ultimates, wants to land it on Deft as he throws it into the abyss. This time around it's not going to work. Deft is just trying his very best to clear up all of the minions in the mid lane, and he's Sivir. One Sivir or the entirety of Kwangdong Freaks. My money's on the Sivir as far as taking that one down. Boomerang's flying forward, the charm just barely. Not long enough in order to take down LM, and these ricochets flying through Kwangdong Freaks, they need to make a decisive play, otherwise that is just going to tear them to ribbons. And DRX now moving forward, they want to collect themselves the Mountain Soul, and it's not the same as if Kwangdong Freaks gets it. There's no subjugate for the Kwangdong Freaks. They need to try and move heaven and earth to try and pick up this Drake if they can. They've started it off, in there, in position. Zeka looking for the flank angle. He will find it. There's the Mountain Soul as well. And even Zeka is massively tanky. Keen, not so much. Pyoshik going to pick up that kill. Kingen just wandering around the back of the fight, soaking Teddy's damage. And the Ahri's going to pick up the kill onto the Vine. Now it's all about mopping up the rest of the Kwangdong Freaks. Deft running after Teddy where he can. He's trying to have a Zeri moment, but there is no certification to be found here. And the Ahri's going to pick that one up as well. I think maybe we're going to have back-to-back Zeka POGs, 2 DRX wins in a row.
It's looking that way, Atlas, because with the soul, and that moment for Kwangdong, you can see it on their faces as well. Unfortunately, I think that with the Baron going down, in a ring of turrets, sure to follow. Zeka picking himself up, a death cap as well. It is such a tough position. And again, I think it's a lack of confidence for Kwangdong here. You have the comp to Hard Force, but instead what happened was Keen froze his ultimate between a Sivir, great target, but has a spell shield, and a Gragas, which is a horrible target.
Polymorph here.
Yeah, no, the polymorph from Barrel. But even if that polymorph doesn't come through and Kingen dies, who cares? There's no way that Teddy from that point on... Sorry? Kingen would care. Well, no, that's what... Well, King would go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then what? Then Teddy still dies.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate situation where at this point, I don't think it's happening anymore. Kwangdong Freaks, they had a window, they had a couple of good moments, and Teddy with that catch in mid lane, and even before that, you just see Kwangdong Freaks. You need to push the moments that you get. You need to push your leads further, and for Teddy. it's not his best game, but you can't really fault the guy after the split that he's had. It has been just him.
Yeah, we all have ups and downs.
I think
Absolutely.
we're kind of seeing it.
Def now has 5 items.
Oh yeah, no.
We're still waiting on the Infinity Edge here for Teddy, but it's not exactly a huge item gap between the two, but the way DRX have been playing out these fights, the value the Sivir has been able to pick up in these compositions that DRX have put forward, especially at this stage of the game, just feeling like too much comp has hit critical mass, and they have a Mountain Soul now as well. So these extendo beams looking very balanced. I, in fact, just don't think that Zeri needs any sort of nerf. I think it's fine. Just give the opposing side a Mountain Soul to start off the game, and then maybe it's going to be okay. As DRX looking to siege this one up. Keen taking a fair bit of damage here as well, and he opts out of the whole situation. And yeah, Def does a lot of damage to structures, as we can see. Freak setting themselves up for a potential angle here to get a catch on the barrel, but he's going to sidestep the seismic shove. Zeka moves on over. They have control of mid. They have control of bot. And now trying to use this Baron in order to push on forward. Keen can't really tank Def too effectively, but Def doesn't have a lot of range. So as we can see, he is able to move up, try and get rid of these siege minions that are setting up shop. Fate over to the side. Seismic shove, not going to find Zeka, who moves to the left. That is his tactic. And now Weaver's Wall is going to come forward. Can Zeka get here? There's the hostile takeover. Body slam is fantastic, but Pyoshik can't find any of his teammates to hit. Another ult flies towards the Trundle, and that is not what you want to see. As a Kwangdong Freaks fan, Pyoshik's just going to walk past the bottom inhibitor turret because they know they can crack open the base in mid. Def going to get to work on this minion wave as well. And I feel like that last team fight that Kwangdong Freaks couldn't find was a backbreaker here.
It will be. And DRX, they're about to lock in their playoffs here, Atlas.
Yeah.
We might know. It's going to fight one another. We don't know who ends up in which place.
We don't, but securing it is all you really need. DRX, their scoreline does not look anywhere near like what Live Sandbox, KT have looked like, as there's a cask. Yeah, it's a cute little cat, but actually it's a Sejuani. And Keen is going to go down. Zeka now dashing over the wall. Moham not going to get hit by that Everfrost, but honestly, the pickup onto the Sejuani might be enough in order to get these minion waves into the base. No more Baron, so that means that DRX might take a little bit more time here. Minute and a half on the Elder Drake. Barrel's going to need to go over there, see whether he can win out in round 2. Lulu versus Elder.
Yeah. It just hit me what you said like a few seconds afterwards. I was going to respond to it very seriously as, yeah, CC chain comes through here. Nothing to be done. And I agree with you. I think this game was lost the moment that the pick on Teddy came down. That we saw the mid game come through here for the Kwangdong Freaks. And it's exactly the same as game number 1. Like, even if Dev gets caught now, doesn't really matter. Unless, of course, it leads to an immediate either Zeri moment or an Elder pickup. But you should never let that happen now as DRX, right? Like, take control of the jungle, ward it out, and if they contest, you fight them because you are monstrously far ahead. And if they don't, you get a Baron, or an Elder rather, and you just run it into their base. And then you end the game.
Yeah.
There's just not that much to be done here. Mountain Soul makes big moments so much harder to play out because even mispositions.
I mean, there's really a GA as well. I mean, Deft has GA as well as Mountain Soul.
And Lulu.
And, yeah, and 6
Spell
items.
Shield, and Flash, and Ghost, and On the Hunt.
And sometimes with some of the plays that have been made, it doesn't really matter, as Fate possibly caught out of position here, has to flash to get over the wall. Deft still chasing after him, but the pebbles go down. DRX do accept that the Talia has left the area. No flash now available, though, is a big deal. Teddy's going to skate over the wall. A lot of defensive play here for Kwangdong Freaks, but they will be able to get themselves over towards this Elder.
Ooh, Fate isn't near. Does have the Weaver's Wall available, of course. And very large distance at this point.
I mean, DRX don't necessarily need to start this. They just need to keep Kwangdong Freaks interested because their base will just get destroyed. This Weaver's Wall is absolutely fantastic. There's a lot of damage onto this Elder. It's going to be a flip, ladies and gentlemen, as Kingen dives in, gets a 4-man cast, but the Vi's being taken down. The Elder, they're trying to do battle, they'll secure it. And now the flashes come forward. DRX are looking to lock this one down. Kingen is very, very low. Teddy having a bit of a moment here, as he does have his shield bow. Def needs to be careful, but he is going to be able to take down the Zeri in the end. The Wallets, of course, helping out. There's the ace. And it's going to be the 2-0 for DRX, and they will qualify as the 6th place at the moment for the playoffs.
There were some okay moments for Kwangdong Freaks, but overall DRX, the much better team tonight, find the key turnarounds, are able to utilize the immense pressure that comes through from Zekazari.
Yeah.
As, they do a little bit of flexing here, attack that Nexus. Don't even need to, got the minions to help you out. And DRX with, I think, a game that shows we might have had our ups and downs, but we belong in playoffs. This was their direct competitor.
Yeah.
They shut them down.
Mowgli as well, looking very happy as he comes out. Pretty resigned is the face of Teddy, who did have some moments in that game. But honestly, him and Def, you know, had their fair share of mistakes. But I think DRX played so much better as a team. And while Fate did find that one moment on that bottom side of the map, we saw the power of the Talia. Zekazari, I mean, he was the man that debuted it after her rework. And didn't look as amazing then, but has looked brilliant over their last 2 series. These back-to-back Ari games, I think, means that we're just going to be having a chat with him. According to me, it also means that our first time in 3 days we have a 2-0, and it was given to us in the match that we thought was going to be the most definitely not a 2-0. Like,
baffling.
It is. It is baffling. A very strange season. It's absolutely fantastic. You know, the fact that we do have a situation where after the spring that T1 had, they drop a game to Nongshim here in our first series, and it was so incredibly exciting.
Aww.
Yeah, Mowgli and Deft having a bit of a photo here as well. Deft Siva, twice in a row. It wasn't exactly, you know, as I remember it, you know, with some of the clutch spell shields and things like that. But it was definitely a good time as Pyoshik, I wonder whether we're going to be getting the Isangu soccer jersey out again. So we're just going to beat down Zeka, and he's chomping him. That's, wow.
Well, hey, Zeka looks like he has a lot of resistances. He's tanky. You know the value you get?
He has been subjugated well and truly. Well, we'll be able to ask Zeka about it, I believe, after he picks up 2 POGs after this series. That is awesome, by the way. The Dragon Rage kick, which is from his celebration with the added animations there as well. As we check out some of the highlights here, this was the moment, right, where we thought, oh, the Kwangdong comp, this is what it's supposed to do. They can execute on that early. It's going to look great. Like, it was moment after moment.
This is what we've seen for Kwangdong in so many different iterations, where it's like, the early game is great, they make one mistake, which is this play, and then everything halts. Nothing happens anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
it used to happen as well. Back when
they
were the Afrika Freaks.
Well, that's what I mean.
Like, they've changed almost everything. It's so crazy.
Yeah, because it is that hard engage on Pyoshik that doesn't work out. Then Teddy gets caught. From that point onward, I never felt like Kwangdong truly found a way back into this game.
Yeah.
Just not able to get anything done, and it's a sad goodbye to Kwangdong's chances for making the playoffs. But I think for DRX, this is also a great moment because, as mentioned, like Kwangdong were their direct competitor. DRX next week also have a chance to show that they don't just belong in playoffs; they belong to be considered up there with Sandals, with KT, and with Double.
No, absolutely. I don't think anyone's expecting them to necessarily get over the hurdle that is Gen G and
I think one of those.
No, you definitely didn't. However, I think you're exactly right. I think that they have an opportunity to demonstrate that they can challenge in the first round of the playoffs, and that's all we want. We want competitive first rounds. We didn't get that in spring. We absolutely want that one now. Teddy doing a decent amount of damage, Def doing a whole lot more. When you can ricochet around an entire team, you obviously feel like a very happy Siva. And DRX pick up a convincing 2-0. And I think this is the best way for DRX to do it. It's very sad for Kwangdong Freaks, but if you're a DRX fan, this is all you are willing to accept moving into this game. Because even if it was a 2-1, you'd be like, well, I guess we're just getting booted out first round of playoffs. This time around, definitely so much better. But we have two gentlemen sitting alongside to celebrate the DRX victory, so let's throw it over to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space.
Hello, thank you so much, Atlas and Chronicler, for your work today, and we will take it from here on the carpet space. That was a victory from DRX. Started off rough, right? There were actually a lot of proactive Kwangdong Freaks plays. They did make one mistake, and DRX did grind back the game. What was your impression on this draft, though, Wolf?
The draft I thought was fine for both sides. We basically had adaptations for both teams based on the Game 1 draft, so it felt like kind of a run back to some extent. And I think the Lulu pick again here for DRX comes up big. The Gragas R5, very strong, nice front line there. Of course, some good engage options defensively, just like we saw in Game 1. But this game for me was really... Like, DRX proved they belong in playoffs, but Kwangdong Freaks proved they did not. And they had all the tools to win that second game. They had all the massive advantages. We were all thinking it's going to another 6-game night in a row. We're going to the full distance. They have all the control. Teddy is fed on Azeri. But they just couldn't stick the landing. Their macro sense was, as it was through a lot of this season, very distorted around mid to late game, controlling vision, setting up on objectives. And I hate to be the bearer of sad news, but they could not earn it, even when they had the best opportunity possible. And I think for me, that's the takeaway for the series. I think DRX were more consistent. They knew exactly what they wanted to do with their draft. And as a result, I'm kind of happy with where we ended up here. I think the stronger team absolutely made it through.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, drafts, once again, pretty straightforward. Very similar one there from DRX. They made it work in Game 1, works in Game 2. They get a front line in front of Sivir, this time even more. With the Trundle, and it just looks great. So, you know, pretty straightforward one in this one. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, though, because the game itself wasn't as straightforward. Again, Kwangdong started off very nicely.
Yeah, so this is where Teddy ends up getting those extra kills, right? It's a really amazing Weaver's Wall here from Fate into the shove. Teddy grabs 2 kills here, and you're feeling like, all right, that's, you know, we could basically certify this because he's going to pick up a Phantom Dancer right after that. And then comes here into the mid lane with a really nice flank from Keen. They instantly delete Def, then have the Vi ultimate here onto Barrel. So 2 additional kills going over. And at this game state, it is basically unlosable for Kwangdong Freaks. They have accelerated the Zeri. Now, one big problem that was faced from Teddy in this game was he had to go LDR as his third item because of the tanky members. The Trundle kept getting wild growth, and that tank Gragas couldn't actually get Infinity Edge, and without that tool, controlling the neutral in those final objective fights with the Extendo Beam was so much harder to pull off, and I think that ended up being the main downfall, unfortunately, for the Kwangdong Freaks, because without that poke tool, they looked very lost.
Yeah, there was that. Certainly the itemization choices were a bit of an issue. There was one highlight, which we did not take, which kind of happens here in between the 2 highlights that we have, which is Kwangdong Freaks essentially just everybody's going into the enemy jungle one by one, and Zeri's not even there. 3 of them get killed. It's not pretty. And DRX, we're just waiting for that moment. You know, we had a little bit of this with Hololive versus Fred Brion the other day, and it was like you're just waiting for that one mistake. DRX are a good enough team. They wait for it. They don't make any other mistakes. Kwangdong Freaks overstep their bounds. They're not playing as a team, and DRX capitalize. And then we get to the Soul fight, which was, you know, again, as you're mentioning, you know, it's just not doing enough damage. The smite's not really there from Elam, and then DRX are able to play this 5v5.
Look at Teddy here trying to do what he can to actually put off some damage here, but there's so much CC, and the tanky members, Pioshik and Zek, are running forward here. He can't do anything on his own, and he just ends up getting isolated by himself here at the very end of things, and he does very little in this fight because his team isn't there to peel for him or back him up. There just isn't the same amount of setup. They need to be more decisive, and Zeri Talia, I think, as a combo works much better in the early parts where you could just trap people, blast them, and kill them. And a straight-up 5v5 fight, though, where you don't have the neutral advantage, you don't really want to engage a Zeri. You want to have a front line. They certainly did not.
Yeah, kind of interesting as well, these summoners. I've been a guy who's like, okay, Ghost all the way. If you can get away with it, go for the Ghost. But maybe in this case, go for the Cleanse. Obviously, in that one, very obvious that he kind of goes in alone straight into a loop where there's no no other targets. So it's very easy for Beryl to just say, you are now a cat, or whatever he turns him into. So, yeah, I mean, could have been a consideration with Teddy with all the CC, with the polymorph and stuff like that, but not meant to be. As guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who did pick it up here. It will be Kingin in the top lane on the Gragas.
Wow, so I voted for Kingin. I actually wrote it down, sent it in, and then I thought about it a little bit more. I watched the highlights and I was like, no, I gotta switch to Zeka. I think it's a Zeka POG. But my first instinct was Kingin's engages here. This trap, obviously one of the more famous parts of this game, but he just had non-stop setup engage. But more than these flashy moments in the highlights, I think his positioning was fantastic. I think his peel was great for Def while also threatening Teddy non-stop. He had the Fimbulvinter build, so he was extremely tough to punish here. And with Wild Growth, he was unkillable. He and the Trundle just had so much power around a very indecisive Guangdong Freaks. It was a team effort. I think it's probably going to be a pretty split vote here, but, you know, this was my original vote, but I pivoted to Zeka.
Let's see, and actually you and Chronicler joined up a little bit. You guys, you know, even when the quizzes were going on, you were given the same answers as Chronicler before.
Yeah, we both thought Kingin was 2019. It was 2018, our POG.
Very strange. You guys really linked today. But either way, guys, you do have the interview ready to go. Let's hop into that with Ji-sun right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview joined by Zeka Kingin from DRX. Congratulations, guys. In the previous PUG interview, Zeka, you said you want your revenge of the spring playoffs, and you did eliminate KDF and also punch the ticket to playoffs. How do you feel? I'm glad that we are decided that we are going to playoffs, and it's been a very long while, but I'm happy that I'll be heading into the playoffs. Same. I think we were able to gain so much confidence heading into the playoffs with this win. Yeah, there was only one spot left for the playoffs. So what was your mindset coming into Lone Park today? In order to perform well at playoffs, I knew it was essential and critical to remain a great form. So regardless of the outcome, I really wanted to kind of display the best performance possible. Are you happy with today's performance today then? Yeah, it was pretty okay. And we also had so many DRX fans out here supporting you guys. Now let's get back to game number 1. We saw R1 Lulu from DRX. I think this kind of showcased the confidence of DRX bottom duo. So could you kind of tell us what were you looking for with that R1 Lulu? We're having a lot of Sivir versus Zeri matchup on the bottom lane, and I think Lulu is actually the key part of the laning phase. So with the Lulu buff on Deft, we knew he's gonna carry, so we kind of trusted Deft. And Kingin. So in both two games, Guangdong Freaks first picked Talia, which means you guys were able to take Sivir and Ahri, the top tier champions, in the first pick. I think Talia, well, Zeka was so confident in playing against Talia. So we were actually super happy to see that they are always going for that first pick Talia, because we knew that we were going to do great against it. Exactly. Zeka, your Ahri got 5 wins total, and 3 out of the 5 wins got POG. So were you confident heading into the game as you got Ahri in your hands? Ahri is now back climbing the tier list right now, and then yeah, in the previous Gen G series someone already mentioned it, and I wanted to also copy that kind of the outcome. And Kingin, your Gragas has 9-3 LCK total score, having a very high win rate. So tell me about your Gragas. Well, I just do whatever my head coach tells me to do. And he really trusts my Gragas, and I was able to pull off a great performance. And Kingin, I think you are really extra good at tank champions. You know, last time you got the nickname Master Ornn, but now I think you deserve a Master Gragas title. Well, personally, I prefer damage carries, but I think my teammates like me to play, tanks. So I just, do whatever they tell me to do. Do you feel even more confident when you play carries? I mean, it's more fun to play.
딜러는 더 재밌고 탱커리는 너무 잘하니까 둘 다 좋은 것 같아요. 네. 그리고 2세트는
In game 2, we had a very similar comp from both sides, but this time around, the opponent Zeri got so many kills early on. So how did you cope with the situation?
저희가 초반에 원래 좀 유리하게 가려고
We really wanted to start off strong early on, but we dropped the ball and we were falling behind. But still, we wanted to just put Sivir on the mid lane to defend the tier 1 turret, and we wanted to go a little bit slow. Do you know where DRX got the huge comeback? When I was able to toss that Zeri in the jungle. Exactly. Let's take a look at this replay. Do you remember this?
이 장면 설명 좀 부탁드립니다.
So at first, I thought it's not gonna work, I didn't really finish the turbo cam tank, and also as if Zeri kind of backs near the turret, there was no way I was gonna kill her. But I think other players around me were actually pretty vocal, especially Burrow, so I think I got a lot of help from that Lulu. And that was the turning point for DRX in that game. And just like you guys said, next week you're going to be playing against Hana Life and KT Roaster. And it's just going to be really important in terms of having a final track of your playoff form. It actually really hurt me after losing to KT Roaster in the first round, so I will make sure to get a win this time around. I think Rascal is so on point right now. He looks so strong, but I will do my best in order to put up a good fight against Rascal in the top lane. And I will do my best to bring our team to victory. And this will be the end of the interview from the solo laners of DRX, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now that we do have DRX in playoffs officially. They are here in round 1, and that's pretty much it. We have our 6 teams, but we don't have the exact order and the seeds just yet.
And looking at the 3, 9, 7 teams, I think right now most people would put KT at the height of that list, but it is very difficult to determine between KT and DRX. Dom1 as well could have a resurgence next week. KT will face off against DRX in that last matchup next week as well, so there's a lot that is going to be changing here. Live Sandbox with that tough matchup against T1. It is going to be a sick week of play, as you can see some of these right in here.
There's so many of them. We actually usually highlight like 2, maximum 3, but this week we have 4. So, especially you and I. Well, if we get the big day actually on Saturday, KT and T1 Dom1 Kia is a huge one. Obviously, tons of good matchups. Also, if you do want to check out the Challenger League, definitely go ahead and check out Chronicler's stream. He does the English streaming of that. Also a Korean stream of that. So lots of fun stuff. You can see the upcomers on that one as well. But that's it for week 8. We are done here for this week. Thank you so much for joining us on this week. And join us for the final week of the regular season. We'll see you then. Have a great night.
I'm not looking down, baby.